International Silver Company presents The Silver Theater, starring Cary Grant with Phyllis Brooks in Wings in the Dark, directed by Conrad Nagel. Brought to you in behalf of two of the greatest names in silverware, International Sterling, world-famous solid silver, and 1847 Rogers Brothers, America's finest silver plate.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Conrad Nagel welcoming you to the third of the new series of Silver Theater Dramatic Productions. In weeks to come, you'll hear such stars as Rosalind Russell, James Stewart, Helen Hayes, Ginger Rogers, Betty Davis, and Clark Gable, playing in stories by America's foremost authors. Today, we're proud to present Cary Grant as Ken Morgan, with Phyllis Brooks as Sheila Mason in Wings in the Dark, especially adapted for us by True Boardman. And now our play is about to begin. It's dawn, and on a great landing field rests a silver plane, its nose pointed toward the Atlantic. Pilot Ken Morgan and his mechanic, Joe McDonald, are surrounded by reporters in the shadow of a gleaming wing.
Will you give us that story, Miss Morgan? We've been waiting around here for about an hour now.
She's all set, Ken. Running like a dream.
Okay, Mac. Pull out the wheel block.
Hey, wait a minute, Morgan. Come on. How's about a statement before you go?
Heading for Paris. You think it'll take you? Come on. Okay, all right. Okay. I'll give you a statement. I wanted to keep this quiet till it was over, but as long as you're here, you may as well know. I am heading for Paris, that's true. But this isn't just a stunt. No, I'm doing it to test my automatic blind flying device. I've been working on it for over 5 years.
Well, how come, Morgan? Why, blind flying isn't new.
No, but this kind is. This ship of mine will not only fly by itself in the air, she'll take off and land without my touching the stick. I'm not going to fly this plane to Paris. She's going to fly herself. I'm just a passenger.
Hey, how's about a picture of that robot business?
Yeah, how about that? Come on, boys. Okay, Mac, I'm underway.
Ken Morgan, hold it. Hey, Ken, it's Jenkins, the inspector from the Commerce Department.
Don't get in that plane, Morgan. You're not going.
Not going?
No. Your permit for the flight is rescinded.
Rescinded? What do you mean rescinded?
The department can't sanction a man going out to commit suicide. And that's what it would mean to try to fly to Paris with this crazy blind flying device of yours.
Crazy? Why, I've spent 6 years on it.
I won't argue with you. Your permit is rescinded. And Morgan, the department also disapproves of cheap publicity stunts.
Publicity stunt? This is not a publicity stunt.
Oh, yeah? Just take a look at this newspaper.
Newspaper?
Morgan, I'm disappointed.
Let me get a load of that, will you, boys?
Let's see.
Hey, for the love of... Girl stunt flyer is stowaway on experimental ocean
Hey,
hop.
Morgan, what's the idea of giving that story exclusive to the Star?
Hey, where is she?
Yeah. Wait a minute. Don't stow away. Well, that's crazy. The whole thing is... Hey, wait, Mac. Huh? That rear compartment.
Hello, Ken.
Why, it's Sheila Mason.
Get out of that plane.
How about I wait for the press?
Give us the story. Come out of that plane before I pull you out.
Let go of my arm. I'm coming.
Hold it for a picture. Swell.
Now, clear out of here, you guys.
Your reporters better beat it.
All right, come on, guys.
Ken, I don't understand. What's wrong?
Hey, what's the idea?
Oh, Nick, I'm glad you're here.
Hey, what did you say to those reporters, Morgan? You spoiled everything.
Oh, so you're back of this, Williams.
Nick, I thought you told me.
Now, wait a minute. Give me a chance. You see, Morgan, it's this way. I happen to hear on the QT that you're making this flight flying to Paris. Sheila's great copy, Ken, and at the same time a swell flyer. So I figures the two of you doing it together would be the biggest thing since Lindbergh, see?
Yes, I see. You thought I'd take this flight and turn it into one of those cheap stunts you and Sheila Mason go in for. Is that it? Well, you certainly fixed things. I've been refused permission for the flight.
Oh, Ken.
Well, suppose you go now.
Oh, come on, Sheila. You're wasting time.
Okay, Nick. I'm sorry, Ken.
Can you imagine that? I figure out $1 million proposition, the guy just don't appreciate it.
Look, Ken, don't think this too hard. After all, now we can spend more time on the blind flying device. Then when you're really tested...
Yeah, what are we going to use for money? By tomorrow, half the country will know that Ken Morgan has some kind of a half-baked blind flying contraption the government thinks worthless. No, Mac, the whole thing is washed up. 6 years' work in the ash can. Oh, well, never mind. Get Betsy back in the hangar, will you? Up in the office.
Look, Ken, after all...
I didn't ask you to talk. I said get the plane in the hangar. Come in, Mac. you lock up the... Oh, it's you.
Yes, Ken. I waited till everyone was gone because I wanted to tell you how sorry I am.
Oh, it's all right. Forget it.
Ken, there's one thing I want you to understand. This wasn't just a publicity stunt for me. I wanted to make that flight to Paris more than I've ever wanted to do anything in my life. It meant being a part of something really worthwhile in aviation.
That's a little funny coming from you. Hardly goes with the aviation career of Sheila Mason. Stunt flying for carnivals, for the movies, flying under bridges, doing skydiving.
Maybe you think I like that kind of flying.
Why would you do it if you didn't?
Because I'd rather fly that way than not at all. Did you ever think what it means to be a girl in a game where all the good jobs go to men?
Oh, well, maybe I never looked at it that way. I'm sorry I got sore a while ago. It's just that... Well, this flight meant an awful lot to me.
Sure it did. And that's why you still ought to make it.
Still make it? When I've been denied permission?
So what? Didn't you ever hear of a guy called Corrigan?
Hey, you're right. Sheila, you're right.
Who are you calling?
The main gate. I gotta stop Mac.
You don't have to. I've already told him to keep the ship warm.
Oh, woman, you're marvelous. Where's my stuff? Say, where's that coffee?
On the stove there. I'll heat it and put it in your thermos.
Oh, to heck with coffee.
Now, you're not flying the Atlantic without hot coffee. You get your maps and stuff together.
Swell. Hey, wait a minute. I just thought. You're being pretty swell after the way I treated you.
Forget it. Fine excuse for a stove you've got there. How do you light it? Oh!
What's the matter? You burned yourself? Here, you better let me. Sometimes you have to light it down here from underneath. Sometimes it's...
Ken, no, look out. I had to turn down the full of gas. Ken, your face! Oh, Ken, my dear. Your face!
No, it's not my face so much. It's my eyes. I can't see. I can't see! Let's have it, Doctor. And straight.
All right, my boy. This is straight. The tissues surrounding the eyeball are quite intact. The optic nerve is unaffected. The injury is to the cornea itself.
Never mind all that, Doc. Will I ever see again?
I can't tell you, son. I believe that no one could. I'm sorry.
Thanks, Doc. Well, I guess that tells me. Thanks.
Don't ask me to tell you what Ken is, Miss Sheila. I can't say nothing. Ken made me promise.
Then forget the promise, Mac. Ken's hurt and afraid. Mostly afraid of pity. Well, we've got to make him see that it's not pity we have for him, but faith.
Well, but...
Right now is the turning point in Ken Morgan's life. If he cuts himself off from everything now, he's lost. And Mac, we can't let that guy be lost.
You're right. Okay, I'll take you to him. He's in a little cabin up in the hills.
Well, but first, Mac, tell me, can we get an exact model of Ken's plane made?
Betsy? Sure, I suppose so.
Then do it. I'll pay for it. I've got a plan, Mac. I've got a plan.
Who is it?
It's me, Chief.
Come in.
Hi, Chief.
I thought I told you I wanted to be alone up here. Can't you understand?
Mac only came up to bring me Ken.
Sheila. Nice keeping your mouth shut, Mac.
It's not Mac's fault, Ken. I made him bring me.
Well, you can make him take it right back. If you brought a carload of sympathy with you, you better take that back, too. If I need your help, I'll ask for it.
Swell. Swell, Ken. I only hope that goes both ways.
What are you talking about?
Well, you see, I really came up here to get your help.
My help?
Yes, Ken. You see, I've heard of a new kind of aileron that makes the plane maneuver a lot easier. But before I had one put on my ship, well, I thought maybe you'd tell me what you thought of it.
New aileron, huh? Well, I don't know.
Look, Ken, I brought a model of my plane along. Perfect in every detail, including those new ailerons. And you can tell by... Well, Ken, you've got more knowledge of planes in just your fingers than a dozen other flyers have in their whole bodies. Try it, Ken.
You say you got a plane model there?
Yes.
Well, let me see it. Give it to me. Thanks. Hey, it's a good-sized model. Low wing mount, retractable landing. What do you mean, new kind of ailerons? These are... Hey, wait a minute. What do you mean a model of your plane? This is Betsy. This is my plane.
Of course it is, Ken. It is, Betsy. Perfect and exact. And you know why it's here? I'll tell you. So that you can finish your job. You say that blind flying device of yours isn't perfect yet. Well, it's going to be.
Yeah, she's got a swell idea, Ken.
Look, you know what changes you need to make in that equipment. Make them here on that model. Mac can carry them out on the plane herself down at the shop. Why not?
But how can I? Well, there are instruments to read.
Read them by touch. Take the glass off the front and have raised dials so you can see them with your fingers. You can do it, Ken. I know you can.
I wonder.
Ken, the thing you're doing is too important to you and to aviation. You can't stop now. Finish the job.
I will, Sheila. But wait. There's one thing we're all forgetting. Money. It would take plenty.
I thought of that, too. You're going to earn it.
Oh, me? How?
By turning author. Who knows more about aerodynamics than Ken Morgan? Nobody. So what's to stop you writing articles for magazines?
Hey, Chief, that's a swell idea.
Of course it is. Well, how about it, Mr. Morgan? Is it a go?
It's a go. Hey, there's just one thing I don't get.
What?
Well, why should you be doing all this for me?
I don't know. Maybe it's just because I really learned to care.
To, care?
Yeah. About the future of aviation.
And so ends the first act of tonight's performance in the Silver Theater. Before the second act starts, a very important member of our Silver Theater is going to carry on where Shakespeare left off when he said, "What's in a name?" John Conte.
Those of you who follow the fashions pretty closely know that the names of certain designers stand for smartness and originality. In fact, the very best in style and workmanship. Well, the same thing holds true in the creation of silver. Certain names represent the best in silversmithing. Take 1847 Rogers Brothers, for example. For more than 90 years, the name 1847 Rogers Brothers has stood for the highest ideals of beauty and design and craftsmanship. And now, with their latest and loveliest pattern, First Love, 1847 Rogers Brothers adds still greater luster to that famous name. For First Love is real news in silver plate. Its flower-like ornament is more deeply etched, more richly raised than ever before, in a perfection of craftsmanship found formerly only in sterling silver. And this finest in silver plate costs far less than you think. A service for 6 in the glamorous First Love pattern, 32 pieces, costs only $32.50. Go to your silverware dealer tomorrow and ask to see sets of First Love. Find out about the convenient payment terms while you're there. You'll be surprised to learn how easily you can own the finest silver plate this country has ever seen. 1847 Rogers Brothers.
And now the concluding act of Wings in the Dark. 3 months have passed, during which Ken Morgan has worked feverishly on his automatic flying device. And Sheila has become more reckless than ever in her stunt flying. As the curtain rises, Sheila is arriving at Ken's cabin in the hills.
Hello, Mac.
Hello, Miss Sheila. I've been waiting outside to see you before Ken does. It's bad news.
Bad news?
Yes'm. Another story rejected.
Ken doesn't know.
Oh, sure enough. I got it out of the mailbox and kept it myself, same as usual. Here he is. Ah, gosh.
Don't worry, Mac. It just happens I got another check today. That county fair job, $200.
Oh, now look, Miss Sheila, you've done enough already. After all...
He'll finish that automatic pilot, mustn't he? Parts and instruments cost money. Well, he's going to have it. Come on. And remember, not a word. Ken? Oh, hello, Ken.
Hello, Sheila. I was afraid you weren't coming today.
I was delayed a little on business. How's the invention of the age coming?
Oh, you can laugh, but about one more week I'll be able to get in Betsy and Flyer myself.
Yeah, over my dead body.
Oh, Mac, hey, was there any mail down at the box?
Was there mail, and what mail, Mr. Morgan?
Sheila, they didn't buy another story.
Mister, somebody must have told you.
Oh, great. You know, I was just wondering where the money for those new instruments was coming from. How much did they pay for this one?
$200.
Yeah.
200. Boy, we're in the money. Hey, Sheila, give me the check, will you? I want to hold it in my hands.
Sure, Ken. Here it is.
Gosh. Oh, Sheila, I don't know how to thank you.
Thank me, Ken?
Yeah, for giving me the idea of writing that stuff. Funny, I never thought it was much good. Well, I guess a guy can't tell about what he writes.
I guess not.
Hey, Mac.
Yeah, Chief?
Beat it.
Huh? Oh, okay.
Sheila, come over here to the window, will you? I want to show you something.
All right, Ken.
Look, ever see anything that could touch that out there? The daffodils growing on the hill? The lake with the willow trees along the shore silhouetted against the sky?
Ken, you can't.
No, it's not what you think, Sheila. I've had Mac standing here just at sundown for the last 3 nights telling me everything he saw. So I could, well, see it just once with you.
Oh, Ken.
Say, I'm an awful dope, you know it. When I had a chance to take a good look at you, I didn't do it.
Ken.
Come closer, Sheila. Hey, your hair. It's soft and fragrant. Gold color, isn't it?
Corn yellow, my dad used to call it.
Sheila.
Oh, Ken.
Don't give me that, Mac. I'm going to see
Nick.
her. Hey, Sheila, I had a hunch I'd find you here. Hi, Ken. Hey, listen, Sheila, if I got news, and sister, I mean news.
I'm sorry, boss. I tried to stop him.
Oh, that's all right, Mac, old boy. Hey, listen, Sheila. I got the Hexo Oil Company all set to pay you 25,000 smackers for a single non-stop flight, and they finished the plane.
$25,000? Where do I fly? From pole to pole?
No, ma'am, you do not. You fly from Moscow to New York.
Moscow. Ken, isn't that wonderful?
No, it isn't. That's a jump of nearly 6,000 miles. It's too far and too dangerous.
Oh, so it's dangerous. What do you think she's been doing around these county fairs, playing tiddlywinks?
Oh, Sheila's been stunt flying for a long time.
Not like this she hasn't. She's gone bats the last couple of months. Double outside loops, spins that she don't come out up till that crate of hers is nearly on the ground. And all for what? So she'll get maybe 200 on a job instead of 150.
Nick.
Now look here, Sheila, use your head. This Moscow flight is a chance to clean up for both of us.
Shut up, Nick. Sheila's not going.
Hey, what right have you got to interfere in her business?
Nick.
Besides, she needs the dough.
Not anymore, she doesn't.
What?
I'm giving Sheila a third interest in my blind flying device.
Ken.
So what? I suppose I should cheer. Hey, Morgan, everybody in aviation knows that idea of yours is crackpot. And even if it wasn't, you can't finish the thing. You're broke.
Oh, broke, am I? Broke? Take a look at this check.
Ken, no.
Here it is. Look at that. Broke, huh?
Well, just be sure that you have Sheila endorse that before you try to cash it.
Nick.
Have Sheila endorse. Oh, I get it. Now, will you please go now? You too, Mac. I want to talk to Sheila.
Come on, you.
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
Ken, before you say anything, please, you've got to understand.
I do understand. All of those checks, they were yours. Not one of those stories was sold. That's true, isn't it?
Oh, Ken.
Answer me!
And suppose it is. All that I cared about was seeing you find yourself again. This is a bigger thing than pride, Ken.
Pity. That's what it's been from the first. Everything you've done...
Will you shut up? Don't you know the real reason for anything and everything I did? I love you, you crazy, stubborn fool. I love you.
Chief, for the lover, what did you say to her?
Why?
Well, she just came out crying and went off with Nick. And I heard her tell him she was going to make that Moscow flight.
Of Sheila Mason's dramatic adventure. At last report, she was 100 miles off Halifax, fighting headwinds but making satisfactory progress. We continue now with our regular program.
Halifax. You hear that? The worst of it's over. Now you go get some sleep, Ken. You've been sitting there for 10 hours, and that long drive in from the cabin, you're worn out. Go on. I'll wake you up when there's news.
No, save your breath, Mac. I'm staying here till she lands.
In Portland, Maine, Sheila Sheila Mason has been out of communication with any radio station for more than an hour. Also, she's heading toward a heavy fog bank, now moving in off the Atlantic, which is bringing visibility down almost to zero. At last reports, her gas supply was running low and...
Why turn it off? Come on, we're going down to the field.
But, Ken...
You heard me. My fault she's up there and... Well, I want to be at the field. Come on.
Okay. Here's the field. You better take my arm.
Yes, Mac, but get going.
Hello, Ken. Hi, Mac. Oh, what a night.
Nick, what's the news?
News? You mean you don't know? Sheila's here.
Here?
Yeah, up there somewhere in the fog.
Oh.
She can't find her way into the field.
Well, how about a guess?
Well, it's nearly gone. 10 minutes ago, she said that...
Mac, what? The hangar. Take me there.
What? Why, you...
I'm going up in Betsy and lead Sheila in.
Chief, you can't.
Because I'm blind, eh? Well, who isn't tonight? But I've got something no one else has. A plane that'll fly without eyes. Now, come on, I'm going up for Sheila.
No, Ken, she's not warm enough. That motor's...
I said I'm ready. Pull out those wheel blocks.
Ken, wait a minute. This is crazy. Think what you're doing. Let me go with you.
Nobody's going with me this time. You keep on that transmitter and lead us in and don't stop talking.
Okay, boss.
And remember this, if I do get Sheila on the ground, keep her there, no matter what happens to me, you understand?
What do you mean, what happens to you?
Never mind. Pull out those wheel blocks.
Okay. Good luck, Chief.
Ken Morgan. This is the field dispatcher calling Ken Morgan out on the field. Don't take off. The inspector forbids it. Calling Morgan. Don't take off.
Morgan calling the field. I have taken off. Got to find Sheila Mason. Mac will be there in a minute. Let him take over to guide me in when I'm ready. Now I'm switching off to talk to Sheila.
Okay, you're crazy, but go ahead. Good luck, fella.
Sheila. Hello, Sheila. Come in. This is Ken calling. This is Ken calling Sheila. Sheila, can you hear me?
Hello. Ken. Ken. Yes, this is Sheila. Where are you?
In Betsy, 1,000 feet over Roosevelt Field.
Ken, you're not alone.
No, I'm not alone. I've got a dream with me.
The automatic pilot. It's working?
I just told you, like a dream. How much gas have you got?
I don't know. 10 minutes? Maybe less.
Climb above the fog and look for me.
Right. Now. I can see you now.
How far away am I?
About a quarter mile.
Good. Pull up alongside.
Right.
How are you?
I was tired. Dead tired. But not now. Okay. I'm alongside.
Swell. Stay there. We'll go down in a minute. But first I've got to tell you something.
Yes?
I love you, Sheila.
Oh, Ken. Ken, you can pick the craziest times and places to save me. I love you, too. I always have.
But it's goodbye now, Sheila.
Goodbye?
Listen carefully. I'm taking you down. Follow me. But remember this. Whatever I do, I want you to stay on the ground once you're there.
What are you talking about?
I'm coming up again, Sheila. Coming up and flying on.
Flying on? Where?
That doesn't matter. You've got to be free, Sheila. You've a right to be. And believe me, this is the best way out.
Ken, you can't. I love you.
Goodbye, darling. I'm cutting my radio. I have to switch over and pick up Mac. He's going to guide us in. Follow me down and keep close.
Ken, listen to...
Hello? Hello, Mac. Mac! Morgan, calling McDonald. Come in.
Okay, Ken. Here I am. Bring her down, boy.
Mac, keep talking. I'll follow your voice in. But keep talking. Count. Anything.
Right, Chief. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8... Keep her coming. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the boy. 1, 2, 3, 4,
He's done it.
5.
He's done it. Look, he's coming down. And Sheila right behind him.
If the automatic pilot just works. It's got to. 1, 2, 3.
He's down. He's okay. Now if only Sheila. Easy, Sheila. Easy. Yeah, she made it. They're both.
Hey, something's happened. Ken's going up again.
What's Sheila doing? She's going to... Hey, Sheila, look out!
Come on!
Back there! Stand back! Hey, Sheila! Get him out! Sheila, you're all right. Why did you crash into him?
I had to, Nick. I had to stop Ken. He was going up again to fly onto... Oh, Matt, get him out of there.
Let me through. Now, easy. Boss, you all right?
Ken! Oh, my darling.
Why didn't you let me do it, Sheila? Why didn't you?
Because you're mine. Because I love you and need you. Can't you see that, Ken?
Yes. Yes, I think so, dear.
Ken, you're hurt.
No, it's my head. It's flashing with lights.
It must have been the cracker.
Flashing? There are flashes of light. Camera flashlights. Ken, you can see them.
Yes. Sheila, I can see them. I can see them!
In just a moment, Cary Grant and Phyllis Brooks will be back for a curtain speech. But first, here's another friend of yours with a really amazing offer. John Conte.
One of the beautiful things so many women long for most frequently is lovely, gleaming silverware. A few minutes ago, we told you about one kind of silverware, 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate. Now we'd like to tell you about the other kind, solid silver by International Sterling. International Sterling silver is fashioned by master craftsmen. And in all the world, I think you'll find no more radiant example of their skill and artistry than the stunning pattern Enchantress. The richness of that soft, lustrous finish, the simplicity of that mirror-clear center panel with the delicate carving at either side combine to make Enchantress truly breathtaking. Right now at your silverware dealers, International Sterling is making a special offer to introduce you to Enchantress. A solid silver spoon that sells regularly for $3.25 is yours for only $1. And remember, this is sterling silver, solid silver through and through. When you get your spoon tomorrow, be sure to look at complete sets of Enchantress. And then learn from your silverware dealer about the budget payment plan whereby you, too, can make a dream come true and own the best in silverware, International Sterling Silver. And now to Conrad Nagel, who has brought Cary Grant and Phyllis Brooks out before our silver curtain.
Well, first, may we congratulate both you, Cary, and Miss Brooks on your splendid performances. You know, I read a few stories and heard a few rumors, Phyllis, that you and Cary are contemplating a little aisle walking or matrimonial plunge.
But that, Conrad, is according to the newspapers.
Oh, yes, and the rumors.
Yes, but if you were contemplating anything like that, now's the time. You're both free as air. You both just finished new pictures, so...
But, Conrad, it's still according to the newspapers.
And the rumors.
Yeah, well, now, wait a minute. My point is, if the rumors were true, you'd have to furnish a house, wouldn't you?
That's right, if.
And furnishing a house means silverware.
You mean like First Love?
Or Enchantress?
Yes, so...
I'll tell you, Conrad. We'll check up, and if the newspapers...
And the rumors, Phyllis.
Yes, and if the rumors have anything to them, we're customers, right, Grant?
Right, Brooks.
Right, and good night, Cary Grant, and good night, Phyllis Brooks. Thank you.
Next week at the same time, the Silver Theater will star Rosalind Russell and James Stewart in the first episode of a thrilling two-part drama directed by Conrad Nagel with original music scored and conducted by Felix Mills. And in the meantime, if you want solid silver, you want International Sterling. If you want silver plate, you want 1847 Rogers Brothers, both proudly created by International Silver Company. Wings in the Dark by Nell Shipman was adapted by permission of Paramount Pictures. Cary Grant will soon be seen in the RKO picture Gunga Din with Douglas Fairbanks Jr., Victor McLachlan, and Joan Fontaine. Phyllis Brooks can be seen in the 20th Century Fox picture Great Place and Show. John Conte speaking. This is Columbia Broadcasting System.
You are listening to Chesterton Radio at chestertonradio.com.
International Silver Company presents The Silver Theater, starring Ida Lupino and Conrad Nagel in Challenge for Three. Brought to you in behalf of two of the greatest names in silverware, International Sterling, world-famous solid silver, and 1847 Rogers Brothers, America's finest silver plate.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Conrad Nagel, welcoming you to the 13th of the new series of Silver Theater dramatic productions. Among the many great stars you'll hear in future weeks are Leslie Howard, Rita Johnson, Myrna Loy, James Stewart, and Andrea Leeds. Today, we're proud to present lovely Ida Lupino in the Red Book magazine story Challenge for Three by David Garth, adapted for our Silver Theater by True Boardman. Now, as for me, I'm going to do something I've wanted to do ever since I was first named director of Silver Theater. It's my privilege to appear opposite Miss Lupino in today's play. John Conde, will you raise the curtain for us?
Of course, Conrad. And now the lights are being dimmed and the silver curtain is rising on the first act of Challenge for Three, starring Ida Lupino as Elaine Carsden and Conrad Nagel as Jack Pemberton, with William Farnham as Nathaniel Carsden. A huge transatlantic liner has just docked at her pier in New York's Hudson River. And now down the gangplank of first, second, and third class, there comes a throng of passengers, some of them foreigners, eager for their first steps on the soil of a new land, others American citizens, travel-weary and more than glad to be in their own homeland again. But one and all, they're part of that gaiety and confusion that make a liner's arrival a truly exciting event.
All passengers find their baggage, please. Stay with it till it has been checked by customs inspectors. What's the name, miss?
Carsden. Yes, I know, thank you. My things will be in C Division. I've been through all this once or twice before. In fact,
Hello, Elaine.
Jack! Don't tell me you're chairman of the official Let's Go Down and Greet Elaine when she arrives committee.
Chairman and all the members. I headed the reporters and everyone else off by spreading word you'd missed the boat when it left Cherbourg.
Considerate of you. But where's Two Gun? He's all right, isn't he?
Say, that grandfather of yours will be all right when we're old and gray. But he preferred to welcome his far-roving granddaughter at home.
Well, and what about you? Aren't you going to kiss me?
Aren't I what?
Going to kiss me. Or isn't that being done this year by a dignified college professor?
Well, I seem to remember no line about this is so sudden, but far be it from me to use it. Lady, you may consider yourself about to be kissed and welcomed.
I'm considering. I would say I had been kissed, and rather well, too, Mr. Pemberton. Maybe I've been wrong about you.
It's just a possibility.
Pardon me, miss, but are you Miss Carsden?
Yes.
The customs officer is waiting to inspect your baggage.
Oh, yes, that boring business. Come on, Jack.
All right.
Well, Inspector, are you satisfied? You've practically torn my luggage to shreds. You're not very gentle matron to search me personally, and still...
And still we haven't found it, I know.
Well, found what? Why was it necessary to subject Miss Carsden to all this inconvenience, Inspector?
Why? Because Miss Carsden bought the Yuan Jade medallion at the DeLacy Galleries in Paris, that's why.
I, Inspector? Are you sure?
Perfectly, miss. And I'm also sure that you haven't mentioned it here on your declaration.
You couldn't be mistaken about the whole matter, Inspector.
Well, I could be, but I don't think I am, Miss Carsden. I wasn't mistaken last year when you tried to bring in that black opal. As I remember, you paid quite a fine for that oversight of yours.
Oh, did I? I don't recall.
Well, the next time you're caught, it won't be a matter of a fine, even if your grandfather is Nathaniel Carsden.
Are you through now, Inspector? May I take my bag?
Yes, you may, but remember this. It's bad business to fool with the Customs Department.
Well, that's just a matter of opinion, Inspector. Shall we go, Jack?
All right. The car's right out here, Elaine. See, what was that inspector trying to...
Miss Carsden.
Yes?
Very clever. My compliments.
Who are you?
I'm Charles Norroy. We were fellow passengers, don't you remember?
Elaine, is this man a friend of yours?
No.
It's not a bad idea, Miss Carsden. We could be of use to each other. I've never seen a smoother job.
What are you talking about? Wait a minute, Elaine. I'll call an officer.
No, never mind, Jack. Let's just go on.
All right, Miss Carson. But you'll be hearing from me. You can count on that.
Yes, but Elaine, I still can't understand.
Don't do it.
Well, don't do what?
Ask any questions. I mean about all that back at the pier. Because I'd either lie to you or tell you the truth. And in either case, you wouldn't approve.
But that man Nora, he...
Jack. Jack, if I had asked you to, would you have socked him in the jaw?
What?
No. No, of course you wouldn't. You'd have been content to call a policeman or something and say, Officer, this man is annoying this lady. Oh, if you were only to sock him in the jaw first and then ask questions afterwards type. But you're just not. Of course, I suppose one can't expect too much of a college professor with 5 degrees after his name. Or is it 6? Let's see now. A.B., M.A., LL.D., Ph.D., D.T.
Never mind my degrees. And as for my not socking your friend in the jaw, of course I understand your disappointment. It would have made another headline just to sort of round off the trip. Copper Heiress tries to swim to Europe. Copper Heiress snubs dictator. Copper Heiress kisses ambassador. And now Copper Heiress's arrival home starts riot. Yes, it would have sort of completed the cycle.
Does it matter to you, Jack Pemberton, that I despise you?
Encourages me.
What would that mean?
Just that you're getting closer to being in love with me. Elementary psychology. Your first step, girl despises man. Next step, girl hates man. Next step, girl loves man.
Loves you? Well, isn't that wonderful? For your information, Professor Jack Pemberton, if and when I ever do fall in love with a man, no, it won't be with someone who calls cops to help a damsel in distress. The man Elaine Carsden marries is going to be a knight in shining armor.
Funny, I always thought they went out with a horse. Somewhat before, in fact. Well, seriously, Elaine, I want to...
Seriously, I'm very anxious to see Two Gun. Do you mind getting me to him?
A pleasure, Miss Carsden, a pleasure.
Oh, Miss Elaine, welcome home.
Hello, Gerald. Where's my grandfather?
In his room, Miss. He...
Two Gun! Hey!
Oh, no, Miss Elaine, please.
All right, Gerald, if I know Mr. Carsden. You say?
Two Gun!
Oh, but Miss Elaine, you don't understand.
Two Gun, you old... Well, what are you doing in bed? What's the matter with you?
A bunch of crazy doctors. That's all that's the matter with me. Come here. Kiss me.
Oh, Two Gun. Darling, are you sure you're all right?
Well, of course I'm all right. Tell us who, Jack.
Oh, I've done that already.
How's the trip?
Oh,
Don't answer. You haven't made a move since you left that everybody in America hasn't read about in the papers. Young woman, the name of Carsden is supposed to stand for something in this man's country. You're doing your best to make it a laughingstock. Copper heiress, scrubs, dictator, humbug.
The word was snubs, Two Gun, and he had it coming to him. Besides, a girl has to do something for excitement, doesn't she? From what you tell me, grandmother was no shrinking violet. When she was my age, she'd shot 3 Indians, one of them a chief.
When she was your age, she was married, had 4 children.
Uh-oh, now you've got me. Well, let's drop the subject. Jack was just
telling me... No, we won't drop
me...
the subject. I'm tired of these escapades of yours. Yes, and I know one way to end them. Beginning today, your allowance stops, and it doesn't start again till you prove that you can behave yourself.
Oh, Two Gun, that's a blow. Well, I guess we'll just have to start living off the swag.
Swag? What's she talking about, Jack? Have you any idea?
You got me.
The proceeds of our adventures in crime, Two Gun. You see, there was a certain jade medallion in Paris, and I bought it. But I didn't feel like paying duty on it. That is, not until I got ready. So with the help of my buddy... Well, between us, we pulled rather a fast one on Uncle Sam's customs offices.
Elaine, are you trying to say that the inspector was right, that you did smuggle in that medallion?
It was only half right, Professor. I brought it over on the boat. But it was you who smuggled it through customs.
Jack.
You're crazy.
Am I? Try looking in your left-hand pocket.
Well, Hey.
You see, Two Gun, the medallion. That just shows you how wrong you can be about people. Professor Jack Pemberton, pillar of the law and of education. To think that you should stoop so low.
Yes, now I understand the sudden demonstration of affection. Jack, aren't you going to kiss me?
It was as easy as that, Two Gun. While Jack was kissing me, I just deposited the medallion safely in his pocket
Never mind
and...
the details. What in tarnation do you mean by breaking the law?
Oh, it's just a gag, Two Gun. I don't care about the money. You've got too much anyway. But it's such a thrill to try to get something past those eagle-eyed inspectors. Especially when they know you have it.
Well, it's a thrill you'll do without. I won't have a Carsden turning criminal.
Criminal nothing. I always pay the duty afterwards and the fine, too. But trying to get something through is such a swell gamble. Why should you have a monopoly on all the gambling blood in the family? Say, have you forgotten the time you bet half the Carsden mine on a pair of sevens? Where would you be now if you'd lost?
Better off. My granddaughter wouldn't be rich enough to make a continual fool of herself. In fact...
Two-gun.
Is something wrong, Mr. Carsden?
Yes, there's something wrong, and I'm going to fix it.
Well, darling, can I...
You can stay out of this. Jack, when you stopped practicing law to start that history teaching business, that didn't stop you from being a lawyer, did it?
No, sir.
Good. Elaine, get out of here.
But two-gun...
Don't two-gun me. Do as you're told.
Yes, but... Yes, sir.
Now, Jack, don't just stand there. Get on the phone, get notary publics, get witnesses, get everything you need to make this legal.
Well, what are you going to do, sir?
I'm going to teach this harebrained granddaughter of mine what it means to be a Carsden. Money! Yeah, that's what's wrong with her. She's never known what it meant to be without it. Well, I'll fix that, and right now.
Yes, but Mr. Carsden, if it's only a matter of cutting her allowance...
Allowance? Cutting that allowance is just the start of it. I'm going to change my will.
Before we bring you the second act of Challenge for Three, may I say just a few words about this Christmas day to which we've all looked forward so eagerly. The day itself is more than half gone, I know. But the happiness and serenity it brought you, the personal joy and delight which you experienced as you opened each gay Christmas package, these, I hope, will remain with you for days to come. We know that Christmas for many of you was made specially thrilling by the gift of beautiful silverware. And whether you received the gleaming loveliness of America's finest silver plate, 1847 Rogers Brothers, or the enduring beauty of solid silver by International Sterling, you can be proud of that gift of silver all your days. For 1847 Rogers Brothers is silver plate created by a distinguished house of more than 90 years' supremacy in silver plate design and craftsmanship. International Sterling silver is solid silver through and through. Silver of imperishable beauty, created by master craftsmen whose predecessors wrought spoons of solid silver over a century ago. If we of the Silver Theater have had any part, however small, in making it possible for you to have this lasting silver loveliness, we are indeed proud. For fine silverware is truly the gift of gifts for Christmas. Whether you choose solid silver by International Sterling or silver plate by 1847 Rogers Brothers. Several weeks have passed. Jack has gone back to his history teaching at Benedictine College. Old Nathaniel Carsden has apparently nearly recovered from his illness, while Elaine has gone about the business of being Elaine Carsden, a somewhat more difficult task since Two-Gun has made good his threat to cut off her allowance. But his granddaughter has found other ways to keep going at her usual pace, ways that are known, she believes, only to herself. But as a matter of fact, in an expensive apartment in the upper 70s. What's behind it all, I don't know. But I've had some of the boys watching her from the day that boat landed, Joe. And Elaine Carsden has been slowly selling everything she owns. Fur coats, bracelets, rings, even her car the other day.
You know, it don't add up. A grandfather with $20 million and she sells her stuff. Why?
There's no concern of ours. The one thing we do care about is that yesterday she unloaded the Yuan medallion. Look.
You got it.
From the dealer she sold it to. Little guy down on 6th Avenue. Didn't know what he bought. It cost me a third what the girl paid for it in Paris.
Well, I knew you'd get it, Noroi. Well, that means the whole business is washed up.
Is it, Joe? I wonder.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Ever hear of the Allardyce necklace?
Well, who hasn't? It's in England. And so hot any customs inspector would spot it 7 miles out.
Maybe not. Not if the right person tried to bring it in.
Huh? Say, what is all this?
Do you know who pulled the smoothest smuggling job I've ever seen? An amateur named Elaine Carsden with this little piece of jade. Well, why couldn't she pull just as smooth a job with the Allardyce necklace? That is, if she had the right incentive.
Oh. And all we got to do is to ask her, and she'll go running over to London and bring it back for us, huh? You're crazy.
Am I? We'll see. Elaine Carsden left 3 hours ago for Brenton, Connecticut. That's where this fellow Pemberton teaches in college.
Pemberton? Oh, he's the one who helped her pull the medallion job.
Yeah, exactly. Well, she's gone up there to see him, but she's due back in town tonight. Have one of our boys on hand to meet her at the station when she arrives.
Yes? And then what?
Then? Just bring it to me. Unless I'm wrong about a number of things, from then on, it should be easy.
I seem too insistent. But if it's true that you are Professor Pemberton's secretary, will you please tell him that I want to see him?
He's busy. Teaching a class. Can't be disturbed.
My dear young woman,
I said Professor Pemberton's busy. And he doesn't want to see you even if he ain't. Isn't.
Oh, he don't, doesn't he? And who says so, may I ask?
I do, Miss Elaine Carsden.
And who are you? And how do you know who I am? I think I've had enough of this. Professor Pemberton's classroom is in there, isn't it?
You keep out of there.
If I were you, I wouldn't try to stop me.
Hey, now, you... Quiet.
And this is to be remembered, class. The one individual who has exerted the greatest influence on modern history, both here and abroad, is undoubtedly Elaine. I didn't see you come in. That is, class is dismissed.
Jack, I'm awfully sorry to disturb your class, but I've been waiting there in your office for 2 hours.
I told her, Jack. Professor, I told her you were busy.
Look, Connie, if I'm ever not busy, it's when Miss Carsden wants to see me. Please remember that.
Oh. Okay. I mean, very well, sir.
Well, maybe I'm wrong. Is she your secretary or your watchdog?
You mean you don't recognize her?
Recognize her?
Yeah, about a year ago, a girl named Elaine Carsden went on a slumming party to night court. There was a burlesque dancer on trial, couldn't pay her fine. A copper heiress to the rescue. And then with that unfailing sense of humor of yours, you sent the girl up here to me to get her away from some racketeers who were after something equally melodramatic.
You mean that this
Exactly. The Sherry Duval that was has become the Constance Dawson that is. From burlesque queen to secretary in 6 not-so-easy lessons. Not so easy for me, that is.
Jack, I can't believe it. It was all just a gag. I never dreamed you'd let the girl stay up here.
No, neither did I. That was her idea. A very determined young woman, Miss Constance Dawson.
And that explains everything, why she didn't want to let me see you. Jack, this is wonderful. The girl's in love with you.
Oh, nonsense. She's merely grateful because I helped her find a job. Oh, but never mind her. It's great to see you, Elaine. How's Two Gun?
Worlds better. In fact, I'm here as his official representative. What's all this about your being appointed to some international commission or other?
That's right. Yeah, I leave for Paris in 6 weeks.
Oh, that's pretty important for you, isn't it?
Well, just about the most important thing that ever happened to me. It's the first step to a diplomatic job.
I'm awfully glad for you, Jack. So's Two Gun. In fact, he wants to stage a celebration dinner for you at the Town House Saturday night. How about it? Do you think Connie will let you come?
Gee, I'd like to see her stop me. Oh, it isn't a costume party by any chance, is it?
Oh, no, of course not.
Oh, too bad. I was thinking of getting myself a suit of shining armor.
Oh.
Look, Elaine, this new job makes rather a difference about things.
Don't say any more, Jack.
I'm still not quite the type, that it?
Well, maybe that's it, or maybe we've known each other too long. Or maybe I'm just plain crazy. Probably some of all three.
I see. Well, no chance of a lady changing her mind inside of 6 weeks.
I'm afraid not. Goodbye, Jack.
Elaine? Well, I always thought a girl kissed a man just after she said she did love him, not after she said she didn't.
Funny, so did I. Well, I've got to run now. I just have time to make my train. We'll expect you Saturday night. Goodbye, Jack. Oh, and my loves to Connie.
Goodbye, Elaine.
Well, Professor, now that Miss Millions is gone, maybe you can start.
Yes. Speaking. New York City? Oh, put them on. Hello. Oh, hello, Gerald. No, she just left. What? Good Lord. I'll try to catch her at the station here. Yes, in any case, I'll be right down myself within 2 hours. Goodbye.
Hey, Jack, where you going?
But, Elaine, I've got to catch her.
But, Jack, you got more classes. 3 of them.
You take them, Connie.
Hello. I guess you're Mabel.
Well, you'd better try another guess, because I'm not Mabel.
Huh? Oh, excuse me, miss. You see, I was supposed to meet a girl who was coming in on this train. I guess she missed it or something.
That's very interesting. I'm so sorry for both of you, but I must...
Wait a minute. Wait, don't get me wrong. Say, I wasn't trying to be fresh or anything. You see, this Mabel...
I'm really terribly interested in Mabel, but it happens I have an appointment and
sure. Here, let me call you a taxi.
No, don't bother.
Hey, you over there, taxi.
Well, thank you. And I do hope you find Mabel.
Oh, I'll find her, all right. Driver, take this lady wherever she wants to go. She's a sort of friend of mine.
I get it. Sure. Hop in, lady.
Take me to the Waldorf, will you?
A Waldorf? Right.
Driver, you misunderstood me. I don't want to go uptown. I said the Waldorf.
Sorry, lady. My mistake.
Driver, you're still going in the wrong direction.
Oh, you must be wrong, lady.
Let me out of this cab or I'll...
You'll do nothing, but sit where you are, Miss Carsden.
Oh. So it's like that?
Yeah.
Guns and everything. I get the general idea. Ever hear of the kidnapping laws, mister?
I ain't worrying.
Well, where are you taking me? Or isn't the victim supposed to ask that question?
You'll find out, and soon enough.
Oh, Miss Carsden. Come in. We were expecting you. That'll do, Al.
Right, Chief.
Won't you sit down? Oh, pardon me. My associate, Mr. Turgott, Miss Elaine Carsden.
Howdy, miss.
Would you care for a drink?
Well, this is the most formal kidnapping I was ever invited to.
Oh, but it isn't a kidnapping.
Perhaps I'm wrong.
You are. Don't you remember me?
No, why should I?
We were fellow passengers coming back from Europe last month. If you recall, I spoke to you just as you came through the customs barrier.
Oh, I see. Well, would you mind coming to the point of all this?
I'll say we wouldn't. You're going to start working for us.
Joe, please.
Huh?
Leave this to me.
Oh, yeah.
Miss Carsden, it so happens that we have proof that you smuggled the Yuan medallion into this country. I myself and two of my friends can testify that we saw you do it.
Interesting. But as I recall, the customs officers have some strange ideas about that medallion, too. And somehow they couldn't find it. As a matter of fact, it isn't even in this country.
No? Then what would you call this?
Well, I was wrong. Someone else must have brought it in. You yourself, perhaps, Mr...
No, Roy. Yeah, but I didn't.
I'll say you didn't. You sold that medallion yesterday to a dealer on 6th Avenue. We got a record of the sale.
And?
And we thought perhaps you might like this medallion back, Miss Carsden, and you're welcome to it. On one very small condition.
Well?
You are, as I said before, the smoothest operator I've ever seen. Now, it so happens there's a certain necklace in England that Mr. Turgott and I would like to get into the States without its being discovered by customs.
The answer is no.
Oh, but I haven't explained
You've explained enough. I won't do it. I brought in the medallion, yes. That was to see if I could. It was fun for me. But I'm not going into the business.
No? Well, maybe we got other ideas. What's to stop us from turning that medallion over to customs and telling them how it got into this country?
Go ahead.
As I remember, you were fined for a similar offense once before, Miss Carsden. This would probably mean a jail sentence.
I don't care. Go ahead. Tell them. Tell them anything you want to. But I'm still not smuggling any necklaces from England.
All right. Well, it's apt to be a little rough on him, that's all.
On who? What are you talking...
That friend of yours, Jack Pemberton.
Now, wait a minute. Jack didn't have anything to do with this.
No. My witnesses and I think differently.
Yeah. And we can only testify to what we saw.
Listen, Mr. Norrie. You can't involve Jack Pemberton in this. He's been...
I know. He was just appointed to some government commission. And a smuggling charge might make a difference.
All right. How much?
How much?
Of course, you're not serious about my smuggling that necklace. You want money. How much?
Oh, you're wrong. I'm perfectly serious about the necklace job. But on the other hand, we don't want to be unreasonable. If your conscience is bothering you, we could probably forget the whole thing for just what our profit would be if you worked with us. Say, $50,000.
I haven't got that much.
No, but that grandfather of yours has.
But I can't ask him for it. You don't understand.
It's one thing or the other, Miss Carsden. That's just the way it is.
And if I do get the money from my grandfather, how do I know that that's the end of this?
You'll have the medallion, Miss Carsden. That will automatically end it. Well?
How long will you give me?
Suppose we say 24 hours.
I'll get it. Two Gun won't let me down.
What's that?
Miss Carsden was just saying that she'll get the money, Joe. And somehow I have an idea she will.
Oh, Miss Elaine.
Gerald, I have to see my grandfather right away.
Miss Elaine, don't you know?
No, what?
We've been trying to find you every place. Mr. Pemberton just...
Elaine, where have you been?
Jack, it's Two Gun.
Yes. Gerald phoned just after you left up there. It's his heart again.
Well, he's all right, isn't he?
No, Elaine, this time he's not all right. I talked with Dr. Parsons, and apparently all that's kept your grandfather alive this long was his determination to see you.
Oh, Jack, but I have to ask him for...
Yes?
Nothing that matters. Can I go right into him?
Of course.
Two Gun. Two-Gun. Jack, he's...
No, wait. Mr. Carsden.
Hey? Oh. Elaine. Got here, did you? About time.
Oh, Two-Gun. Darling, I didn't know...
Crying. No nonsense. When it's time, it's time. Guess I know that. Got something to tell you. Then I'm ready.
Don't talk, Two-Gun. You need your strength.
Shut up. Listen. My will, Elaine. I changed it. Jack, tell her.
Now, sir?
Now.
But, Two-Gun, I don't care about your will.
Shut up. Go on, Jack.
Well, your grandfather changed his will, Elaine, the day you came back from Europe. You're still principal heir to the Carsden estates, but you're not to receive them for 10 years. In the meantime, you'll have to live on an income of $100 a month. If you try to borrow ahead, you'll lose everything. I'm to administer the estate and see that the provisions of the will are carried out.
Well, what do you think of it?
It's up to you, Two-Gun.
Want you to know why. Crazy for men to leave things in the will and not tell why. Jack.
Yes, sir?
Get out of here.
All right, Two-Gun. And good night.
Good night, nothing. So long.
So long, sir.
Elaine.
Yes, Two-Gun.
10 years ought to do it. Make a real Carsden out of you. My fault. I loved you too much. Should have licked you. That's what this is. Kind of a licking. Get it?
Yes, I get it.
Pretty good name, Carsden, youngster. Want you to learn that. Think you can?
I know I can.
That's all. Better go on now.
But, Two-Gun...
Asleep. And alone. That's the way I want it. Go on.
All right. Good night, darling.
Good night. Elaine.
Yes, Two-Gun.
I'm betting on you. Remember that. I'm betting on you.
I'll remember.
Elaine.
Oh, Jack. Jack, it can't be this way. I should be in there with him.
No, this is the way he wants it, Elaine.
I'm betting on you. Remember that.
Oh, Two-Gun.
I'm betting on you.
Two-Gun. Jack, he's... Jack.
Be with us again next Sunday for the thrilling conclusion of Challenge for Three, when Ida Lupino as Elaine Carsden and Conrad Nagel as Jack Pemberton are forced to choose between the penalties of federal law and the vengeance of organized crime. There will be more original music scored and conducted by Felix Mills. And now, the sponsors of Silver Theater, our director, Conrad Nagel, the whole cast, and I hope sincerely that this has been a grand Christmas day for each and every one of you. That the packages under your Christmas tree brought you exactly what you wanted, and that the few remaining hours will be full of real Christmas joy and happiness. And remember, if you were given 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate this Christmas, you were given America's finest silver plate. If you received international sterling silver, you received world-famous solid silver, both proudly created by International Silver Company. All the characters and events in today's drama were purely fictional. Ida Lupino has just completed an important Columbia picture, which will be announced soon. John Conte speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
International Silver Company presents The Silver Theater, starring Ida Lupino and Conrad Nagel in Challenge for Three. Brought to you on behalf of two of the greatest names in silverware, International Sterling, world-famous solid silver, and 1847 Rogers Brothers, America's finest silver plate.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Conrad Nagel welcoming you to the 14th of the new series of Silver Theater Dramatic Productions. Next week, you'll hear Leslie Howard and Rita Johnson. And in future weeks, Myrna Lloyd, James Stewart, Andrea Leeds, and others. Today, we're proud to again present lovely Ida Lupino in the concluding episode of the Red Book magazine story Challenge for Three by David Garth, adapted for our Silver Theater by True Boardman. Again, it's my privilege to play Jack Pemberton opposite Miss Lupino's Elaine Carsden. John Conti, will you raise the curtain for us?
Of course, Conrad. And now lights are being dimmed, and the silver curtain is rising on today's concluding chapter of Challenge for Three. Several weeks have passed since the death of Nathaniel Carsden, pioneer copper magnate. And in the library of the Carsden home, Elaine, his granddaughter, sits, surrounded by relatives and trusted servants, listening as Jack Pemberton, young attorney and college professor, finishes reading old Nathaniel's will.
Keeper of the country estate, the sum of $3,000. To Arthur Gerald, my personal valet and butler, the sum of $10,000. And to any and all servants not herein mentioned who have served me for a period exceeding 6 months, the sum of $1,000 each. That's all perfectly clear to everyone?
Perfectly, Mr. Pemberton, perfectly. I'm sure that we all agree that dear Nathaniel provided handsomely, not only for those of us related to him by blood, but for those who have served him faithfully as well.
That's right, Mr. Pemberton. And I know I speak for all the servants when I say we're grateful.
Elaine, there's nothing you wish to question? I mean it's all perfectly satisfactory to you so far?
Of course, Jack, go ahead.
Right. All of the above bequests having been made,
Miss Elaine, forgive me, miss, but it's most urgent.
Yes, Gerald?
It's that Mr. Norroy again. I told him I couldn't disturb you now, but he said to tell you that he wouldn't come again. That you would know what that means, miss.
But All right, Gerald, ask him to wait. I'll see him when this is over.
Goodness.
Elaine, there's nothing wrong?
No, of course not. I'm so sorry, Jack. Please go ahead.
All right. All of the above bequests having been made, the remainder of my holdings are to be converted into cash and held in trust for my beloved granddaughter, Elaine Natalie Carsden. She is not, however, to inherit the bulk of said fund for 10 years from the day of my death, nor may she in any way borrow against said fund. And in the meantime, she shall receive only the sum of exactly $100 per month from my estate.
Why, Elaine, that's absurd. $100 a month.
Please, Aunt Elvia, let Mr. Pemberton finish. Go on, Jack.
Well, Elaine, perhaps you'd better read the rest of it yourself.
Why? All right, Jack. Furthermore, this provision has not been made without due and careful thought. It was the will of a higher power than ours that mine should be the duty of raising my granddaughter to womanhood. And I see now, as I make this my last testament, that I have partly failed in my duty. I failed in that I loved her so much, I never gave her a chance to achieve a true and deep understanding of life. Thus, this provision in my will, the only thing I can leave to Elaine that should, if she's a true Carsden, bring her the happiness I desire for her. And I'm betting on it. I want her to remember that. Well, that's all of it.
Well, I say it's absurd.
Now, Elvia.
Don't interrupt me. I say it's absurd. What is this 10-year nonsense, Mr. Pemberton? Nathaniel never mentioned it to me.
Well, that's quite understandable. He just decided on that clause a short time before his death, Miss Carsden.
I say Elaine should fight it, and all the rest of us should back her up.
Well, I won't. I won't contest a word of that will. I knew that Two Gun had put this in the will. He told me so. He also told me why. Now, would you mind going now, all of you?
Oh, now, Elaine, you're just upset and not thinking clearly. After all, there are times when I haven't exactly approved of your carryings on myself. Carrying all over the place, getting your name in the papers. But when it comes to letting $10 million sit in the bank while you live on $100 a month, well...
Now, please, Aunt Elvia, it's all right. You see, Two Gun was convinced that I wasn't a real Carsden. He thought this might make me one. Perhaps he was right. Anyway, I'm going to try and find out.
Well, all I can say is that you insist on being foolish and sentimental. I suppose it's your own funeral. Come, Marvin.
Yeah? Oh, yes, dear. I'm sorry, Elaine.
It's all right, Uncle Marvin. Goodbye.
Goodbye, dear.
Elaine,
Yes, Jack.
you were pretty swell about all this.
Was I?
I'm proud of you.
I'm glad.
Elaine, what's wrong? Why not tell me? These last few weeks, of course, I know you've been upset about Two Gun, but there's been more than that. Something I can't quite figure out. What is it, Elaine? You know I'd like to help you.
That commission or whatever it is, Jack, for the government. Leaves soon now, doesn't it? For Paris, I mean.
Yes, the end of the week, but
It's going to be so swell for you, I'm sure of it.
Elaine, why don't you answer my question?
Your pardon, Miss Elaine, but Mr. Norroy, you haven't forgotten.
No, of course not, Gerald. Jack, would you mind going along now? I have an appointment.
Norroy. I've heard that name before. Who is he?
You don't know him. Go on, Jack, please.
This fellow has something to do with whatever it is that's been upsetting you, hasn't he?
Now, please, Jack, you've got to keep out of this. Take my word
But,
for
Elaine,
it.
I...
You're executor of the Carsden estate, but you're not running my personal affairs, and I want to see Mr. Norroy alone.
All right. Of course. Goodbye, Elaine.
Goodbye, Jack. Gerald, tell the gentleman I'll see him now. Come in.
Thank you. Well, I'm glad you finally decided to see me, Miss Carsden.
Didn't leave me very much choice. Well?
Well, first of all, about your grandfather, naturally,
Look, would you be good enough to leave Mr. Carsden out of this?
Oh, I'm sorry. I only wanted you to understand that even in my business we have sensibilities. We were more than willing to drop the matter of the medallion for a while
Until now. Yes, I understand. And now you've come to remind me that you can prove I smuggled the yuan medallion into this country. And that to keep you from telling the Customs Department about it, I must either help you smuggle the Allardyce necklace in from England or pay you $50,000.
Well, you seem to have all the facts pretty well marshaled. It's good of you to make it so easy for me.
I'll make it still easier. I'm not going to do either one, Mr. Norroy.
Oh, I see. Well, it's too bad.
What you really want from me is money. Well, it so happens I haven't any. $100 a month for 10 years. That's my entire income, according to the terms of my grandfather's will. And I can't borrow against the estate in advance.
Really? Well, it would seem now that you no longer have an alternative.
If you mean by that I'm going to work with you and your friend Mr. Turgott, help you to smuggle in that necklace, you're wrong.
That's exactly what I mean.
Well, I'm not. I smuggled things into this country, yes. That yuan medallion, for instance. But I did it for fun to see if I could get away with it.
Really? Well, my witnesses don't look at it that way. They think that what they saw was the working out of a definite plan. A plan between you and your friend Jack Pemberton.
You know that's not true.
No? Heiress returns from Europe. Young college professor meets her on dock before she's undergone customs inspection. She slips valuable medallion into his pocket. And he doesn't know? I'm afraid it makes me laugh, Miss Carsden. Just as it would make a jury laugh.
Yes, but don't you see, if you involve Jack in this,
They'd probably ask him to resign from that international commission he's been appointed to. I know. That would be unfortunate.
Mr. Norroy, please. Find someone else to help you on this necklace job. I can't do it. For a lot of reasons I wouldn't expect you to understand. Please.
I'm sorry, Miss Carsden. I'd like to be agreeable, but there's no one else we could find with either your intelligence or your social connections. And in a case like this, both are invaluable. I'll run along now, but about 4 tomorrow afternoon, I'll be calling on the Chief Customs Inspector with an interesting story about the yuan medallion. That is, unless, in the meantime, you make up your mind to stop me. Goodbye, Miss Carsden. I hope it isn't too long before I see you again. You know where to reach me.
Well, Grandfather, you seem to have managed to leave a girl pretty much on the spot. So you were betting on me. That's swell. That's wonderful.
Elaine.
Jack, you didn't go.
With that fellow here and you feeling about him as I know you do, of course I didn't go. Elaine, will you listen to me?
Jack, don't ask me any questions, but do you really want to help me?
Do you have to ask that?
Is your car here?
Of course, outside.
Let's get in it and ride. I don't care where. It's just that I've got to think something through. Now, remember Two Gun said once he could always think at least twice as clear with the wind in his face. So I'm going to find out if he was right.
Mind if we stop here a moment?
What? Oh, no, of course not.
You know, I've always been pretty sold on this view from up here. Especially this time of year.
Mm-hmm, it's lovely.
Well? How about it? Was Two Gun right? Is whatever it was all cleared up now?
Oh, I don't know, Jack.
Because if it isn't, I think I know a pretty good solution.
Do you?
Elaine, darling, I know it's pretty soon to speak of this, but somehow I don't think Two Gun would mind, and Well, as I told you once before, this commission appointment of mine rather makes a difference. I do wish you'd marry me and come to Paris with me, Elaine. Well, you need more wind in your face to think of an answer to that one?
Oh, Jack, I don't know. Haven't been thinking about us somehow.
Of course, I haven't forgotten what you said about wanting the man you marry to be a knight in shining armor, but... Well, I had an idea that maybe my turning diplomat might make me eligible.
Maybe it will later on. You know, you've been the Rock of Gibraltar these last few weeks.
But not now, eh?
Not now?
Now when there's something really worrying you. You won't let me help.
Well, it's just that there's nothing you can do, Jack.
I could do a swell job of trying.
But, well, look. Do you remember what Two Guns said about wanting me to be a real Carsden?
Yes.
Well, a real Carsden, what he meant by one, couldn't become a criminal, could she? I mean, just go out and intentionally break the law.
Of course not.
But on the other hand, that same real Carsden wouldn't mess up somebody else's life. Somebody that was fond of them. In love with them even, would she?
No, I don't suppose she'd do that either.
So you see, that's it. That's why you can't help, Jack.
Elaine, please, will you stop talking in circles and tell me what this is all about? What does that fellow Norroy to do with it? Why is it a case of honesty against loyalty? Loyalty to whom?
That's it, Jack. Honesty against loyalty. That's what I have to decide. And I think I have decided.
Elaine.
You can start that now. I think I know what I'm going to do. It still comes a long ways from being Two Guns' idea of a Carsden. I'll bet if he'd ever been on the same kind of a spot, he'd have made the same decision. Anyway, Two Guns, I hope I'm right.
Before we bring you the concluding act of Challenge for Three, starring Ida Lupino and Conrad Nagel, may I suggest an easy way for many of you to turn a Christmas gift into a New Year's resolution. A week ago, many of you I know became proud owners of your first sterling silver. You received International Sterling's stunning Me to You set. And having seen with your own eyes the rich, lustrous beauty of this exquisite solid silver, now more than ever, you long for a complete service of solid silver. So why not, this New Year's Day, resolve that you'll get that complete service? That little by little, during 1939, you'll add extra matching pieces to that Christmas Me to You set. Resolve, for example, to get another Me to You set every month. It only costs $16.75, and by getting one set a month, you'll have a solid silver service adequate for simple entertaining in practically no time. Or perhaps you can afford more pieces at once. Then go to your silverware dealer and talk with him. He'll be delighted to help you make your selection and to tell you about International Sterling's convenient budget payment plan, whereby you too can easily achieve your heart's desire. A complete service of solid silver by International Sterling. Once again, the lights are being dimmed, and the silver curtain is rising on the concluding act of Challenge for Three, starring Ida Lupino and Conrad Nagel. It is early the following morning at the Carsden home. Gerald, the butler, is in a heated argument with Connie Dawson, formerly a burlesque dancer, but more recently Jack Pemberton's secretary. At the moment, Connie is decidedly vehement.
It's 7 o'clock in the morning. I'm here to see Elaine Carsden, and I'm going to see her. Now.
But my dear young lady.
And I'm not your dear young lady. Look,
but Miss Carsden is asleep.
I tell you that doesn't matter. This is important enough
Gerald,
to...
what's wrong out here? Oh, Miss Dawson.
Asleep, is she? I'll say she ain't. Isn't. And I'll bet she ain't been asleep all night, any more than Jack's been.
What are you talking about? Where is Jack?
I don't know. But the last I saw of him last night, he was just about that. Worrying about you. That's why I'm here.
You may go, Gerald.
Yes, miss.
After he left you last night, Jack came to the office. He's got a lot of important work he's supposed to do. But does he do it? He does not. He goes on for hours about you being in some kind of trouble. And all I can get out of him is junk about honesty versus loyalty and being a true Carsden, whatever that means.
Connie, look, I appreciate you being interested,
Now,
but
listen. That time I was up in night court because the show I was in got pinched. And I couldn't pay my fine. You helped me out, didn't you? You got me off and then sent me up to Jack's place and told him to take care of me. You thought it was funny for a college professor in a small town to have a burlesque dancer on his hands. But gag or not to you, it worked out okay for little me, see? You helped me out, so now I'm paying off by helping you.
That's more than generous of you, Connie, but there's nothing you can do.
Listen there. What's Norroy got to do with this?
Norroy? Well, how did you know he was...
It's the one thing Jack said last night that made any sense. That he thought a guy named Norroy was mixed up in what's worrying you. Well, is he?
I suppose he is, Connie.
Listen, in case you don't remember, my name used to be Sherry DeVault. 8 years I worked in burlesque joints and nightclubs. I know a bunch of people and places that are another world to you. And one of the people I know was Norroy. Now come clean with me. Man to man.
All right, Connie. But Jack mustn't know this.
Okay. I'm a walking plan.
Shoot. Well, when I came back from Europe last month, I brought a jade medallion with me. And I smuggled it through customs by slipping it into Jack's pocket when he met me at the dock.
That was smart. Go on.
Well, this man Norroy and some friends of his saw me do it. Now they threatened to turn the case over to customs.
They'll let them. They can't prove it.
But they can. You see, I sold the medallion because I was short of money. Norroy bought it.
God. But why keep all this from Jack?
Well, because this new appointment of his means everything to him. I don't want him to lose it.
Lose it? But I don't...
Remember, I put the medallion in Jack's pocket. Norroy and his friends say they'll testify that Jack and I were working together.
I get it. Oh, you see, you did fix up a pretty mess of fish. Well, what are you going to do?
There's only one thing I can do. Norroy wants me to work for him, to bring in a certain necklace from England, the Allardyce it's called. He swears that if I do that, he'll give me back the jade medallion and forget the whole business. I'm going to do it.
Are you crazy? You mean you believe that guy, Norroy?
Well, what else can I do and keep Jack out of it?
Hey, wait a minute. You're awful concerned about Jack all of a sudden.
Well, maybe I am.
So it's like that, huh? Well, I guess the laugh's on me.
What do you mean, Connie?
Nothing. Just making sounds. Oh, but let's figure this out. You know where Norroy lives?
Yes.
Well, there's probably about 6 warrants out for the guy under about 8 different aliases. But tipping off the law to him still wouldn't get you in the clear. As long as he has that medallion... Wait a minute.
What?
That medallion. That's all they got on you. I mean, without that, they couldn't prove nothing. Anything.
But the point is they do have
Here's the answer.
What?
How much nerve have you got?
Well, I guess I've got my share.
That's what it'll take. Now, look, here's the thing for you to do. Listen, you go with these guys, see? And tell them it's okay. Tell them you decided to work with them just as they want. But all the time you're just waiting for a chance to get your hands on that medallion. It might take a day or it might take a month. But if you play your cards right, sooner or later the chance will come. And once you've got the medallion away from them, you're in the clear. And Jack, too. They can't do a thing.
Now, don't try to lie to me, Connie. I talked to the butler on the phone, and he said that you'd come there at 7 o'clock this morning and insisted on seeing Elaine.
Well, what if I did? She did me a favor once. Why shouldn't I help her out?
You help her out?
Yes, me. This is once where my kind of education is better than yours, Professor.
Now, look, Connie Dawson, you're going to tell me the truth. Have you any idea what it means to be in love with somebody?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I've got an idea.
Well, in case it's news to you, I'm in love with Elaine Carsden. And if she's in some kind of trouble, I'm going to be the one to get her out of it.
Yeah, but... Well, listen. Which is more important to you? Her or that new job of yours?
That's a crazy question. Elaine, of course.
Yeah, I was afraid of that. Okay, Jackie boy. I'll tell you where she is and why. And then keep my fingers crossed when it all comes out straight. Anyway, it'll give you your chance to be that guy in shining armor. Worse luck.
Connie, will you please tell me what you...
Okay, it's like this. Elaine is going this morning to the place up on 73rd Street where this fellow Norroy and his partner Turgot have their headquarters. You see, Norroy and Turgot...
Who?
Who did you say?
That Carsden gal. She's been waiting inside for about an hour. Said she was sure you and Norroy was expecting her.
Yeah? Swell. Norroy knows she's here?
No, he ain't been around yet.
Okay.
Mr. Turgot, begun to wonder if you weren't coming.
Sure. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. So you decided to see things our way, did you?
Well, you see, my grandfather cut me off with an income of $100 a month.
No. Well, if that ain't a raw deal.
That's exactly the way I feel. Which is one reason I was more than ready to work with you and Mr. Norroy. He said something about a 3-way split.
Yeah? Well, him and me hadn't talked about that part of it.
You know, when I first realized you and Mr. Norroy knew about that jade medallion job I tried to do, I was pretty upset about it. Now I'm glad things worked out just the way they have.
Yeah, this little piece of green stuff has come in handy for all of us.
Oh, you have it here? Well, then maybe it won't be necessary to wait for Mr. Norroy.
Wait for him?
Surely he phoned you about it. You see, when we agreed to work together, I told him about some friends of mine that I thought might buy that medallion. At a good price, too.
Who are they?
Some people named Kendall.
Yeah?
Only they're leaving for South America tonight. But I thought you knew. Oh, of course, we can wait for Mr. Norroy if you prefer, but it would be smarter for me to take the medallion and go right over there. Then one of you could meet me afterwards and I
Now,
could...
look. You don't really think I'm going to give you this trinket and just let you walk out of here with it, do you?
Why not? Oh, surely. Surely you don't think I'd have come here alone unless I really intended to work with you. But of course I can understand your suspicions. Suppose we both go then. My only concern is that we see the Kendalls before they leave.
Well, okay. We do it that way then, but I keep the medallion till we get there.
Of course. You can wait in the car while I take it into them. Let's be on our way.
Sure. I'll just grab my coat and we'll be... Oh, Nora, you got here just in time.
Well, Miss Carson, I'm delighted.
I'll wait downstairs.
What's the rush?
I can wait in the car.
Wait for who?
Let me pass.
It's okay, Nora, it's okay. Miss Carson and me was just going to ride over to see these friends of hers she told you about, you know, on the medallion deal.
What friends? And what deal?
What do you mean? What she told you? Oh. So that's what the score is.
Better sit down, Miss Carson.
No, thanks.
Some friends that buy the medallion, and you take it to them and meet one of us afterwards,
Let me handle it, Turner.
No, you've been handling it long enough. I'll start taking over now. Listen, Miss Elaine Carson.
Let go of my
You
arm.
can't get that medallion alone, so you're going to take me along with it. Where? What was the rest of it?
Well, I hadn't figured that far ahead.
I'll say you hadn't, and there's some other things you hadn't figured on.
Take it easy, Turner.
Shut up, Nora. I am going to...
Watch it. Well?
Well, pardon me, but is this... Hello, Elaine.
The professor.
Come in. Come in, Mr. Pemberton.
Jack, you shouldn't have come here.
How'd you get inside?
Well, there was no one to stop me, so I just walked in.
Huh? Where's that?
Hold it, Turkett. Who came with you, Mr. Pemberton?
With me? Why, naturally, under the circumstances, I came alone.
Eh? Well, I don't like the look of this. We're getting out of here now, and we're taking you two along with us.
Getting out of here? But didn't Elaine tell you what we decided?
Jack.
What you decided?
Yes, you see, Elaine and I talked this over last night, and, well, we found the one sensible solution to the whole business.
Jack, listen to
Never
me.
mind. Let him finish.
It's really quite an ingenious plan. Of course, I can understand Elaine's trying to back out of the whole thing. She's objected from the first to involving me any deeper in all this. But you see, I've tried to tell her...
Whatever your
that my
point is,
position
Pemberton,
won't-
get down to it. This isn't a classroom, you know.
Jack, why didn't you stay out of this?
Hey, forget all this. Let's get out of here.
But wait, Mr. Target.
Huh?
You want that necklace. What is it? The Allardyce. But let me ask you, who would have a better chance of bringing it in than a member of an international commission?
Jack.
Huh? And why should you bring it in?
Why? Well, I'll be frank. I happen to be very fond of Miss Curzon, and I'd like to get her out of this. So if you give us your word that you'll turn the Yuan medallion over to her in return for the Allardyce necklace, I'll bring it back from England. Is it a bargain?
A very smooth one, Pemberton. And how can we know you'll follow through on it?
Well, what choice have I? As long as you have the medallion, it's a threat to Miss Curzon and to myself.
Hey, listen, Nora, are we going to...
Now, wait a minute. You both have to admit that I'm the only one here who isn't already under suspicion. And I seem to remember an old legal quotation which goes, semper fidelis caveat emptor.
Huh? Hey, never mind the fancy talk, Professor. We can do with less of that than... Turkett, listen. So there was no one to stop you outside, huh? Al! Hey, it's blocked. Yeah? So you have to talk slow, do you, Professor?
Yeah, but not now.
Norroy! Hey, Norroy! Help me, will you?
Door.
Close it. Oh, no, you don't. Get back there. Now, Turkett, get away from me, you fool, so I can take a shot at him. Hey, Norroy, look out, the girl. She got...
Oh, Jack, quick, grab the gun.
All right, now, you two. Get back against that wall. Come on. Open the outside door, Elaine.
Jack!
All right, break this up in here. Well, I guess it is broken up.
Jack, are you all right?
Yes, Connie. Except I'm about talked to death. 5 minutes more and I'd have run out of lecture. I thought you'd never get him here.
These are the men, are they, Mr. Pemberton?
Yes, another one out there in the hall.
All right, take them out, Thompson. You heard him, you two.
I suppose you think the sense the matter, Miss Cosby?
She knows it does, Norroy. Or she will when I tell her. You see, the customs inspector knows all about the Yuan medallion. But he's sure his department can afford to be lenient with the people who helped the authorities find you and Mr. Turgett. We'll pay the duty on it, and that will be the end of the matter.
All right, come on, move along. The inspector said you and the lady would be down to headquarters to straighten this out.
Yes, that's right. You can go ahead.
Okay.
Well, I would say the Marines had landed and had the situation well in hand.
The Army, Navy, and Marines.
Yeah. Well, I guess it's time for the Marines to be moving along and leaving the Army and Navy to fight it out.
Thanks, Connie. I'd never have found you, Elaine, if it hadn't been for her.
Yes, Connie, it was awfully swell of you.
Swell? Oh, it was dumb. But I always had a weakness that way. So long, you two.
So long, Connie.
What'd you call me?
Connie?
Nick. Cherie. Cherie DeVault. Connie Dawson did a fade-out when you stopped needing a secretary, and she is... pardon me. She ain't coming back.
Oh, Jack.
Yeah.
Jack, you're...
Elaine, you were crazy to come here. Do you know that?
What about you?
Well, isn't there an old saying about fools rushing in where angels don't fear to tread?
That's all backwards. So's the whole business. You, darling. In that fight, you weren't a conservative college professor. You were... Jack. You were that knight in shining armor.
Well, anyway, that was the idea.
In a few minutes, Ida Lupino and Conrad Nagel will come back for a personal word with you. But before they do, would you permit me to make a friendly suggestion to every woman who received a check for Christmas? Make that check last a lifetime. Take it to your nearest silverware dealer and exchange it for the lasting loveliness of 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate. For this is the silver plate that bears the design prestige of the most famous craftsmen in America. And right now you can get this finest of silver plate at substantial savings. For example, take 1847 Rogers Brothers Silver Theater set. This beautiful 62-piece service in handsome rosewood finish cabinet is priced specially at $59.75, a saving of more than $14 over open stock price. And it comes in many different patterns, among them the popular and thrillingly new pattern First Love. First Love, you know, is 1847 Rogers Brothers' greatest achievement in silver plate design. A pattern whose floral ornament is richly raised and deeply etched in a type of craftsmanship never before available, save in sterling silver. Learn from your silverware dealer how easily and on what convenient terms this stunning silver plate can be yours. And resolve for 1939 to own America's finest silver plate, 1847 Rogers Brothers. And now back to our director, Conrad Nagel, who's escorting Ida Lupino out in front of the silver curtain to meet you in person.
Thank you, John Conti. Well, Ida, after being behind the scenes all these weeks, I can't begin to tell you how grand it's been working with you in a dramatic role. You know, you were swell.
Oh, that's sweet of you, Conrad. I have a TL for you, too. I got a big thrill out of being Elaine Carsden to your Jack Pemberton these last 2 weeks.
Well, thanks. I
Oh, but that isn't all. I not only like the play and like working with you, but I've become so enamored with Silver Theatre's products, First Love and International Sterling, that I'm going to put one of my Christmas checks to work getting some of each for my home.
Good. Well, that really is a TL. Now, tell us about that new picture you've been so busy on, Ida.
Oh, yes. Well, as a matter of fact, I've just completed 2 pretzels and Mrs. Porter stuff for Columbia. It was awfully nice.
Well, I hear that's quite a picture.
Yes, I must admit that Porter's Nerval stuff looks pretty good in the rushes, Conrad.
Well, that's fine. Ladies and gentlemen, Ida Lupino will soon be seen in the Columbia picture.
First thing on the last note from the Snurg of the same name.
Well, I give up. What's the double talk for, Ida?
Tell you the truth, Conrad, the title hasn't been decided on yet.
Oh.
So I'm afraid you'll just have to say that I'll soon be seen in a new Columbia picture.
Well, thank you, Ida Lupino. We'll be looking for it. And I hope you'll be back with us soon on the Silver Theater.
I hope so, too.
Tune in next week for another Silver Theater performance starring Leslie Howard with Rita Johnson in an original story by True Boardman, A Study in Triangles. There'll be the music of Felix Mills, of course, and Conrad Nagel will direct. And now, before we leave you, on behalf of our sponsors, International Sterling Silver and 1847 Rogers Brothers Silver Plate, we'd like to wish all of our friends, both old and new, a happy and prosperous 1939. This is John Conti speaking.
Oh, Mr. Conti.
Yes?
Would you mind if I started 1939 by doing something on the radio that I've never done before?
Well, I guess not. What is it, Miss Lupino?
I'd like to be the one to say, this is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Edward Arnold and Anita Louise in Silver Dollar with Marjorie Rambeau.
Lux presents Hollywood. Silver Dollars, the drama of an amazing career. A story of sudden and enormous wealth and the devotion of 2 women for a grocer who became king of the Colorado silver mines. Our stars are Edward Arnold, Anita Louise, and Marjorie Rambeau. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, And tonight's special guest is the daughter of William Jennings Bryan, Mrs. Ruth Bryan Owen Roday, former Congresswoman and United States Minister to Denmark. This program comes to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Flakes, those gentle, thrifty flakes that are known to women the world over. But I wonder how many of you know this about Lux. The economical large-size package of Lux holds about 400 teaspoonfuls of flakes. And just think how much they'll do for you. A little goes so far. Lux is thrifty, really thrifty. Why, just a few teaspoonsful of Lux will do a pair of stockings or a slip or a dress. A little more does dishes for a whole meal and helps your hands stay lovely into the bargain. Remember, Lux is safe and it saves. So buy the generous large-size box tomorrow and use it for everything safe in water. Your silks and woolens, your rayons and colorful cottons, and your dishes. And now, we bring you your host and producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. 40 years ago this month, they buried in Mount Calvary Cemetery in Denver a man who at one time was as rich and as famous as many kings. Today he's all but forgotten. His memory scattered, just as the bits of granite that were once his tombstone are scattered in the weeds and grass of an abandoned graveyard. A telephone exchange in Denver is named after him, but apart from that, little is left to recall the fabulous figure of Horace Austin Warner Tabor, the man whose life is the basis of our play. Silver Dollar is the drama of the whirlwind that struck Colorado with the discovery of silver, following as it did right at the heels of the state's equally incredible gold rush, when ladies dressed in the finest gowns mingled with Indian squaws clothed in shaggy buffalo robes. When the first school was opened by an Irishman named Goldrick, who came into town with a silk hat, broadcloth suit, and kid gloves, driving an ox team. When a church and a gambling den shared the same building, when the smallest coin was a quarter, when kerosene brought $3 a gallon, peaches $1 apiece, and Julesburg, Leadville, and Cripple Creek were the treasure chests of the nation. What riches did to Horace Tabor, judge for yourself when you hear the play. For Tabor lives again in the character of Yates Martin. This amazing story was told in celluloid by Warner Brothers. We bring it to the air, starring Edward Arnold as Yates and Anita Louise as Lily. Mr. Arnold was taking a well-earned rest in New York when our call came. A real trooper and a sincere friend, he dropped everything in favor of tonight's performance. The accomplishments of Anita Louise extend far beyond the realm of acting. This beautiful young star speaks 3 languages, performs ably on the piano and harp, is a splendid dancer, the composer of numerous songs, and has a Scotty named Wee Thistle. 20th Century Fox Studio stars her currently with Shirley Temple in The Little Princess. The second celebrated lady of our cast is Marjorie Rambeau, back with us in the role of Sarah Martin. We're off for Colorado now, as the Lux Radio Theater presents Edward Arnold and Anita Louise in Silver Dollar with Marjorie Rambeau. Less than 100 years ago, the territory that is now the state of Colorado was a vast mountain wilderness. Then came the magic cry of gold. And into this virgin land rode hard-faced, hard-drinking miners who established the boom towns where a man's life was worth no more than the gold in his pocket, and the only law was a blazing six-shooter. In the St. Charles Saloon and Miners' Resort, one of the evening's gun battles has just been settled. The tall man in a frock coat enters the hall and bangs on the table with the butt of his revolver.
Quiet. Quiet, everybody.
Shut up, you men. Colonel Stanton's going to make a speech.
Now that the entertainment is over, Slick here has allowed us the use of his hall to discuss something of importance to every citizen of St. Charles. That right, Slick?
That's right, Colonel.
We can't have any more shootings and killings around here. St. Charles has a bad reputation from coast to coast. First thing you know, people will stop coming here. And then where'll we all be? It's about time we had some law and order.
Yes, sir.
In the first place, most of us seem to feel we ought to give this town a new name. Give us a clean start. How about it, boys? Any ideas for a new name?
Paradise, the Milky Way.
I like St. Charles.
Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, I'd like to take the floor.
Well, you can have it, Yates. If Slick there don't mind.
I'm buying Slick.
Who is that fella, Slick? Yates Martin. He's a farmer from Kansas. I knew him back in Vermont when he was a stone cutter.
Now, folks, about renaming this town,
I like St. Charles. And if any man on the joint wants to settle it right now, I'll meet him outside with my brass knuckles.
Well, there ain't no doubt about how Polka Annie votes. Sure ain't. Thank you, Miss Annie. Now, I don't aim to contradict the lady, but there ain't no saints in St. Charles. What with 6 killings last week and 2 on Sunday. Nobody minds shooting a claim jumper, but killing a man in broad daylight on Sunday is going a bit too far.
That's right.
We men of Kansas, and there are plenty of us here, we men of Kansas think mighty well of our Governor General James W. Denver. Now, what do you say we call this town Denver?
My friend Yates Martin proposes Denver. All in favor? Well, folks, that's fine. Now we ought to draw up rules and regulations and a constitution. And we got to elect a temporary mayor and sheriff.
What about Yates Martin? Sure, Yates Martin for mayor.
Well, it's all yours, Yates. The first mayor of Denver.
Go ahead, Yatesy. I'm with you.
Well, my friends, I hardly know what to say, but it looks like the drinks are on me. Boys, you're going to see things around these parts. You're going to see a city. Cities all around here. You're going to see an empire that's going to make those places back east look like villages. And that ain't no dream. I got 300 acres back in Kansas, but it can rot for all I care. Yates Martin is after gold, and there's enough in these mountains to bury us all in gold caskets, and, let's forget it. I'll buy you all another drink. Come on.
Oh, my darling, oh, my darling, oh, my darling, Clement.
Well, come in, Yates. Or do you expect to stand there all night?
Huh?
Yes, it's me, your loving wife, Sarah, and this is your son, Mark.
Whoa, hello, Sarah. Hello there, Mark. He's learned to talk already, huh? It's the smartest kid in Denver.
You had a little too much to drink, Yates.
Oh, no, just a couple with the boys, sort of organize things for them tonight. I'm going to make this place a real city. Fact is, you ought to be very proud of me.
I know. You were elected mayor.
How'd you know?
Every time we stay in a place more than 2 days, you're elected mayor.
Well, I'm just a natural-born leader.
You can certainly lead the charge to the bar.
Ah, now, Sarah.
But in the meantime, there's just $20 between us and starvation. I told you we'd come to grief. We should never have left Kansas.
What, Sarah? We're going to be rich.
Well, what have you done so far? Bought 2 worthless claims. Salted mines. We've wasted our time and spent all our money. Oh, Yates, what's going to become of us?
Now, don't worry. You stick with me and we'll be buried in gold caskets.
Meanwhile, by the grace of Providence, we're still among the living.
Well, but we don't always have to stay here in Denver just because I'm the mayor. We can move on to better claims. The boys tell me there's quite a strike up around Leadville and...
Oh, Yates. Are we going to drift around all our lives?
Well, we got to until I strike it rich somewheres. Then we'll stay put.
But maybe there won't be any gold in the new place. Yates, I've been thinking about something else.
What's that?
Haven't you noticed that it isn't the men who dig the gold who are getting rich up here? It's the men who sell them things.
Oh, you mean saloon keepers, huh?
No. Yates, why don't we open a little store? I haven't told you, but I kept a couple of $100 hidden to take us back to Kansas. We could use it to open up a store.
Me? A storekeeper?
Oh, you'd make a fine merchant.
Yeah, Yates Martin, merchant. You know, I kind of like that. And maybe I could open up in Leadville.
You'd get along in business, too.
Oh, why not? Abe Lincoln started by splitting rails, and Yates Martin will start by cutting bacon. Now, how about it, Mark? That's it. Well, all right. Now, let's count the buttons. Rich man, poor man, beggar man, thief, doctor, lawyer, merchant. Now, let's see, boys. That makes 36.20, and 2 sacks of beans is 48.75, and 12 pounds of bacon is...
15 pounds of bacon, Yates.
15, is that right, boys?
If you say 15, it must be so.
Well, then that makes $64.50, you owe me, boys.
You have said it is not today we must the bill pay. Then we have take the gold.
Oh,
yeah?
Sure. That's all right. Yates Martin trusts you.
And then we pay you everything.
I'll tell you what I'll do, boys. There's 2 of you and 1 of me. That's 3 of us. You give me a third of everything you find. How's that?
That is very good.
Good. We give you 1/3 part of all the gold.
That's fine. Go ahead, boys. Take the stuff along. We all win or lose together.
That's right. Goodbye, eh?
Goodbye, Rich. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. I guess that's right.
Oh, now, Sarah, what do you want to fuss about 3 pounds of bacon for?
I don't suppose it makes any difference. We won't get paid for it anyway.
Well, why do you have to talk like that all the time? Everybody around here is trading with me. We've got to trust people and take a few chances. That's business. As soon as they come back with their gold, we'll be rich.
But they're not coming back. You grubs take everybody in Leadville. Then they move away.
Oh, wait till somebody makes a strike and they'll all start bringing it in. Then you'll see what I mean. It's like bread on the waters.
Yes, dear. You can have some more. Father's a big man, so his little son can have some more beans.
Oh, now listen, Sarah.
We had beans yesterday, Mom.
Yes, dear, and the day before. But we won't be bothered with them much longer. They're almost gone. Then Mama's little man can eat some of the nice bark off the tree.
Oh.
I don't want bark. I want bacon.
So do I. Last summer we had some bacon, but your father gave it all away to tramps who said they were looking for gold. Now we can't buy any more.
Now, listen, everybody has their ups and downs. Our ups are coming.
They're not coming, Yates. We're just getting poorer and poorer here because you're too stubborn to quit. Everybody else is going. Oh, please, let's go back to Kansas. We still own the farm.
Farm? Show me the farmer who could dig gold out of potatoes.
But you're not digging it out of anything. All I can see is a lot of that worthless black rock. And a book full of bad debts.
I came to these mountains to get rich so we could be somebody.
Oh, I know you did, Yates. And you've tried hard. But we can't get rich where there isn't any money. We have all our old friends back in the East. And you were starting to get ahead in politics. Now, that was better than this, wasn't it?
Well, yes, I suppose it was.
You'll go, won't you, Yates? Oh, I'm so glad.
Well, since it's on your account we started the store, I suppose I ought to help you get out of the hole.
Oh, yes. We're going, Mark. We're going home. Who can that be?
Somebody trying to get in the store.
At this hour?
I'll go and see.
No, I'll go. Oh, it's you.
Good evening. Herr Martin is here?
I'm sorry. Mr. Martin is busy. We haven't anything left anyhow.
It is not to get food we are come. It is to show something. Look.
I guess we've seen plenty of that black stuff.
What? But you don't understand.
Hello, boys. What's up?
Herr Martin, we bring news. Look, thousands and thousands of tons like this have we find.
Well, it shows you've been working anyway, boys. Keep it up and you'll find something yet.
Wait. You know what is this stuff?
Well, is it worth anything?
Worth anything. We have sent by St. Louis to smelt some of the pieces. It is worth for the ton $800.
What? $800 a ton? It was here all the time and we didn't know it.
Millions of tons everywhere. Deeper down is more richer yet.
And for you is 1/3, as is agreed.
I knew there was gold here. We're rich, Sarah. Gold.
No, it's not gold. It's silver.
Silver? Well, what do I care? It's the same thing, only it's spelled different.
The Little Pittsburgh mine, richest in Colorado.
And Yates Martin has 1/3?
Worth a fortune.
Well, I guess that solves our problem for the mayor of Leadville.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
suppose, Ma.
So it seems, dear. Your father wants you to look like a mayor's son should.
I'm a shrewd businessman's son, Ma.
Who said that?
Carl Warren. He says that's what Father is. What's a shrewd businessman, Ma?
Well, sometimes it's a man who's had a lot of luck.
Sit down, Mr. Adams.
Thank
Take a seat,
you.
Mr. Hamlin.
Thanks.
I may be mayor of this town, but I'm a storekeeper, too. What was that, Liddy? 2 pounds of bacon?
Uh-huh. Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor.
2 pounds, eh? Yes, ma'am.
Yates, Mr. Adams came up from Denver to see you. It's pretty important.
So is this, ain't it, Liddy?
We ain't had our supper yet.
You see, boys? Hey, here you are, Liddy.
All right, Mr. Martin, all right. Go on, cut bacon if that's your ambition. All we wanted was to ask you to run for lieutenant governor.
Huh?
Well, what say, Yates?
Lieutenant governor of the state of Colorado?
That's what we're talking about. We need the Lake County vote. The boys agree there's only one man can swing it. Now, you've been mayor here for pretty near 4 years now, and your record's clean as snow.
Well, Yates, well, you used to have a tongue.
Sure. Hey, Sarah, Mark, Sarah.
Yates, what's the matter?
Sarah, I'm governor, Sarah, governor of Colorado.
Oh, it was lieutenant governor we mentioned, ma'am.
But I don't understand.
Well, we're just asking him to run, ma'am. The election ain't over yet.
Don't worry about that. I'll leave it to the boys. They all know me. You can go back to Denver and tell them that Yates Martin is with them to the finish. I just organized a fire company here. New uniforms, hose carts from Chicago and all that. All at my own expense. That'll get every vote in the country.
That's fine.
And furthermore, I just bought a new mine.
Yates, you bought another mine?
Yep, $50,000 I paid in dirt cheap. A bigger paying mine than the little Pittsburgh. And if I'm elected, I'll give half the profits to the state of Colorado.
To the people of the state of Colorado.
That's right, the people.
Wait a minute, Yates. Who did you buy this mine from? What was his name?
Oh, now, Sarah, business is men's business.
What was his name?
Why, Frankel, I think.
Frankel? That man who came in here last week, that miner?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, Yates, you fool. You poor lumbering fool.
Sarah!
That man has skipped town. He stung everybody in the place with salted mines. Fakes.
What?
Most of them were stung for just a few dollars. But no, not you. Oh, no. You had to give them $50,000.
Now, wait. I've got men working that mine.
And what have they found?
Well, nothing yet.
And that's all they'll ever find. Nothing.
I don't believe it.
Ask your friends. Ask Mr. Hamlin.
Well, Hamlin, do you know anything about this man, Frankel?
Well, he has left town, but you've got more important things to do. Yates, don't worry about it now.
That's right, the lieutenant governor.
Yes, giving away half the profits of a salted mine.
Oh, Mrs. Martin, your husband had a very good point there. And since the voters don't know the mine is worthless, I don't know why we should inform them.
I said it before I knew it was worthless, so I can say it honestly now. If I'm elected, I'll give half the profits to the state of Colorado.
The people, Yates, always the people.
Yeah, that's right. I'll write that down so I don't forget. The people of the state of Colorado, yeah.
Ma, where are you? Ma?
I'm here, Ma.
Gee, Ma, what are you sitting in the dark for? The election's over, Ma. Papa's elected. You ought to be glad.
I know. But it doesn't seem right somehow. We don't belong here.
Of course we do. Pop's one of the biggest men in the state. Listen to that crowd, all cheering for him. And for us, too. Why, things are going great, Ma.
I know. But I'm afraid. Your father's had too much luck. We're just living on luck. Trying to be great folks when we're only Kansas farmers. Oh, Mark, you're Mama's little boy, ain't you? You'll always be my little boy, won't you? You won't never forget your Mama, whatever happens, will you? Will you, Mark?
What's the matter, Mama? Ain't you feeling well?
Oh, I'm all right. Run along, darling.
Well, folks, this is a great day for me, and I hope that during my period in office, there will be greater days for us all. Anyway, I thank you, each and every one. And when you come to Denver, look me up. I may be lieutenant governor of the whole state, but I ain't forgetting old Leadville. You know that from what I told you about the new mine I bought, half the profit...
Hey, Mr. Martin! I gotta see Mr. Martin.
Here, what do you want?
Excuse me, Mr. Hamlin, but I gotta see Mr. Martin right away. I'm the foreman of that mine he was just talking about.
Oh, Well, there's no use to see him now.
What's the trouble here, Stoney?
Well, I didn't want to interrupt the party, boss, but I thought you'd like to hear the news about the mine.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess you don't need to dig anymore.
Oh, yes, we do. We kept on just like you said. Struck a vein 50 feet down. Smelter folks say it's the richest rock they've had yet.
What's that?
Yes, sir. Struck ore running 1,800 a ton.
Oh, as good as that, eh? Better than I expected.
Better than you expected? Why, boss, you know I told you that mine was no good.
Keep quiet. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. It may interest you as friends of our Lieutenant Governor to hear that his shrewdness and foresight have again been vindicated. We have just heard that the claim he purchased to help out an unfortunate prospector has turned out to be the richest mine in the whole Leadville district.
And I'm keeping my promise. Half of all I get goes to the great state of Colorado.
Yates.
I mean to the people of the great state of Colorado.
The curtain falls on Act One of Silver Dollar, starring Edward Arnold and Anita Louise. During our brief intermission, we bring you the Browning family. We find the two girls, Dot and Midge, in the kitchen doing the dinner dishes. Their pretty southern cousin, Cynthia Ann, is with them. She's visiting the Brownings right now, and Dot and Midge find some of her ideas very strange.
Here, Dot, let me draw the silver, honey.
Okay, here's some waiting for you.
Oh, there goes a fork. A man's coming as sure as I live.
What in the world are you talking about, Cynthia Ann?
Why, Midge, honey, if you drop a fork, it's a sign a man's coming to court.
Well, what a superstitious gal you are. Anyhow, the fork's got to be washed again. Here, give it to me.
I declare, honey, I think you awfully brave, doing dishes every day.
Brave? Why, what do you mean?
Why, Mother says a lady must always have nice hands, and dishwashing's so terribly hard on hands.
My, you do have funny ideas, Cynthia Ann. We use Lux for our dishes.
And, honey child, that Lux is just too wonderful.
What Midge means, Cynthia Ann, is Lux makes perfectly grand suds, and they're just wonderful.
And they leave our hands looking real ladylike, too.
Well, Cynthia Ann is learning a thing or two. It's easy to do your dishes with Lux and still look like a lady. There's no harmful alkali. No, absolutely nothing in Lux Flakes to dry the natural oils in your skin. Seems kind of foolish to use harsh soaps when gentle Lux is so kind to your hands. And it's fast and thrifty, too. Yes, a little goes so far. Lux is thrifty, you know. So keep the generous large-size box in the kitchen where you'll have it handy for dishes. And now I see Mr. DeMille is ready to raise the curtain on the second act of Silver Dollar.
Act Two of Silver Dollar, starring Edward Arnold and Anita Louise with Marjorie Rambeau. As Lieutenant Governor of the state of Colorado, Yates Martin grew richer and more expensive than ever. Silver is his god, and out of the great warehouse of his mines come lavish gifts for his constituents. Now he's building an opera house, the finest that silver can buy. The lobby is almost finished, and Yates inspects it with the contractor.
And on these pedestals, we're going to put busts, statues of all the great writers and composers.
Composers, huh?
That's the idea. We could put Goethe here. He wrote Faust, you know.
Oh.
And it might be appropriate to have some of the others put up, like Schiller, Molière, Sheridan, or if you prefer, a composer like Beethoven. How does that sound to you, Governor?
It sounds terrible. Who are those fellas, anyway? Say, what's so funny about this? Oh, I beg your pardon, miss.
Oh, I'm just looking the place over. Do you mind?
No, of course not. Go right ahead.
Thank you.
Mighty nice-looking girl, ain't she, huh?
Governor, about those statues. Now, Goethe and Beethoven...
I never heard them. And I don't think anybody around here is interested in a bunch of foreign names. Put up my friend Hamlin and Abe Lincoln and Pistol Pete and General Grant and Poker Annie and have her with a cigar in her mouth. Oh, what do you think, miss? Did you know who all those foreigners were?
Oh, no, but I think any lady who smokes cigars deserves a statue.
Oh, sure. Besides, Poker Annie means something to Denver.
I never heard of her.
Oh, you must be a stranger in town.
I've only been here a week. You were the only one I'd heard of back east.
Oh, is that so? Uh-huh. Say, contractor, what's that picture over there?
Oh, that's to go over the proscenium arch. It's William Shakespeare.
Shakespeare? What did he ever do for Denver?
Well,
nothing. That's what he's done. I'm paying for this place, and I'll have it done like I want it. I tell that man working on that inscription there that I want it in English, like I said. Nobody in Denver can read Latin.
I told him, Governor, but he insists it should be in Latin.
Well, then I'll do it myself. Where's his tools? You got to do things yourself if you want them done right around here.
Yes, sir. And I'll tell the architect about the picture right away.
Oh, excuse me, miss. A person sure has his hands full attending to all these things.
You must be an awfully busy man, running the Senate and taking care of everything yourself.
Oh, I find time for everything.
It seems as though you do, even cutting inscriptions.
Well, you see, I used to be a stonecutter in Vermont, and I'm going to do this so as people can read it. You've been here long?
I told you before. A week.
Oh, gosh. Of course, that's right. Hey, you figuring on staying sometime?
Oh, I might. Of course, I'm not settled yet.
You all alone?
I am now. My husband was, well...
Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. I imagine it is kind of hard, a woman being alone.
Well, it does take a man to get a new house fixed up.
Yeah, it sure does. And, well, maybe I could sort of lend a hand, eh?
You? Well, that's awfully nice of you, but I couldn't.
Oh, sure you could. Why not?
Oh, that's fine. Just the right place for the mirror, don't you think?
Yes, I guess it is.
My, wouldn't people gasp if they knew the governor of Colorado was helping me move? I'm so thrilled.
Oh, that's all right. Nobody's business but ours. How do you like that frame? You know, that solid silver?
You've been wonderful to me. I can hardly believe it at all.
We're just getting started, Lily. Wait till the opening of my opera house. You've got the best box in the house, right across from me.
I'll never take my eyes off you.
No. Be careful. You know, General Grant's going to be sitting with me. Imagine, Yates Martin, the ex-president of the United States. I'll be sitting and talking to him just like I'm talking to you.
It's wonderful.
You know, General Grant knew Lincoln personally, and if you're a good little girl, well, maybe you'll meet him.
I don't know why you should be so good to me, but you do like me, don't you?
Sure I like you. Sure I do.
Will there be anything else, Master Mark?
No, that's all, Henry. Where's my mother, please?
In her room, I believe.
Thank you. Mom! Gee, Mom, I thought you'd be dressed. You better hurry.
I don't think I'll go, Mark.
Why, you've got to go. It's the opening of Papa's Opera House. General Grant's going to be there, and he was the President of the United States.
I know. Where's your father?
He's gone already. He had to meet General Grant. Mama, ain't you going to get ready?
No, honey. I ain't going. You run along and tell your pa that I got a terrible headache. I think he'll understand.
Well, I wouldn't go without you, Mom.
Now, don't you worry about me, Mark. I'd just rather stay at home.
Why? Everybody's going to be there. Aw, please come, Mom.
You do love your ma, don't you, Mark?
Sure I do.
Well, be a good boy then and go.
Well, goodbye, Mom.
Goodbye, honey.
Fine place here, Mr. Adams.
Yes, and no burden to the taxpayers either. Yates Martin paid for every stone.
Yates Martin built this old friend. A great man.
Oh, there he is. There's Yates Martin.
Way for Yates!
Stop the music! Stop the music! Stop it!
Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I've seen Denver grow from a mining camp to a city of 30 or 40,000 people. And I said if Denver is to have an opera house, it should have one worthy of this city. You can look over the opera house and see if I've done my duty in this respect. But I'm going to do something more. I bought this whole block, and the other half of it I hereby give to the United States government as a site for the finest post office in the United States.
You were wonderful tonight, Yates. I've never seen you so wonderful.
Well, it was some show, all right, huh? Me and General Grant. You know, he was a farmer, too. Just an ordinary person like you and me. He never thought he'd be president of the United States.
But he was a hero.
Ah, the war did that. And maybe the show we gave him tonight will do that for me, too, huh? You know, make me a sort of a national figure.
It certainly should.
You know, they're already talking about running me for the Senate.
The Senate?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's marvelous.
Well, the experience might do me some good.
But, darling, what's going to become of me?
Why, everything is going to be fine.
You hardly even looked at me tonight.
Well, sure I did. I had your box put right across the way from mine, didn't I?
I'm always across the way from you.
Oh, like to be nearer, huh?
Oh, Yates, you're so fine and strong. I want you to be all mine.
Well, Lily, I'm arranging things the best I can.
You've said that for so long, Yates. I'm tired of all this secrecy.
Well, I've got to be careful, you know.
Why? You're the biggest man in Denver, in Colorado. Nobody can hurt you now.
Oh, I know that, but they warned me that if I was to be United States Senator, I got to be careful not to let the women get talking. If there was a divorce, they'd take her side.
Those people can't do you any harm. You've enough real friends. Besides, she won't make you any trouble if you give her enough money.
No. It ain't like that. She don't want anything more than she's got. But it's going to bust her all up.
But how about us? You've got to do it sometime, Yates. It isn't right like this. We love each other.
Hey, Lily, well, what can I do?
You know what to do. Speak to her tonight. Yates, it can't be wrong. Not when people are really in love. And I love you, Yates. You're mine.
Lily.
Yates, is that you?
Uh-huh.
Why, Yates, what's the matter?
Oh, nothing.
But you're packing your things. Are you going on a trip?
Well, I'm going to the Windsor Hotel.
Windsor Hotel? What for?
I'm going to live there.
But why? What's the matter with this place? There's 9 rooms here you ain't never been in yet.
Well, it's everything about it. I'm moving. I'm not living here anymore.
And what's to happen to me? What's to happen to Mark?
Oh, you'll be taken care of. You can get a divorce.
Yes.
I'll give you the house. I'll give you anything you want.
And that makes it right, I suppose. You'll give me money. Did I ever ask for money? Am I one of your properties to be bought and sold whenever you feel like it? You'll give me money.
Well, what else have I got?
Yes. What else have you got?
I'm sorry, Sarah. I'll do anything for you. You know that. Well, I ain't going to live here anymore, and... Well, I'm leaving you, that's all.
Yates, look at me. Is it that girl? Yes. Yes, I knew it was. You're leaving me for her, ain't you? Well, that's why I want you to stay. Not only for me, but for you, too. You won't be happy, Yates. You can't. You can't buy happiness that way. Please don't go, Yates. Stay here and let me look after you, like I always done. Oh, please, Yates.
I'm sorry, Sarah, but I can't. I'm sorry.
Yates! Yates!
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We come to the end of Act Two of Silver Dollar, starring Edward Arnold and Anita Louise. In a moment, during our intermission, we introduce our guest of the evening. But first, a word about our product. You know, with skirts up to 18 inches this year, stockings are more in the limelight than ever. And it's certainly no time for ugly runs and snaky seams. Now, here's a suggestion for keeping your stockings lovely looking longer. Lux them after every wearing. Lux Flakes saves the elasticity, you know. Lux helps your stockings stay nice and springy, so they fit superbly and don't pop into runs so easily. That's a good thing to know, isn't it? And remember, a little goes so far. Lux is thrifty. Mr. DeMille. Tonight's play is a tale of pioneering. And we have as guest a woman who has pioneered in many fields. She's the daughter of William Jennings Bryan, who, as a neighboring Nebraskan, intimately knew the country and the people of our play. The first woman to represent the Old South in Congress. The first woman to occupy a seat on the Foreign Affairs Committee of Congress. Our guest is also America's first woman diplomat. From New York City, we now hear the Honorable Ruth Bryan Owen Rode, former United States Minister to Denmark.
I'm very glad to be here, Mr. DeMille, and I assure you that the name of this play, Silver Dollar, brings back many recollections to me. It was not so long after tonight's colorful drama of the silver mines had been played in real life that there were political discussions all over the country about silver, although not everyone knew what was meant by free coinage of silver. One colored man, I remember, was heard to say, "Who wants three-cornered silver? A three-cornered dollar would tear holes in your pocket. Round money's good enough for me." Yes, silver was on every tongue, and I remember my father's tongue was called silver, too. The silver-tongued orator was the expression they used. It is good to look back sometimes and remember the America of yesterday. Not long ago, I was flying across our country from coast to coast, over the Rocky Mountains, the scene of tonight's play, and over the western plains which the covered wagons had to cross. Between the dawn and dusk of one day, I traveled the distance which had cost the pioneers weary months of effort. Far below me, I could see the cement highways like smooth gray ribbons stretching across the plains and winding over the mountains, and I found myself wondering if today's Americans who travel the highways remember those earlier settlers who smoothed their paths for them, who blazed the trails and endured hardships and faced perils in the doing of it. The day of the pioneer and the prospector has slipped away across the horizon of history, but we mustn't forget their story. Our mountains have been climbed now, and the fields planted and the roads built, but there are still frontiers before us, frontiers of knowledge about human living, and they demand the qualities of the pioneer and the patriot. The little frontier towns are no more, and the memory of the adventures lived in them has faded. But their men helped subdue a great continent which still rewards courage richly and lets men live in freedom. It was the cold of the winter and the heat of the summer and the hardness of the rocks with which the pioneers and the prospectors had to struggle. And faith in America and in the destiny of America gave them the will and the spirit to conquer. And faith in America's destiny guides us across each new frontier today.
With the help of women like you, Mrs. Rode, a nation faces the future unafraid. We're in Hollywood again, where Edward Arnold and Anita Louise continue in Silver Dollar with Marjorie Rambeau. Blindly, Yates Martin rushed into the future, buying his way at every turn of fortune. But now the separation from his wife has alienated the voters, and he sees his dreams of a senatorship rapidly fading.
Now, the public ought to be ashamed of themselves after I've all done for this city. I gave away millions. Listen here, Hamlin. I didn't get sore about you not running me for governor again, but I'm going to be a senator if it's the last thing I do. Well, I can buy the whole legislature if necessary and make them dust off my chair in the Senate chamber, too.
Well, it's not our fault, Yates. We want to run you, but you wouldn't stand a chance with the voters now.
Well, that's mighty funny.
You know, if you could only go back to your wife, Yates.
Oh, there ain't no use in that. It's all over with. I was figuring on getting married to Lily in Washington and have the president at my wedding. The girl and I sort of planned on it.
Say, you know, that part might be fixed. Hamlin, who's taking Senator Teller's place?
Chilcott. What's that?
Senator Teller has been made Secretary of the Interior, and their governor appointed Chilcott to fill out his term. It's only for 30 days, though.
Well, why didn't he appoint me?
Well, that's what I'm getting at. You know, maybe we could get the governor to send you instead.
Well, sure. Would I be a real senator, a seat in the Senate and all that?
Yes, for 30 days.
Oh, that's all right. That's all I want.
Mrs. Yates Martin granted divorce, $250,000 settlement. Ex-governor appointed United States Senator for term of 30 days. Senator. He always wanted that.
It's beautiful. It's gorgeous.
Oh, it better be. That necklace cost me over $90,000. I expect even the president will sit up and take notice.
Is he sure to be here for our wedding?
Oh, he promised. So did most of the senators and congressmen.
And their wives?
Well, not all of them. You see, it's like...
I don't see. Who do they think they are?
Oh, never mind them. You know women. There ain't one of them can show a $90,000 necklace, and they don't like to come around where other women are wearing them. Why, we can give them the cold shoulder. Think of it. Me, Yates Martin, United States Senator. Started in the stone quarry in Vermont. Cleared off brush in Kansas. Dug in the mud in Colorado. Then built opera houses and business blocks and donated land for the government's post office. And now I'm marrying the most beautiful woman in the world, with the President of the United States and most of Congress for my guests. And it's only the beginning, little girl.
Oh, Yates, I'm so happy.
Ah, you will be happier, too. Did you see what I bought for you this morning? Look out the window to see those birds.
They're very nice. What are they?
What are they? Oh, they're white peacocks. They're worth their weight in diamonds.
Oh, Yates. You shouldn't spend so much.
Oh, say, remind me to show you what one of the boys on my paper wrote about me. He says I'm like the king who touched things and they turned into gold. What's his name? King somebody, you know.
King Midas?
Yeah. He said I'm just like King Midas, only everything I touch turns to silver.
I beg your pardon, Senator.
Yes, that's all right. What's the matter?
Congressman Bryan is calling, sir.
Brian?
Yes, William Jennings Bryan from Nebraska.
Oh, yes. He wants to speak to me about silver. Excuse me, Louis. Mr. Bryan, come in.
Thank you. Senator Martin?
That's right. Glad to see you, Congressman. Sit down. You're interested in silver, you say?
Immensely.
Well, you've come to the right place. Look what silver's done for me, for Denver.
My chief interest now is the future supply.
Future supply? Young man, there's enough silver in those mountains around Leadville to build a solid silver wall 40 feet high across the eastern boundary of Colorado.
Well, that's what the gold men in the East seem to think. They believe there's too much.
Too much? Oh, that's rich. How can there be too much of a good thing like silver?
There's going to be a big fight, Senator, during the next few years. A sharp battle between the gold standard men of the East and the silver men of the West. And one or the other will go down.
Then let the gold men go down. We're building our empire on silver. They can't scare me.
I'm not trying to scare you, Senator. I merely want to get some facts on the probable supply. And also warn you that they'll do whatever they can to demonetize silver.
What's that?
Reduce its value.
Oh.
Make it worth half as much, possibly.
Well, then we'll dig twice as much. Simple. We know what we can do with silver. I've always told these boys here, stick by me, and you will be buried in a solid silver casket. Well, now that that settles, we'll have a drink. What's yours?
Grape juice.
Huh?
Daughter born to Mr. and Mrs. Yates Martin, christened Mary Ann Silver Dollar, Echo Honeymoon Martin. Silver Dollar Martin.
Silver Dollar Martin buys newspaper. Great holdings increase.
Silver Dollar Martin on Railroad Board of Directors. Former senator said.
Senator Martin buys huge estate. One of the richest men in the world.
President Cleveland may establish gold standards. Silver market falling. Paper, read all about it. Panic in silver market. Huge fortunes lost. Read all about it. Read all about it.
Lily.
Yates. Yates, Yates, I've been waiting up for you. What's happened? What is it?
Lily, I'm broke.
Yates. Well, you can't be.
I don't understand it. I don't see how it could happen. They took everything. Except the matchless. My own bank busted. They wouldn't let me have a cent. There must be some mistake. I had $12 million, maybe more. Now everybody says I owe them, and they won't wait. They're going to sell everything I got left.
Everything? Our house? Our house, Yates?
They say so.
And the white peacocks?
Everything. Everything we got. But you'll stick by me. You'll stick, Lily, won't you? Don't leave me now. I can't be alone. I can't.
Yates. Yates, my darling. Do you think that's all our love means? Of course I'll stick.
Thanks, Lily. Thanks.
Mr. Martin.
What is it?
There's a lady here, sir. She says she must see you. I told her it was impossible, but...
Where is she?
In the drawing room, sir.
I'll see her.
Hello, Yates.
Sarah. Sarah, well, it's been a long time, hasn't it? What can I do for you?
Yates, I've heard what's happened. I thought maybe I could help.
Help? No.
I know you've had trouble. And, well, you gave me quite a lot of money. I invested it, and there's a lot more money now. And I thought I could give some back.
That's mighty nice of you, Sarah, but I don't need no help. I lost a little money in silver, but I'm not broke. No, sir. Silver's coming back again, and I still have the matchless mine. And a lot of things. I can take care of myself. I always have, haven't I?
Yes. Oh, Yates, I hope you'll be happy.
Same to you. How's Ma?
He's going to get married.
When to get married?
Well, goodbye, Yates. And good luck.
Good luck, Sarah.
Grocer, Mrs. Martin.
Just leave the things on the stoop, please. I'll give the bill to Mr. Martin.
Well, I'm sorry, ma'am, but I was told you'd pay me today. It's $12.86 for 2 months.
Well, Mr. Martin will pay you tonight.
Gosh, the boss told me not to leave nothing unless you paid me, but I guess it's all right.
Of course it's all right.
I guess things ain't too good since you got back here to Denver, Mrs. Martin. Maybe if
Please. Just leave the things there.
Yes, and...
Is that somebody for me, Lily?
No, darling, just the grocer.
Oh.
He wants his bill.
Uh-huh. Well, I guess I better get after that. Kind of slipped my mind. Any mail today?
No, nothing. Were you expecting something?
Well, sure. I've been holding it as a surprise, but they're going to make me postmaster here.
Postmaster? Oh, Yates, that's wonderful.
Yeah, sure. We'll be on top again, you see. It's just like I always said, stick to me and we'll all be buried in silver caskets. Hey, clerk, have you got anything for me today? Any letters?
Well, what's the name?
Martin, Yates Martin.
No, nothing for any Martin.
No letter from Washington?
I said there wasn't anything from any place. That goes for Washington and Honolulu and Omaha.
You're going to be a mite politer to the citizens next month, young man. That is if you're still here. I built this post office, and I built that opera house down the street. Yates Martin is my name, Silver Dollar Martin.
Well, I'm sorry, mister, but there still ain't any letters.
All right. Maybe it'll be here tomorrow.
Hey, you can't go in there. The opera house is closed.
Yes, I know. I just wanted to go in and take a look at it. That's all right, ain't it? Just to go in and stand on the stage a minute?
Well, I guess so. Go ahead.
Thanks. Thank you. This is mine. I built this place. I stood right here. General Grant in that box up there, and Lily and everyone all dressed up, cheering me, cheering.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've seen Denver grow from a mining camp to a city of 30 or 40,000 people. And I said if Denver is to have an opera house, it should have one worthy of this city. I bought this whole block, and the other half of it I hereby give to the United States government as a site for the finest post office. For the finest post office.
Wait, I can't go on. There's something. They're trying to choke me. What's the matter? Lily, girl, what's wrong? Come to me, quick, I need you. Where are you, Lily? General Grant, where's Lily? Stop it. What are they trying to do? Mr. President, find Lily. Tell her to stop them. They don't want me to be postmaster. They're trying to... Lily, I need you. Lily.
Doctor, tell me, is there any chance? Any chance at all, Doctor?
I'm afraid not, Mrs. Martin. Your husband's not young, of course, and it's been too much for him these last few years.
Oh, Yates. Poor Yates.
Lily, where are you?
I'm here, darling. Right by your side. You're home now, darling.
Lily, don't forget. Hold on to Matchless. Silver, it's coming back. Yes. Remember, stick by me. Be buried in the silver casket.
I'll stick, Yates. Forever.
The curtain falls on the last act of Silver Dollar, starring Edward Arnold and Anita Louise. In a moment, Mr. DeMille brings back our stars for a curtain call. But first, I've a bit of news for the women in our audience. I was looking through a New York paper yesterday, and judging from the advertisements, most women are thinking of things like this.
Easter coats, suits, and dresses foam with white. Wear starched lace cuffs and collar on your pretty Easter coat. Polka dots and bright prints give you a fresh top-of-the-morning look. Buy lingerie blouses like mad, foamy whites, tucked batistes, crisp organdies, and eyelet embroideries. Skirts flare and swirl to show yards and yards of embroidered ruffles on snowy white petticoats.
Yes, this spring everything's designed to make you look fresh and feminine and flower-like. So don't forget to give all the lovely things you buy regular Lux care. You can count on gentle Lux Flakes to take beautiful care of everything safe in water alone, to keep your things fresh and new-looking an extra long time. There's no harmful alkali in Lux to hurt delicate fabrics. So buy the foamy white things that fashion demands, and be sure to keep the generous large-size box of Lux Flakes in the house to keep them delicate and lovely-looking longer. Remember, a little goes so far. Lux is thrifty. And now, Mr. DeMille is ready to bring you our stars.
Out of our saga of silver step two sterling artists, Edward Arnold and Anita Louise.
Well, Eddie, it doesn't seem to have changed him a bit.
No, it's the same as ever. How does it feel, C.B.?
Huh? How does what feel?
Your election by the senior class of New York University as the most popular radio personality in America.
Well, it rather overwhelms me. My reaction is one of gratitude and bewilderment, with some slight suspicion in your direction, Eddie. You just came back from New York, and as an ex-student of NYU, I wonder if by any chance you...
Oh, no, Columbia, sir, Columbia. And I only know what I read in the papers.
Oh, I didn't know you were a Columbia man, Eddie. What did you study?
Pyrotechnics.
Huh?
Yeah, for several months, I tried to learn how to keep the engines going for the boilers. In plain language, I was an oiler, till they canned me for overheating.
Overeating?
What? Heating? No, heating, not overeating. I was undereating for quite some time thereafter. I've been trying to make up for it ever since. But I'm sure our listeners, Mr. DeMille, are much more interested in the basis of tonight's play than in Arnold's exploits as a gourmet. How much of Silver Dollar actually happened?
Well, if your name in the play had been Horace Tabor instead of Yates Martin, I'd say most of it. But Anita knows quite a lot about old Colorado.
Oh, no, not a great deal. But I know that Tabor still kept his job as postmaster of Leadville, even when his millions came rolling in. He supplied both post office and clerks. The miners were so anxious to get the mail that they paid from $1 to $5 for the privilege of standing at the head of the line each morning. And I know that stars like Edwin Booth, Sarah Bernhardt, John Drew, Lillian Russell, and young players named Cecil B. DeMille and Marjorie Rambeau acted at the Tabor Theater.
Oh, wait a minute. I played there, too, you know.
And Edward Arnold. Anyway, Tabor ran through his millions in 15 years, but still had the courage to go back to work with a pick and shovel when his last silver dollar was gone.
Good or bad, he helped bring culture to the Rocky Mountain region in its fledgling days. And while his opera house was probably his greatest achievement, no drama was ever enacted there more powerful than the drama of his own life.
And that's why it's been such a pleasure, C.B., to have taken part in reminding America of one of its forgotten builders. Many thanks.
I'll be listening next week, Mr. DeMille. Good night.
Good night, Anita. Eddie, your silver dollar is one of this theater's treasures.
There's thrilling news awaiting you. Mr. DeMille tells you shortly about the grand program coming from this stage next Monday night. Heard in Silver Dollar were Joe Duvall as Colonel Stanton, Forrest Taylor as William Jennings Bryan, Perry Ivans as Slick, Lee Millar as a doctor, Inez Seabury as Poker Annie, Lou Merrill as Adams, David Kerman as Kish, Walter White as contractor, Mary Lansing as secretary, Frank Nelson as Stoney, and Eric Burtis as Mark. Edward Arnold appeared through courtesy of B.P. Schulberg and Columbia Pictures Corporation. His new picture is Paramount's Man About Town. Louis Silvers is from 20th Century Fox Studio. He directed music for the new film, The Story of Alexander Graham Bell. Be sure to listen to the new Lux daytime radio program, The Life and Love of Dr. Susan, the story of a young and attractive woman doctor struggling to make life worthwhile for herself and her two small children. You can hear it over most of these stations in the United States every afternoon, Monday through Friday, at 2:15 Eastern Time, 1:15 Central Time, 3:15 Mountain Time, and 2:15 Pacific Time. This new daytime program, The Life and Love of Dr. Susan, comes to you in addition to the Lux Radio Theater. Here's our producer.
We go next Monday night to a strange, mysterious land, a land like another world, ancient, beautiful, and cruel, the India of Rudyard Kipling, where a handful of soldiers patrol in the name of peace and the crown of Great Britain. A stalwart, exciting drama, tremendously successful on the screen. Our play is Lives of a Bengal Lancer, and stars four of the brightest personalities in Hollywood today: Errol Flynn, Brian Aherne, C. Aubrey Smith, and Jackie Cooper. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Errol Flynn, Brian Aherne, Jackie Cooper, and C. Aubrey Smith in Lives of a Bengal Lancer. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
International Silver Company presents The Silver Theater, starring Betty Davis in Broken Prelude, directed by Conrad Nagel. Brought to you on behalf of two of the greatest names in silverware, International Sterling, world-famous solid silver, and 1847 Rogers Brothers, America's finest silver plate. Tonight, we welcome you to the 11th of the new series of Silver Theater dramatic productions. Among the many excellent dramas you will hear in future weeks will be David Goth's Red Book magazine story, Challenge for Three, in which the lovely Ida Lupino will be co-starred with Conrad Nagel, whom we know you will be glad to hear once again in a dramatic role. He's with us today in his usual capacity of director, so I'll let him tell you about this afternoon's play. Conrad Nagel.
Thank you, John Conte. Today's drama, Broken Prelude, was written especially for Betty Davis in the Silver Theater by Grover Jones and True Boardman. Miss Davis has chosen as her leading man Carlton Cadell, well-known radio actor. An important role will be played also by a very young lady about whom I think Miss Davis would like to tell you something. Right, Betty?
Yes, Conrad. The young lady is a protege of mine, Pamela Cavendish. She plays the part of Nina Maloff, a girl of her own age, 15 years. Today marks Pamela's first public appearance, and I hope the Silver Theater audience received as much pleasure from her performance as I did when I first heard her sing and saw her act. I want to wish her luck on her debut and to thank Silver Theater for giving me this opportunity to present her.
Thank you, Betty. And now the lights are being dimmed and the silver curtain is rising on the first act of Broken Prelude, starring Betty Davis as Julia Connors. Our scene, the women's quarters of a penitentiary. Along the narrow corridor between the rows of cells moves a solitary figure. Chief matron of the prison. Before one door, she stops.
Connors? Connors, come along. You're wanted in the warden's office. Oh, don't let me rush you, dearie. I've got all day. Come along.
Hey, Connors is going out. She's got a date with a warden.
Give him my love, Connors. Give him my love. Yeah. Come on, Connors. Move along. Shut up, the rest of you. All right, Connors. Here she is, Mr. Parkman.
Oh, yes. Come in, Connors. You, know Mr. Thomas here.
Julia.
I told you it was a waste of time.
I don't think so, sir.
Mr. Thomas has just come from the parole board, Connors. He's convinced them that considering the circumstances of your conviction, you should be paroled in his custody. So, you're going out today. I tell you frankly, Connors, he got the board to release you only against my recommendation. I'll have to admit that in many ways you've been a model prisoner, but...
Warden.
Oh, yes, yes. Mr. Thomas has asked permission to talk to you alone, and, well, come, matron.
Julia. Julia.
Paroled in your custody.
Julia, listen to me. We've got to get this straight, you and I, now, before you go out of here. You can't see what these 3 years have done to you. You're not the Julia Connors who stood up and pled guilty in that courtroom. You're a different person. Someone I don't even know.
Is that all you have to say?
No. Julia, you can't do it. I know what's in your mind. Marcia Wallace. You think that Marcia Wallace framed you, and because of that...
I know she framed me.
All right, you know it then. And from the moment that you found it out, you've lived for just one thing. To get out of here and find Marcia Wallace again. That's true, isn't it? Julia, answer me.
Yes, it's true, and I will find her. There's nothing you can do to stop me. A model prisoner, sure I was. Because I was out to cut down the sentence that you wished on me, Mr. Public Prosecutor. 6 months. That's what you'd get me off with. But I must plead guilty. You said the cards were stacked against me, and I was sure to be convicted. But just by a plea of guilty, you could fix it. Maybe even get me off.
Julia.
5 years. That's what your friend, the judge, said. 5 years. And I was innocent.
I've tried to tell you 100 times there was no other way. The evidence was there to convict you, and I...
And evidence was all that mattered. A girl scared and desperate and swearing that she was innocent. That didn't mean anything to you. Well, I'm not scared now, Paul Thomas. I'm not desperate. If anyone ever knew what the score is, a girl named Julia Connors does. The state and Marcia Wallace owe me 3 years. 3 years, and I'm going to collect from both of them.
Julia, you can't. You'll bring yourself right back to this place.
Sure, I'll be back. And next time I won't be innocent.
Oh, listen to me.
No, I tried that once before. And as for that little joke of me being under parole to you, we'll both forget it now.
Will we?
Warden, matron.
Yes, what is it?
Suppose I go out at 4 o'clock, don't I?
Well, that's customary, yes. But as long as Mr. Thomas came all
Then
over...
I'll go back to my cell and wait till 4. And when I go out, I'll go alone.
All right, matron.
Come on, Connors.
What is this? My cell's the other way.
You're not going to your cell. Why she should want to see you beats me. But as long as she does want to, you're getting no chance to refuse.
What are you talking about?
You'll find out in here.
In the hospital ward, but...
Hey, matron, how's about stopping that phonograph? Yeah, that song's driving us nuts. Turn the thing off, can't you?
Shut up! Shut up, all of you! Shut up! Maloff wants that record playing, and she's going to have it.
Hey! If it's Maloff sent for me, I won't see her. What's Maloff to me? Just because we're in the same cell for 2 years.
Say, listen, this ought to mean something even to you, Connors. Maloff's dying. That's why those screens are around her bed. The doctor don't give her 2 days.
Oh, well, why'd she have to ask for me?
Well, that's something I can't figure out either. But she did. And you're seeing her. Now.
Oh, I won't do it. That record of hers. While I was in the cell with her, she played it 10,000 times. Even if she is sick, there's nothing that I can... Oh, all right.
Go on. You can move that screen, but don't make a noise. The nurse said she wasn't to be excited.
Okay. Anna?
Julia.
Hello, Anna.
Listen. That's me, Julia.
I know.
Anna Maloff. Soloist with the Chicago Symphony. The Anna Maloff. It is not bad, Julia.
Oh, no, it's good, Anna. It's wonderful.
She can be proud of that anyway. Can't she, Julia? Oh, that can make up to her for other things, for me.
Make up to? Oh, Anna, you must be quiet and rest. You're not...
I know what you think. But because I am sick, I say crazy things. Like out of my head. Oh, no. No, this is not like that. I know, Julia. I know what I'm saying.
The record, I'll turn it off.
No, again, Julia. Play it again. The others maybe then they do not hear what I tell you. Oh, no, they must not know, Julia. Only you. You go out today and you are different. I know. You can understand. Oh, the record again, Julia.
Sure, Anna. Now, come on, tell me. What is it, Anna? I'm going out. It's true. I've been paroled.
Oh, can you go see her, Julia? Oh, you got to go. I can ask nobody else.
Going to see who, Anna?
Nina.
Nina?
My daughter.
Your
15 she is, Julia. 15 last month. Oh, Julia, believe me, there is a greatness in my girl. I know it. You should hear her sing. Oh, but she must have a chance. You see that, Julia?
Yes, Anna, and she will have. If your Nina can sing...
but not with him. No, not with him. She can have no chance with him. He hates her. Because she is my child, he hates her. He told her I'm here, Julia. I begged him that she should never know, no. And yet he told her. She wrote to me and told me that she knew.
Shh, Anna, hush. You mean your father told her?
Oh, no. Her stepfather, he is. Joe Renato is his name, and
Oh, Julia, tell me you go to see her. There is nothing you couldn't do, maybe, but you can see her. You can tell her I have said that always she must sing. That what has become of me must make no difference. Oh, say you will go, Julia. Look here. The address I have written down. 135 Cornelia Street. 135 Cornelia. Julia. Oh, Julia. You do not say you will go.
Oh, I'll go, Anna. 135 Cornelia Street. Sure, I'll go. Goodbye, Anna.
Goodbye, Julia. Oh, it not matter so much now what happens to me. Just so you see her and tell her what I say. Goodbye, Julia.
Matron, take me out of here.
All right, this way. And to think that of everybody in the place she chooses you to tell.
Yeah, well, I wish to God she hadn't.
And you were lying, weren't you? You'll never go see that kid. Connors, you were lying.
Sure I was. Sure I was lying. Why shouldn't I? Why should you pick me to tell a sob story to? I've got my own business to attend to. Business that nobody's going to interfere with. And what's Malice's kid to me? So she can sing. Oh, that's great. I suppose I should look her up and maybe have her sing for me. Maybe that song I've already heard 1,000 times before. Julia Connors, ex-convict turning good Samaritan, rescuing 15-year-old singers in distress. Oh, that's rich. It's wonderful. It's the funniest thing I've ever heard.
You've just heard Act One of Broken Prelude starring Betty Davis. Before we continue with Act Two, here's a man with a few words about Christmas. Not a white Christmas or a gray Christmas, but a silver Christmas. John Conte.
The stores are bright with holly, and on every face you see there's an air of expectancy and excitement as that day of days draws closer. And what a truly memorable Christmas it will be for someone you love, if it's a sterling silver Christmas. For here is a gift that will endure for generations, the gift of solid silver of imperishable beauty, proudly created by International Sterling. If she already owns International Sterling Silver, make this Christmas the occasion to complete her sterling service by adding salad forks or other matching pieces. She'll be proud of your taste and thoughtfulness in giving sterling silver, and proud of your cleverness at knowing just the right pattern and the right pieces. Or if she's a woman who has always longed for solid silver but never had it, here is your chance to start a service for her. Give International Sterling's lovely Me to You set. This is a place setting for one person. 6 lustrous pieces of solid silver in the Enchantress pattern, costing only $16.75. Your silverware dealer will welcome the opportunity to help you select the right gift and the right pattern. So go there tomorrow. Find out about the budget payment plan. For this is indeed the Christmas to give solid silver by International Sterling.
Once again, the lights are dimmed and the silver curtain is rising on Act Two of Broken Prelude starring Betty Davis as Julia Connors. 4 o'clock has come and gone. Through the door which marks the boundary between freedom and imprisonment has walked the figure of Julia Connors alone. Early the same evening finds her in that crossroads of humanity that is New York's Grand Central Station.
Excuse me, miss, is something wrong? I mean, you look as if...
All those people, they're all free. All of them, aren't they? Just going anywhere they want to. That's funny.
Funny?
Oh, well, don't mind me. I just want a taxi.
Oh, yes, I'm right out here.
Thanks.
Taxi here. Get a yellow cab. Taxi lady?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Where to?
507 East 54th Street. And hurry.
Young lady's wrong, driver.
Paul.
We want to go to 576 West 49th Street.
Huh? Okay.
You see, Julia, Marshal Wallace doesn't live at that address anymore. You're only wasting your time looking for him.
So, you've been following me ever since I left up there, haven't you?
Suppose we put it that I happened to come down on the same train.
I told you I wanted to be left alone.
Julia, there's one thing you overlook. You are under parole to me. And it depends on me whether or not you go back to serve those other 2 years.
Oh, I see. And you'd send me back, wouldn't you? You'd love to send me back.
It's the one thing I don't want to do. And you're not going to force me to. That's why you're coming with me now. Well, how do you like it?
I'm more used to apartments that have bars in the windows.
Here, let me take your coat.
Oh, that won't be necessary. See, I'm not staying.
But you are.
I get it now. Excuse me. I evidently didn't understand what being paroled in someone's custody was supposed to mean.
This is your apartment, Julia. I happen to be paying for it, yes, but only until we found you a job so that you can support yourself.
Accepting nothing from you, Paul Thomas. Why should I?
I'll tell you why. It's a simple story, Julia. A lawyer who happens to be a deputy district attorney. A case is turned over to him to prosecute. A blackmail case involving a girl of whom he is very fond. There's just one thing he can do. He weighs all the evidence, gives that girl his best advice, promises her his help.
Oh, you're wasting time. I know all...
But his advice proves wrong. His help is anything but that. And the girl he wanted to protect suffers more because of him. That's why, Julia. Because that man realizes there's nothing he could do for that girl to make up for his mistake. But he can try. Say that you'll stay here, Julia.
No.
You know, Julia, it's really not such a bad apartment. There's a swell view of the river from the kitchen window.
I said I wasn't staying.
And in case you feel like music, a combination radio and phonograph. I just guessed at the records. Listen, I'll play one.
Oh, let's cut the little comedy, Paul. I told you before where I was going and what I was going to do to find Marcia. I told you, too, that... Turn that off.
All right.
You know.
The matron told me.
No, I think I see another answer. The whole thing was framed, wasn't it? A little idea of yours, even having Maloff tell me that tale about...
No, Julia. It wasn't framed. You see, Anna Maloff got out of prison today, too. Just before you did. Only in a different way.
Oh, did she?
What are you going to do?
Well, that's my business.
She died believing you'd keep your word to her.
Oh, but why should I? What's Anna Maloff to me?
I phoned down for a report on the stepfather. And Joe Renardo was anything but a new name at headquarters. That address on Cornelia Street is a so-called club that he operates as a front for gambling. A swell place for that 15-year-old daughter of Anna's.
Oh, will you shut up? I'm getting out of here. Getting out, do you understand? I told you what I was going to do, and parole or not, you can't stop me. I'm going to find Marcia Wallace.
Who, ma'am?
Marcia Wallace. Is she here?
Miss Wallace? No, ma'am. She ain't lived here for more than 2 years. Last I knowed, Miss Wallace was at the Chelsea, ma'am.
You go see Nina, Julia. Oh, you got to go. I can ask nobody else.
Is that all you wanted, ma'am?
Yes, the Chelsea, you say. I'll find her, thanks.
She was only here a month, but you could probably find her through Chorus Equity.
Oh, Chorus Equity, yes. Yes, I should have thought of that.
The others must not know. No, only you, Julia. You go out today.
Equity.
You are different. You understand.
Oh, no. No. What did you say? Oh, nothing. It's just that I'm having trouble finding Marcia. Thanks, I'll try Equity.
Marcia Wallace? Why, yes, she's dancing at the Green Slipper up on the Post Road.
You got to go, Julia. There is nothing you can do, maybe, but you got to go see her. 135 Cornelia Street. Oh, you got to go, Julia.
Stop it! Huh?
Stop what?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just a little upset. The Green Slipper on the Post Road, you say. Well, thank you. I've been looking for Marcia for a long time, and I'm glad I found her. I'm glad.
Yes, miss, where to?
What?
Hey, are you all right? I mean...
Oh, I'm all right. Take me to,
Yeah?
Take me to 135 Cornelius Street. Here, driver.
Thanks. And say, miss, it's none of my business, but you're not going in that place alone, are you?
You're right, it is none of your business.
Well, I got to only try.
The driver was right, Julia.
Paul.
And you're not going in there alone.
So you were waiting for me. You were that sure.
I wasn't sure, Julia. But this was our one hope. If you hadn't come here tonight, I'd have known that you...
Oh, you are wonderful. You think you've had your way, don't you? Well, you haven't. I came here tonight, yes. Well, because I said I would. But nothing else has changed. After I've seen the girl, I'll go right on from where I left off. Oh, and in case you're interested, I found Marcia.
Julia.
I'm going in now and get this over. You can come and out. It makes no difference to me.
It does to me. And perhaps to you, Julia. Have you thought how you'll get to see the girl? It probably won't be enough just to tell her stepfather that you came from Anna.
Oh, I hadn't thought of that.
Well, I have. Come, we'll go in. I'd suggest you let me do the talking.
Check your hat, sir?
Oh, thanks. Is Joe Renardo around?
Yes, sir. Right over there. I'll get it.
Paul, you said some kind of a club. This is just an ordinary bar.
A front for the club inside, and the club in turn is a front for the gambling room upstairs. A little complicated, but Renardo's found it practical.
Good evening. You wanted to see me?
Oh, Renardo? Oh, yes. Tony Morelli suggested that we drop in and see you.
Glad to have you.
Oh, excuse me. Miss Connors, Mr. Renardo.
Hello.
Oh, yeah.
And incidentally, Joe, suppose I said I felt lucky tonight. Think the place could do something about it?
You can go right up to the rooms now if you want. But if you take my tip, you'll come back to the club room first. The kid's just started her number, and she's worth hearing.
The kid?
My daughter. Didn't Tony tell you about her? I got her singing now. Does all right, too.
What do you say, Julia? Like to hear the girl?
Sure, why not?
Then you'll go in now?
Yes, show Miss Connors to a table, will you, Renardo? I've got a phone call to make. I'll be right in.
Sure. Come along, Miss Connors.
There would be nothing.
Here you are. Swell table.
Thanks.
Well, what do you think? Kid's not so bad, is she?
No. No, she's not.
Well, the waiter'll take your order when you're ready, Miss Connors. I'll see you later.
I can't erase your beautiful face before me.
Well, Julia, what do you think now?
Paul, let's get out of here.
Get out of here?
Why not? I've seen the kid, and she's all right, and that's all I said.
You said you'd talk to her.
Oh, I won't. Why don't you keep out of this?
You're not leaving already?
Yes,
I've just been persuading Miss Connors to stay, Renardo, and I think another number from that daughter of yours might do the trick.
Oh, Paul.
But I think Miss Connors agrees with me that with a voice like hers, the girl ought to sing a different kind of song. Can she do None But the Lonely Heart?
Paul, no.
None but the... Well, I don't know, but I'll ask her.
Is this more of what you call humor?
Listen, Julia. You're to stay here with the girl. Do you understand? Whatever happens.
No, I don't understand, and I want you to keep out of this. You can't run my life, Paul Thomas. You tried that once, and I...
Listen. That girl, Julia. That kid in this kind of a place.
Shut up.
And that voice singing for Joe Renardo's customers.
Shut up.
It's a raid!
Out the back door, everybody, quick!
Nobody leaves this room!
Oh, that was why you phoned.
I had them waiting. It's the one sure way to get rid of Renardo. Remember, you're to stay here. Whatever happens, you're to stay here with the girl.
Okay, Mr. Thomas, they're all loaded. You say you're coming down to see about booking them?
Yes.
The lady here ain't to go, huh?
No.
And that young kid's in the next room. What about her?
Oh, I'll bring her out here.
Okay.
Now, listen, Paul, I tell you, I'm not...
Come in here, kid.
Are you going to take me, too?
No, Nina, we're not. It's just that Miss Connors here wants to talk to you. She's a friend of your mother's.
Of my mother's?
I've got to go. Come, officer.
Oh!
Why are you laughing? And what is all this?
Oh, you heard him say...
Why didn't they take us, too?
You heard him say, why, Nina? Because I'm a friend of your mother's.
Oh. You mean from a long time ago? You sang in the same company with her or something?
No, I didn't sing with her.
Well, Mother's away now, you know. On business. She'll be gone quite a while, so if you...
I saw your mother this morning, Nina.
This morning? Oh, then you're from...
Yes. Yes, I got out this afternoon.
Oh. How is my mother?
She sent you a message.
A message?
Yeah, she wants you to keep on singing.
Well, I've been doing that. Joe wouldn't let me stop if I wanted to. He says it's good for his business to have me sing. But, of course, that's not the kind of singing she wants me to do. Did you ever hear my mother sing?
Yes. I heard her.
She's one of the greatest contraltos of our day. An opera critic said that in a review. I read it in her scrapbook. She wants me to sing an opera, too. Later on, I mean.
Yeah, I'm sure she does.
But you haven't told me anything about her. How she looks and everything. You see, after I found out, I wanted to go up and see her right away. You know, to tell her I didn't care. I mean that I understand. You know.
Yeah, I know.
But Joe wouldn't let me. Of course, I wrote to her, but that's not the same thing. I told her I hated staying with Joe, but it'd be okay till she got out. But she hasn't answered yet. Do you know how soon her sentence is over? Why are you so funny? Why don't you answer me?
Nina, listen to me. Your mother...
Yeah?
Nina, you've got to give up the idea of going up to see your mother or of her getting out.
What do you mean?
Well, you have to know sometime, I suppose. Your mother died, Nina, this afternoon. It's better for her, Nina, and she wanted it this way, believe me. Oh, I'm the last person she talked to, and she told me she didn't care. She didn't care, except for you. As long as you're all right, that's all that mattered to her. Oh, and she's happier now. She's better off. Don't you see that, Nina?
Sure. I guess I do.
And like I said, she wants you to keep on singing.
But I can't. Not for her. I mean, like she wanted me to. When Joe comes back, oh, why did she have to die?
Nina, stop it. You've got to. And don't you worry about Joe. You're going away from here. Now, listen to me. You must have some other relatives, aunts or uncles, somebody you could go to.
I haven't, though. I'll have to stay with Joe.
Well, you won't. No, that's one thing you won't do. You're leaving here tonight.
Leaving here?
Sure. With me.
You mean to stay?
Oh, it's crazy. It'll mess everything, but you are leaving. You're right. Your mother did want you to sing different songs, and you're going to sing them, and I'm going to see that you do.
We'll tell you something about next week's episode of Broken Prelude. But first, here's a man who'd like to help the men in our audience with their Christmas lists. John Conti.
If you'd like to see the eyes of the woman you love shine with a new light this Christmas morning, make your gift to her America's finest silver plate. For here indeed is a gift to cherish a lifetime. Gleaming silver plate by 1847 Rogers Brothers. The name 1847 Rogers Brothers first won recognition 91 years ago, when in a little New England town, a small company of silversmiths distinguished themselves by creating the finest silver plate this country had ever seen. The painstaking skill of those early craftsmen, the patient, loving devotion to the ideals of beauty and quality have endured to this day, reaching even greater heights with the creation of their latest pattern, First Love. For the First Love ornament is deeply etched and richly raised in a perfection of craftsmanship formerly found only in sterling silver. And this loveliest of silver plate can be yours at special savings this Christmas. For example, the Silver Theater set, a magnificent 62-piece service in a handsome rosewood finish cabinet, costs only $59.75, $14 less than open stock price. Visit your silverware dealer tomorrow and see this stunning service in the First Love pattern, and in other beautiful 1847 Rogers Brothers patterns also. Learn on what easy, convenient terms you can get America's finest silver plate, 1847 Rogers Brothers.
Next Sunday on Silver Theater, we'll conclude the story of Broken Prelude, starring Betty Davis as Julia Connors and featuring Carlton Cadell as Paul Thomas, and Miss Davis's own protege, 15-year-old Pamela Cavanis, as Nina Maloff.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
International Silver Company presents The Silver Theater, starring Betty Davis in Broken Prelude, directed by Conrad Nagel. Brought to you in behalf of two of the greatest names in silverware, International Sterling, world-famous solid silver, and 1847 Rogers Brothers, America's finest silver plate. We welcome you to the 12th of the new series of Silver Theater dramatic productions. Next Sunday and the Sunday following, you will hear Ida Lupino and Conrad Nagel in David Garth's Red Book magazine story, Challenge for Three. And in weeks to come, many more great stars and a score of thrilling and entertaining stories. And here is our director, Conrad Nagel, to tell you about today's play.
Today's Silver Theater presents the second and concluding episode of Broken Prelude, an original drama by True Boardman and Grover Jones, starring Betty Davis as Julia Connors, and Carlton Cadell as Paul Thomas, and Miss Davis's 15-year-old protege, Pamela Cavanis, as Nina Maloff. And now for our play. The lights are being dimmed and the silver curtain is rising on the first act of the concluding episode of Broken Prelude. 3 months have passed since Julia Connors was released from prison, and on that very day took young Nina Maloff away from the gambling club operated by her stepfather, Joe Renardo. They've been months filled with problems for Julia, for the girl Nina, and no less for Paul Thomas, young deputy district attorney in whose custody Julia is paroled. As our curtain rises, Julia and Paul are discussing the problem of Nina with Judge Ernest Gordon, chief jurist of our juvenile court.
I asked you here because I want you to understand my position in this case. I'm sure you both realize Nina Maloff is technically a ward of the court, while you, Miss Connors, well, to be frank...
To be frank, I've got a record. I'm a convict on parole, and you don't think I'm the proper person to care for Nina. That's it, isn't it?
Julia, Your Honor, there are other factors I don't think you consider. For one thing, the care Miss Connors has been taking of Nina these last 3 months. The things she has done to start the child on her career.
Paul.
Julia got a job 3 days after she was released as a salesgirl in a music store, because then she could take operatic records home at night for Nina to hear. And there was the matter of lessons.
Never mind, Paul. I can fight my own battles.
Judge Gordon, do you know who the child's teacher is? Martucci.
Martucci? But, Miss Connors, how could you afford...
She can't. That's the point. Julia laid personal siege to Martucci's studio and practically browbeat him into accepting Nina as a pupil. And for about 1/10 his usual price.
I tell you, all this has nothing to do with it, Paul.
On the contrary, it may have a great deal to do with it. The fact that you've been making certain sacrifices for the child...
Sacrifice is nothing. Nina's mother was my cellmate for 2 years. The day I was leaving, Anna sent for me. She was dying, and she begged me to look her kid up and see that she was taken care of. And that's all I'm interested in.
But as I recall, this department has suggested 3 different couples as possible foster parents for Nina. And each time you found some objection to them.
Well, they weren't the right ones. Oh, the kid's got talent. Her mother thought she could be a great singer. And And maybe she can. So if anybody's going to adopt her, it should be somebody who can help her.
I see. Then if this court proposed the girl's adoption by someone who could further the child's musical career, you'd be perfectly agreeable.
Sure, why not? Why should I want to keep her? I've got my own life to live.
But there's still the problem as to whether I can allow you to continue caring for Nina in the meantime.
Why not? She's doing all right.
Why not? Miss Connors, what was your profession before you went to prison?
I was entertainer in a cabaret.
So I understand. I also understand that working with you was a girl named Marcia Wallace.
So what about her?
Just this. Did you or did you not say before you left prison that you'd get revenge on Marcia Wallace because, as you put it, she framed you? Well, Miss Connors?
Yes, I said that.
Miss Connors, if I allow you to keep Nina for the present, have I your word that you will forego whatever action you intended against this Marcia Wallace?
I've got to be going.
Julia, wait. You haven't...
Nina's at home alone, and I've got to take her someplace at 5 o'clock. It's important. I can't wait here. Goodbye.
Julia. Your Honor, I'm sorry. But it's as I told you, Julia...
I'm sorry, too, Thomas. I know how you feel about Miss Connors, and I wanted to try to help you. But under the circumstances, I'm afraid I'm going to have to take definite action.
Here's the theater, miss. We made it 2 minutes to 5.
Fine. Come on, Nina. Here, driver.
Thanks.
We're going here, Nina.
But what is all this, Julia? Why are you so excited? Why don't you tell me?
Nina, inside there, waiting for us, or rather for you, is a man named Charles Renison.
Renison?
Yes, the manager of the San Marco Opera Company. For 6 weeks I've been hounding him to give you an audition, and you're getting it. Today.
Julia!
Now, don't Julia me. Come on.
Yes, miss. Well, you look...
We had an appointment with... Oh, Mr. Renison, I hope we're not late.
Oh, not at all. Boris, hold it a moment, will you?
This is Nina Maloff. Nina, Mr. Renison.
How do you do?
Hello, Miss Marlowe. What would you like to sing?
Anything you say.
Well, that covers a pretty broad field. The orchestra's been rehearsing some of the music for La Traviata. Know anything from that?
How about Darfo C'est Lui?
Oh, sure you want to try that?
I just as soon.
All right. Boris!
Yes, Mr. Renison?
Boris, the young lady's going to... Miss Marlowe. Mr. Boris Coleman.
How do you do?
It is an honor, Miss Marlowe. I was a friend of your mother.
I'm glad.
Miss Marlowe's going to sing the Darfo C'est Lui.
Oh, good. Splendid. Come along, miss.
Yes, and we'll listen from out front. Coming, Miss Connors?
Just a minute, please. Nina.
Yeah?
Good luck, darling. You're not afraid?
Guess I can't be, can I? This has got to be good for both our sakes.
You're right. Now go on up there and sing.
Julia?
Yes?
Kiss me for luck, will you?
Why? Sure, Nina.
Thanks.
Now beat it.
All right, Julia. I'm ready, Mr. Coleman.
All right.
Okay, Anna Maloff. Your daughter's got her chance. Now maybe you'd better start helping her. Oh, it's got to be good. It's got to be good.
Julia, you're crying.
Oh, you're crazy. What is there to cry about?
Very fine, Nina. Excellent. All right, Miss Connors, I'm sold. Come back in the morning. We'll talk it over.
Oh, thank you.
You'll find him there on the stage, Mrs. Henderson.
Thank you, Steve. Charles, darling, did you forget we had an appointment?
Oh, I'm glad you're here, my dear. Nina Maloff, Miss Connors, I'd like to have you meet my wife.
Your wife? How do you... Julia. Marcia Wallace.
And so ends Act One of Broken Prelude, starring Betty Davis. Before we continue with the second act, here's a man with a Christmas thought. John Conte.
By this time next week, the suspense will be all over. You'll know exactly what was in even the most curious-shaped Christmas package. And many of you, I hope, will find this Christmas a particularly happy one, because it brings you the gleaming loveliness of 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate. Silver plate in the glamorous pattern First Love. For this is the new and sensational pattern that brings to silver plate for the first time the miracle of sterling silver craftsmanship. Craftsmanship which etches the rich floral ornament more deeply, raises it higher, gives it beauty and elegance undreamed of before. Craftsmanship possible only to a house rooted in tradition, a house of 91 years' supremacy in silver plate design, the famous house of 1847 Rogers Brothers. This Christmas, 1847 Rogers Brothers offer their glorious silver plate at special savings. The Silver Theater set, a beautiful 62-piece service in a stunning rosewood finish cabinet, costs only $59.75, a saving of more than $14 over open stock price. It comes not only in the First Love pattern, but in other attractive 1847 Rogers Brothers patterns also. Visit your silverware dealer tomorrow. Find out what easy, convenient payment terms can be arranged, and make your Christmas a silver Christmas with America's finest silver plate, 1847 Rogers Brothers.
Once again, the lights are being dimmed, and the silver curtain is rising on the final act of Broken Prelude. Several weeks have passed. Nina is under contract to Marcia Wallace's husband, Charles Renison. And after long and arduous rehearsal, the night of Nina's debut has come at last. Then on the following morning, there's cause for celebration as over the breakfast table, Julia and Nina read reviews of the performance.
Youthful and flawless voice brought a freshness and vitality to the character that gave primary importance to this usually minor role. There is little doubt but that the young newcomer is assured a brilliant future. Well, there you are. That's all of them.
Oh, Julia, aren't they swell?
Swell? They're a bunch of lies, and you know it. Drink your milk.
A bunch of lies?
Nina Maloff's flawless voice. Humbug. You were flat 6 times in the second act.
Julia, I wasn't.
Well, once anyway, I think.
I know what you mean, Julia. You're afraid maybe that those things in the paper will make a difference. They won't, Julia. Honest. I know that part of those things are just because I'm a kid.
Well, if you realize that, maybe there's some hope for you. Pass the toast.
Julia, I just thought of something. Now you can quit your store job, you know it? I need you with me at the theater, I mean. You know, be sure I look all right. Check on my singing and everything.
Oh, no. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's a typical stage mother. When it comes to a career, I always say a mother's place is...
Mother. Julia, do you know what you said?
Well, suppose I did. Maybe it's not such a bad idea.
Oh, Julia, I'm so happy. I didn't think I could be so happy.
Come to think of it, neither did I. Hey, come on now. You get on to your practicing.
I'll go. Hello, Paul.
Hello, Nina.
Paul, have you seen the reviews?
Yes, Julia.
Oh, and thank you for the flowers, Paul.
What did you try to do, buy out a flower store? I thought Nina was going to... What's wrong?
Well, Nina, you better go in the other room.
Paul?
But what is it? I want to know.
Go on, Nina. You don't need to say anything. Your friend Judge Gordon, he's going to take her away from me.
Yes, Julia.
Oh, he would wait for a time like this.
If you'll remember, you told him you wanted to be rid of her. You also said that you'd make no objection to Nina's being adopted, provided the right family wanted her.
Oh, but a career.
In this case, if anything, her career would be helped.
Oh, well, I guess that's that then. If it means a good home for her and all the other things she needs, well, that's swell. That's all I was worried about.
Down in your heart, you want that girl, Julia. You could fight to keep her.
Maybe I've fought too long. Maybe I'm tired of it.
All right, Julia. But there's one thing I think you ought to know. The people that want to adopt Nina are Charles and Marcia Renison.
Marcia?
Yes, Julia.
Marcia Wallace adopting Nina. Marcia taking that kid away from me now. Oh, it's wonderful. And I'll bet she thinks she's going to get away with it.
Julia, then you will fight it. You won't let them take her.
Fight? Oh, you've never even seen me start, Paul Thomas. There's nothing I wouldn't do to stop Marcia Wallace from getting that child. Nothing. Do you understand?
We'll take it to court, and I'll back you, Julia. I'll back you.
Court? Oh, no, we won't take it to court. Because I'll settle this before it ever gets to court. A long time before. And I'm starting now. All right, I admit it, Your Honor. I did go to Marcia Renison's house, and I did mean to harm her. If that was necessary to keep her from taking Nina. That's what their lawyer has been trying to prove to you in this hearing, Your Honor. Well, he can save his breath, I admit it.
Well, that's very considerate of Miss Connors. May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes. Go ahead, Mr. Morrow.
I submit, Your Honor, that this action Miss Connors has just confessed, considered by the sight of her previous record as a convicted felon, shows her unfit to be guaranteed permanent custody of the child Nina Maloff. While, on the other hand, the fitness of my clients, Mr. and Mrs. Renison, is self-evident. I believe that's all that need be said.
Mr. Renison, Your Honor, you are fully aware of the responsibility that this adoption entails?
Fully, Your Honor.
And you, Mrs. Renison?
Your Honor, I haven't had a chance to see much of Nina, but even from the little I have seen of her, I'm genuinely fond of the child. You have my word that I'd like to do my best to take her mother's place.
Take her mother's place?
Miss Connors, please. Mrs. Renison.
That's all, Your Honor. Except that I can't understand Julia feeling the way she does.
Now, Mr. Thomas.
Your Honor.
I think it would be well if you would bring in the child herself.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, Nina.
Yes,
You're to
Paul?
come in now.
Come in, Nina. Come in and sit down.
Yes, sir.
Nina, you probably know the purpose of this hearing.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Thomas.
Now, Nina, don't be frightened and just answer the questions we ask you. First of all, do you feel that Julia has taken good care of you? I mean, have you been comfortable and well fed?
You know I have, Paul.
But in this case, the judge wants to know. Now about your music. Did Julia make you practice regularly?
2 hours a day and 3 on Saturdays.
She was strict?
I'll say she was. She said I couldn't stay with her if I didn't work.
All right, Your Honor.
Mr. Morrow, have you any questions to ask the child?
Thank you, Your Honor. Nina, you say Miss Connors took such good care of you. What kind of hours did you keep? I mean, what time did you usually go to bed?
Oh, about 11 or sometimes 12.
You stayed up till 12 o'clock regularly.
I said 11 or 12. Besides, it was only because she'd brought records home for me to hear and she had to take them back the next day.
Nina, did you ever hear Miss Connors mention the name of Marcia Wallace?
Paul, do I have to answer that?
Yes, Nina.
Well, yes.
What did she say about Marcia Wallace?
That she had framed her, and when she got rid of me, she was going to get even, but she didn't mean that. I know she didn't.
One more question, Nina. Did either Miss Connors or Mr. Thomas prompt you what to say at this hearing?
Yes, they both did.
Oh, they prompted you. And what did they tell you to say, Nina?
They told me to tell the truth.
Is that all, Mr. Morrow?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, Nina, I have to ask your opinion about something very important.
I know what you're going to ask me, and I can tell you the answer now, Judge. I want to stay with Julia. Please, Judge. You don't understand about things. Julia needs me, and I guess I need her, but Mr. Renison's all right, and his wife, too, but they can adopt somebody else. I belong to Julia now. Don't you see?
That's what we're here to decide, Nina. You'd better go out again for a few minutes.
Julia, do I have to?
Go on, Nina.
Okay.
And now, Miss Connors, Mr. and Mrs. Renison have each spoken in their own behalf. It's only fair that you should have the same privilege. Well?
I have nothing to say.
Julia,
What's the use? It's all decided. It was decided before it started. It was decided 3 years ago when a jury of 12 infallible men and women said that Julia Connors was guilty as charged. I'm not a fit person to take care of Nina. I'm a convict. This court says so. And there's not the slightest chance in the world that this court could be wrong.
Julia.
All right, take the kid. Take her and see if I care. Because I don't, you understand? I don't care. I'm glad she's out of my way.
Julia. Your Honor, she doesn't know what she's saying. Give me 1 minute, please. I'll bring her back. Julia.
I'm getting out of here.
And I say you're not.
Julia, what is it? What's happened?
Now, Julia, listen to me. Listen.
Let go of me.
Paul, you're hurting her.
Go on back in there. Listen to Marcia's speeches. They're much prettier than I can make and funnier.
Julia, you're a fool. Do you understand that? A blind, stubborn, childish fool. I've been fighting with you through all of this, but now if I have to, I'm fighting against you.
Paul.
And it's a fight for more than keeping Nina. It's a fight for you yourself, Julia, and for our love. You're going back in there.
I won't.
I'm not asking you. You're going back in that courtroom. You're going to stop being blinded by your hatred for Marcia Wallace and tell the truth. You're going to let Judge Gordon see the Julia Connors that is deserving of being Nina's mother. The Julia Connors that I knew and fell in love with before all of this happened. You're going to break through this wall you built around yourself and let Judge Gordon know the things that even you won't admit are in your heart. It's the one chance, Julia. The only chance.
Oh, I don't know. I don't think I can, Paul. You see, there's so many things between.
You've got to try, Julia, and you're going to.
Julia, please do what Paul says. Please.
Well, Julia?
All right.
You better wait here, Nina.
I will.
Your Honor, Miss Connors is ready now.
Very well.
Judge Gordon, I'm sorry for a minute ago, and what I said was a lie. I do want Nina. Paul has just told me that my only chance in this hearing is to tell you the absolute truth. All right. Then, first of all, I was innocent of the crime I went to prison for. Marcia, in your heart, you know that's true. She does, Your Honor. But she won't tell you so. And you won't believe me. Oh, but you can believe this. I love that child, and I need her. You see, Your Honor, during the 3 years of my sentence, there was something that died inside me, and Nina Maloff brought it to life again. I don't know any clearer way to tell you than that. A long time ago, I gave up asking for things and started fighting. I'm not fighting now. I'm begging you to let me keep Nina Maloff.
Thank you, Miss Connors. All of the parties concerned having been heard, it is the duty of this court to make its decision. I want you to realize that I have tried to be influenced neither by emotion nor by personal feeling. But I have considered only the ultimate welfare of the child. Therefore, it is the decision of this court that permanent custody of Nina Maloff be granted to Charles and Marcia Renison.
Julia. Thank you, Your Honor.
Charles, let's get out of here.
Marcia.
I tell you, I can't stand it. Take me out of here.
Mr. Thomas, Miss Connors, I'm sorry. With a prison record, there was nothing else I could do. I'm sorry.
Julia. Julia, you mustn't take it like this.
You please go. Just leave me alone.
But, Julia, my darling.
I just want to be left alone.
Julia. You go find my Nina, Julia. Oh, you got to go. You can help her, Julia. I can ask nobody else. Believe me, there is a greatness in my daughter, but she must have a chance. Oh, you see that, Julia?
Stop it.
You can help my girl, Julia. And she needs you. Say you go find her, Julia.
Stop it.
Julia, please don't cry.
Nina, darling, go along. You've got to go with the others.
But I don't. Julia, look.
Marcia.
All right, Julia. You win. I win. As long as you fought me, hated me, I could do it. But not now. I can't. Not any longer.
Marcia, my dear, you...
Charles, you won't stop me. Julia, for 3 years I've lived in a kind of hell. Because I let you go to prison for a crime that I committed. I was afraid, and so I lied. But I'm telling the truth now. To the judge, to everyone if necessary. You'll have Nina. You deserve her, and you're going to have her. I'm not sure what they'll do to me. I don't even care. At least I'll know some kind of peace again. Marcia, that's all. I'm going now.
Marcia. Yes? Maybe it won't be necessary to tell too many people. You see, whatever crime there was 3 years ago, well, I think it's already been pretty well paid for. Oh, Julia.
Come, Marcia, my dear.
Julia, then it's all right. Everything, I mean. I can stay with you.
Yes, Nina. Everything's all right.
Hey, you're crying. But why should you cry now?
Nonsense, I'm laughing. Oh, Nina.
Oh, pardon me, you two, but remember me?
Paul.
Or should I go, too?
Go?
Well, at a moment like this, I hesitate to intrude on the family.
But you're part of the family, Paul.
Why, Nina.
Julia?
Well, this seems to be the day for truth coming out, doesn't it?
Oh, Julia.
Paul, darling.
Hey, remember me?
In just a few seconds, Betty Davis will come back to greet you in person. First, we'd like to remind you that while there are only 6 more shopping days before Christmas, there is something you can do about it. If you will, please, John.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's still time to give your wife or mother or sweetheart the grandest Christmas gift of her life. Lustrous solid silver by International Sterling. Your silverware dealer has services in many sizes and a wide variety of exquisite patterns, which can be yours on easy, convenient payment terms. If the one you're giving to already owns International Sterling silver, find out the name of her pattern and make your Christmas gift extra salad forks or other pieces in the matching pattern. For remember, any woman can be a more gracious and charming hostess if her silverware is beautiful and adequate. But perhaps you'd like to start a sterling service for someone instead. You can very easily indeed by giving one of International Sterling's lovely Me to You sets. This is a place setting for one person created in the rich loveliness of the Enchantress pattern and costs only $16.75. $75. Visit your silverware dealer tomorrow and 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 on that day of days, watch her face when she opens your package, when she sees the proud mark of International Sterling on every lovely piece, when she realizes that here is solid silver through and through, silver that will gleam as gloriously a full generation from now as it does this Christmas morning. International Sterling Silver. And now we return to Conrad Nagel, who is coming to the center of our silver stage with Betty Davis, star of our play tonight, and of the forthcoming Warner Brothers production, Dark Victory.
Thank you very much.
Betty, if I ever write my memoirs, I'll have 2 stories to tell. The first will be about a time, 6 years or so ago, when a young unknown actress named Betty Davis made her first screen appearance in a picture of mine. And the other will be about this program, when a very young lady named Pamela Kavanagh started on what I'm certain will be another remarkable career.
Oh, thank you, Conrad, for both Pam and me. And I'd like to thank Carlton Cadell for being such a patient Paul to such an impatient Julia.
Thank you, Betty. It's been grand working with you.
Well, you're certainly an industrious girl these days, Betty, making pictures like Dark Victory, appearing on radio shows like ours, and coaching Pam.
Yes, and right now I'm taking over another job. Yours.
Huh?
Ladies and gentlemen, next week on Silver Theater, Mr. Conrad Nagel will star with Ida Lupino in Challenge for Three.
Well, it's my turn to say thank you. And thanks a lot for being with us these past 2 weeks, Betty, and come again.
Hey, remember me?
Yeah, you bet we do, Pam. We'll remember you for a delightful performance and some lovely songs.
I'd like to thank you and Betty for giving me a chance to sing them. Good night.
Good night, Pam.
Good night.
Good night, Betty.
Remember, if you want solid silver, you want International Sterling. If you want silver plate, you want 1847 Rogers Brothers, both proudly created by International Silver Company. All the characters and events in today's drama were purely fictional. John Conte speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
This is chestertonradio.com.
International Silver Company presents The Silver Theater, starring Myrna Loy in Debutante, directed by Conrad Nagel. Brought to you on behalf of two of the greatest names in silverware, International Sterling, world-famous solid silver, and 1847 Rogers Brothers, America's finest silver plate.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Conrad Nagel welcoming you to the 16th of a new series of Silver Theater dramatic productions. Next week and the week following, you'll hear James Stewart and Jane Bryan, and in future weeks, Andrea Leeds, John Garfield, Lee Tracy, and others. Today, we're proud to present Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's brilliant star, Myrna Loy, with Elliott Lewis in Debutante, an original drama by Grover Jones and True Boardman. And now the lights are being dimmed and the silver curtain is rising on the first act of Debutante, starring Myrna Loy as Pamela Bruce, with Elliott Lewis as Eddie Adams. The scene, the huge paneled library of the Marshall Bruce home, one evening early in December.
You see, Pamela, my dear. You see, while you were in Burma, I arranged everything. You will have your debut, and you'll have it this season.
But, Mother, Dad,
we won't argue about it. For 3 seasons now, I've let you talk me into putting it off. This time, I'm determined.
I see. In other words, 1 more year, and I'll be practically an old maid.
Now, Pam, girl, you know what this means to your mother.
But how about what it means to me, Dad? I don't want a date.
That's nonsense.
It's not nonsense. Look, Mother, all these traditions, the whole social setup, I suppose they're important for people who want them, but I don't. I want something else out of life.
Any idea just what?
Freedom. The freedom that comes with not being tied down to a famous family or a famous fortune.
Oh, and you think money stands in the way of this freedom you're after?
I know it does. Oh, please, Mother, Dad, forget this debut business. Let me just go out on my own and hunt for a job. Not as Pamela Bruce, but as Paula Barton, a girl nobody ever heard of. At least let me try it. If I star, well, that's up to me.
Pamela, I listen to no more of this. You're being romantic and absurd. I will have the party here on the 19th. I've already selected the orchestra. Oh, and your dress. It's going to be white and very long, sweeping the floor, in fact. Oh, and here's the guest list. You'll see that every person on there has been invited for a purpose.
Yes, I can believe that. Particularly all unattached males between the age of 25 and 60. Providing, of course, their ancestors came within 3 boatloads of the Mayflower.
Pamela, don't try to be funny. As a matter of fact, you should be grateful. There's nothing I've left undone to make this the finest debut of the season. Why, there won't be a society editor in the country to welcome crowding around the street. My daughter, Pamela.
How do you do?
Mr. Cartwright Jr., my daughter.
How do you do?
I wonder if I might have the pleasure of a dance later on, Miss Bruce. After the receiving, I mean.
Of course, Mr. Cartwright. Shall we say the 9th?
Thank you.
Pamela, splendid. You know who the Cartwrights are.
Not typhoid carriers.
Pamela, no. They're copper people from Montana.
How many more, Dad? I can't take this much longer.
Stick with it, youngster.
Well, I will if my feet hold out. They're killing me.
Mine, too.
Pamela, the chap just coming in. He's Boris Marikoff, the young composer, and practically nobility. Do be nice to him.
All right, Mother.
Mrs. Bruce, good evening.
Mr. Malikoff, my daughter, Pamela.
How do you do?
Good evening. And my husband, Mr. Bruce, Mr. Malikoff.
How do you do?
Oh, I'm enchanted, Miss Bruce. Could I perhaps steal you away for this one dance? There are, I know, others waiting to be presented, but could we not let them wait?
Why, how delightfully nonconformist. Do, my darling.
Oh, you are so very
Thank
kind.
you, but I don't think I care to. Perhaps later, Mr. Malakoff.
Oh, of course, as you will, Miss Bruce. As you will.
Thunder, why on earth? The one man of them all I hoped you'd be nice to.
I couldn't dance with him. I've got my shoes off.
Marshall. Pamela, how can you after all?
Because I'm tired. My feet are tired, and my arm is tired, and I'm tired.
Pamela.
Oh, Mrs. Bruce. He did arrive after all. Mrs. Bruce, Miss Pamela Bruce, and Mr. Marshall Bruce. May I present Mr. Ronald Stevens?
How do you do? It's so good of you to include me, Mrs. Bruce.
I'm sure you've read Mr. Stevens' novel.
Oh, of course.
And on this trip over, he's also acting as special correspondent for the London Mail.
The London Mail?
Quite. In fact, I was wondering if I might have a bit of statement from you this evening, Miss Bruce.
Well, I see no reason why Pamela shouldn't make a statement for the British press.
No, Mother. Please. I have nothing to say.
Oh, please, Miss Bruce, just a word or so. Your opinion of the importance of debuts such as this. That sort of thing.
Don't ask me.
Pamela,
Please,
of course you'll make a statement.
I won't. Don't force me to, Mother. Or we'll both be sorry.
Pamela.
Easy, youngster.
My daughter will make a statement, Mr. Stevens, and she'll make it now. Well, Pamela?
All right, Mother. You asked for it. You can send this to your London paper, Mr. Stevens. What do I think of debuts like this? I hate them. I think they're stupid, inane, and deadly dull.
Pamela!
Do you know what this little get-together is really for? To find me a husband. Well, I don't want to find my husband by showing off how much money my father has. The man I'll love someday will come and find me wherever I am. And whether I've got $1 million or a dime won't make any difference.
Bravo.
Marshall!
And here's a finale for your statement, Mr. Stevens. You can tell the readers of the London Mail that among the missing guests at Pamela Bruce's coming-out party was Pamela Bruce herself. Because at 11:30 she was fed up and tired and disgusted, and that she walked out on the assembled 400 and went home to bed. Good night.
Pamela!
Hey, Pam, you forgot your shoes. Pam!
Marshall, I will not be put off any longer. You've got to tell me where she is. Pamela's my daughter.
Now, my dear, there's nothing to worry about. I simply sent her on a cruise to South America.
Don't tell me that again. Pam's not on any cruise. I've checked every steamship line and...
All right, Helen, I will tell you. Pam's in New York on her own, doing the things she wants to do, finding out what it's like on the other side of the coast.
Marshall, you didn't encourage her in that absurd idea.
You bet I encouraged her. She's doing all right, too. She found herself a job. Your daughter is now Paula Barton, sales girl in a dress shop at a salary of $14 a week.
$14 a week? But aren't you ashamed to have a daughter of yours?
Ashamed? I'm proud. Proud to know there's at least one member of this family who still has a little gumption.
Is that so? Well, the next time you go to see her, I'm going along
Go
with
to
you.
see her. I haven't seen Pam since she left here the morning after the party.
But you seem to know everything that happened to her.
Well, I've had detectives keeping eyes on her just to be sure she's all right.
Oh, that's at least a little better. Now, if we're going to be able to get...
I said I had detectives watching her. I stopped them the day she got a job.
Oh, Marshall.
Now, look, Helen. Between us, we've run Pam's life too long. If she really needs us, she'll come to us. But just as long as she wants to be on her own, she's going to be. And she has my blessing.
Well, now, this dress is something like it. But why you had to make me try on everything in the place to find it, I don't know.
I'm glad you like it, madam.
And don't you? Well, surely you agree that this looks better on me than that blue atrocity.
We want you to be pleased.
Young woman, I ask you a question. Do you still like the blue dress better?
Well, I do think the blue one's in better taste. Horizontal stripes are all wrong for your type of figure.
Young woman, are you trying to tell me how to dress?
It's not that, madam. But when you ask my
Don't
opinion...
try and deny it yet, young woman. Floor walker, I want the floor walker.
Please, madam, don't. I'll get fired.
You certainly will. Floor walker?
But you don't understand.
Yes, madam. Is there something I can do?
There certainly is. This stupid sales girl of yours is there to insult me. I have been a customer of Martine's for 14 years, and
Please, Mr. Adams, she misunderstood.
Be quiet, young woman. You needn't lie. I've seen your kind before. Have you
Just
for
a
one
minute,
moment?
madam. Do you want another sales girl?
Another sales girl? No, but I certainly want this one discharged.
She said this dress I chose, the only decent one that you have in stock, was in bad taste. And that
Well, she
my
was
figure-
right. It is in bad taste. It's terrible, and it looks like a tent on you. If you want to know the truth, that's it.
Well, Mr. Adams.
Our sales girls' jobs are to help the customers, madam, not to be shouted at. If you don't like the service here, you'd better go someplace else. There's an awning store down in the next block. You might try there.
Oh, Adams! Oh, Mr. Martin, this man here has
Not a word, madame, I heard. Well, Mr. Adams, and you, young woman, what have you to say for yourselves?
Please, Mr. Martin.
I'll tell you what we've got to say. We quit. We wouldn't work in a store where there's a penalty for telling the truth. It just happens we believe in freedom, don't we, Miss Barton? I said, don't we, Miss Barton?
Huh? Oh, sure we do.
So you can take your ladies ready to wear extra large size for matron's department and throw it in the East River. Come on, you. Well, are you coming or aren't you?
Sure I am. And Mr. Martin, what he said goes double for me. You can take the whole store and do what he said with it. What we want is freedom.
Well, it's open. Take your pie out. Did you ever eat in an automat before?
No, that is, of course. I've got it.
Oh, come on, we'll sit here.
You certainly are a happy person to have lunch with.
Yeah? Maybe I should cheer because I'm out of a job. Fine business. Wrecks the whole works. I was in the money, do you know that? Right up amongst them.
Really?
$286.47. That's what I had in the bank. Another month would have made it $300.
Well, I'm sure some other store will need a floor walker.
A floor walker? Say, wait a minute. You don't think I'd take a job like that again, do you?
Well,
Do I look like a floor walker?
Not exactly, no.
I took that job because I had to. Every laboratory in New York was laying off men last year.
Laboratory?
The chemistry, that's my job. I had 2 years of petroleum engineering at Columbia Extension, but when Dad had to quit work, I gave it up.
Is your father a chemist, too?
30 years. He was one of the first men in the country to work on the cracking process to build octane rating. Then that's Greek to you. But we've got something now that's really important. All we need is a lab of our own for research. Ever think what's the worst thing about city life these days?
What?
Carbon monoxide. The poison that comes out of the exhaust of 100,000 automobiles. Well, we're going to stop that because I've got a way to absorb those fumes. Chemically, I mean. No, it's been tried before, but it wasn't practical. My method would be.
It sounds wonderful.
It is wonderful. That's my dream, to make every city in the country a... Hey, why should I be telling you all this?
Go on. I think it's swell, Mr. Adams.
Nix, Eddie. People who get fired together should always use first names. Hey, what is your first name, anyway?
It's Paula.
Paula? Don't like it. I never like girls' first names that don't begin with M or J. I'll call you Jane.
But my name...
And don't argue. Yeah, hurry and finish eating, and we'll start looking for jobs.
Oh, will we?
Unless you'd rather starve. Hey, what are you looking in your purse for?
I want some more to eat.
Why didn't you say so? Here, this lunch is on me, and you're not spending your own nickels. How many do you want?
Just one. I want ice cream on my pie.
Ice cream on your pie. Here, give me that nickel back. The pie's got cheese on it, hasn't it? That's enough. You've got to learn to save your dough. Here, let me see your purse.
Hey, keep out of there.
I thought so. $2.87. And no job. When's your rent paid to?
That's none of your business.
Till tomorrow, isn't it? So you're practically broke and have no place to live. Well, that settles it. You're coming home with me. We've got a back bedroom we've been trying to rent, but nobody take it because the window won't open. You can sleep there.
Now, look here, Mr. Eddie Adams. If you think I'll let you run my affairs just any way...
Sure you will. Somebody's got to run them. How far do you think anybody'd get in this town if they didn't have someone else for a boss?
Except you, of course. Nobody bosses you.
Oh, no? Where did you see Mom go to work on me? And on you, too. Come on, let's go.
Stay, of course you'll stay. There's no argument about it.
See, what did I tell you, Jane? Oh, I forgot, Mom. Her name's Paula, but I'm calling her Jane.
But, Mrs. Adams, you don't understand. It's really my fault that Eddie lost his job.
Nonsense. He's a hothead. He's always...
Oh, hello, Dad. How do you feel? Did you see the doctor today? What did he say?
About the same, Eddie. He still can't tell much.
This is Paula Barton, Dad, the girl Lady phoned about. She's going to stay with us.
Oh, but Mrs. Adams, I can't impose on you.
Impose nothing, Ma. You take the back room. You can pay $9 a week with board when you start back to work and help me with the dishes. Now it's all settled.
Well...
So you're not going to be bossed, huh? That's what you think. Come on, I'll show you your room.
Now, Eddie, wait a minute.
Huh?
Paula, of course you don't have to stay if you don't want to. But if you do want to, You're more than welcome.
You're swell to ask me. All of you. And I will say, I'd love to. I think this is just the place I've been looking for.
And so the silver curtain falls on Act One of Debutante. Before Myrna Loy and Elliot Lewis continue with Act Two, we'd like to offer a suggestion to you, the hostess.
Mueller's windows, perhaps on the dinner table of a friend. But I wonder how many of you know from your own experience how everlasting its rich, warm, lustrous beauty is. If you don't know, if you've never owned sterling silver, may I suggest that you visit your silverware dealer tomorrow, Monday, and talk with him? You'll be surprised at the things he can tell you. Pleasantly surprised. For you can get a complete service of exquisite solid silver, international sterling silver, on payment terms adapted especially to your income. Or you can start by getting one of International Sterling's lovely me-to-you sets and build your own solid silver service by adding a set a month. Now, these me-to-you sets come in a wide variety of patterns. Among them, the popular and lovely Enchantress. Look at all of them and make your choice. For when you see the grace and luster of International Sterling designs, when you realize that you can get a place setting for one person, 6 lovely pieces of solid silver for only $16.75, I know you will make a choice, that you'll resolve right then and there to own a complete service of solid silver by International Sterling.
Once again, the lights are being dimmed and the silver curtain is rising on the concluding act of Debutante, starring Myrna Loy with Elliot Lewis. Several months have passed. Pamela, now calling herself Paula Barton, is still at the Adamses. And in her life, in all their lives, there have been changes. But they're the subtle and elusive changes that find no real expression in what people say or do, but achieve a real eloquence in their thoughts. And so it's in the thoughts of Mrs. Adams, of her husband, of Eddie, and of Pamela herself, we come to really understand the changes that the passing months have made.
It's April. Eddie's still out of a job. He hasn't said so, but I know his savings are running pretty low. Dad seems to be getting sicker. Paula's still here, and she hasn't found a job either. Things are sure to change before long. Anyway, they'd better.
It's early in May. Paula got a job last week at a hat store, but Eddie's still looking. I wish he could work on that idea of his, and that I was well enough to help him. The doctor still won't say about me. I wish he would. It's not knowing that makes it hard.
10th of June. I got a job in a refinery over in Jersey. Paula. Funny, I call her Jane, but I always think of her as Paula. No, Paula's still here. Somehow I can't quite think straight when it comes to Paula. Wish I could tell her so. Her birthday's next month, the 6th. She thinks I don't know. Dad's not any better. He worries me.
It's July 5th. I got a raise last week. One more, and Eddie and I, between us, will be making enough to... Why should I think things like that? Eddie hasn't said anything. And anyway, he's got to get that laboratory he wants. Besides, his dad is sicker all the time. It worries me. Tomorrow's my birthday, and Eddie doesn't know. I almost told him that he'd want to get me something, and I know he can't afford it. But gosh, I wish he would. Oh, Eddie, you didn't. Oh, it's swell, Eddie. I've never seen a grander bracelet.
Only gone. It's not diamonds or emeralds like you ought to have. But anyway, it's real. Fake jewelry doesn't go with you. I'm never going to let you wear it. So now get your hat. We're on our way.
On our way?
Sure, it's your birthday, isn't it? Well, this is our day to howl.
Eddie, you mean a show?
A show? That's only the beginning.
But your budget.
To heck with the budget. I don't care if it costs $5. We're going to split this town wide open.
a carnival, and at this hour, we ought to go home.
Thanks. No birthday's complete without a ride in a Ferris wheel. Come on.
Yes, sir. Dime a ride, sir. Dime a
Here,
ride.
here's a buck, buddy. That's 5 rides apiece, and we don't want to stop in between.
Okay, up you go.
Oh, Eddie, you shouldn't have spent the money. But this was a grand idea. Oh, it's so cool up here. And look at the lights. And those ships out there in the river.
Yeah.
Eddie.
What?
What's wrong? You just sort of froze up all of a sudden.
Nothing.
It's not because I spent too much money.
Oh, don't be a dope. You think I'd care if you spent $1 million if I had it? I guess you think I'm tight. Well, sure I am, because I've got to be. Because it's the one outside chance I've got to win, because... Oh, let's not talk about it.
Let's do talk about it, Eddie.
For what? Where'll it get us? There's nothing I can say that you haven't already guessed. Why, I've got a rush of words inside me that have been killing me for months.
What about me? Maybe I've got a rush of words I've kept inside, too.
Suppose you have. What do they all add up to? We love each other, so that's great. That's where the fairy tale ends. So we get married and live happy forever after. Only we don't, because this isn't a fairy tale. We can't afford to get married.
Are you sure, Eddie?
What have I got to offer you? Suppose we left the folks. What's the most we could afford and take care of them, too? A room or a single apartment? Well, you're not a single apartment girl, and I know it. Oh, Janie, don't you see? You deserve a little house somewhere. Anyway, a flat big enough to breathe in.
We could get that later, darling. I'll still be working, too, you know.
And there's another thing. Maybe it's old-fashioned to want kids. Well, then I'm old-fashioned. That's the way it is. No, we gotta forget it, I tell you.
All right, Eddie. After all, you know how much you love me.
What's how much I love you got to do with it? Does loving you give me any more freedom to do the things I want to do?
But you have freedom.
Freedom, sure. Freedom to fight for every nickel. And money, that's the only kind of freedom that amounts to anything, and don't forget it.
But money's nothing, Eddie.
Nothing, huh? Have you any idea what we could do with $5,000? We could get married tomorrow. We could make a payment on a house somewhere. I could buy you some clothes, and I could get that lab I've always wanted. I could make every city in this country a cleaner, better place to live in. That's been my dream for 5 years, but... Oh, let's forget it. I love you, sure. If that's any satisfaction to you. I'm crazy about you. That's the end of it.
But it isn't. Eddie Adams, if you won't propose to me... Eddie, we're going to get married.
You're crazy.
Sure I am. You've got a dream. Well, I'm going to share that dream, and you won't stop me. Why, you darn fool, I love you so much I'd marry you even if you were rich.
What kind of sense does that make?
It doesn't make any. We'll go to Greenwich tomorrow.
Greenwich and spend $7 train fare? Nix. We'll get a license tomorrow, wait 5 days, and then go to the city hall in a taxi.
I don't care if we walk. Oh, Eddie, darling.
Oh, Paula,
All right, wise guy. A fine inch of time you picked to stop this thing.
Well, Mom, what are you doing up?
Eddie, where have you been?
Mother Adams.
It's sad. The doctor's been here since 4 o'clock.
What is it, Doctor?
Your father's had a collapse, Eddie. I've been warning him of it. Your mother says he hasn't told you.
Is he bad?
Very bad.
Isn't there some kind of treatment that...
Yes, a pneumothorax operation, then months of complete rest.
The operation and all, Doc, how much would it cost?
That's hard to say, Eddie. Several hundred at least. Perhaps 1,000. It depends on...
Paula, where are you going?
Never mind. I'll be back.
Oh, so here you are. You know, I've been looking through you since 4 this morning, from one end of New York to the other. Where were you? What was the idea of... Hey, where's Dad?
Your dad's gone, Eddie, and your mother with him. I had him taken to a hospital where they specialize in just the kind of operation he needs.
Swell, and I pay for it with buttons.
No. You pay for it with this.
Huh? Pay to the order of Edward Adams, $2,000. Marshall Bruce. Where'd you get this? Marshall Bruce, I've heard of him. What's he to you?
He's my father, Eddie.
You're... Oh. I get it now, and it's swell. Marshall Bruce's daughter, and you'd marry me even if I was rich. Oh, that's funny. That's very funny. I bet you've had a swell time, haven't you?
Shut up.
Slumming with the Adamses. Finding out how the other half lives.
Shut up.
Hey.
I might have known you'd take it like this. Because money's the one thing that matters to you. And you're too blind to see that all the money in the world isn't as important as loving someone.
Jane.
My name is Pamela. Call me that. And there's another thing. I told my dad about your dream. Your idea to make cities healthier to live in. He'll lend you that $5,000 you need. He offered to make it $50,000. But I said we only needed $5,000. That we still wanted to be on our own, now and always. But you won't take that either. Because nothing matters to you but pride. It doesn't even matter that I'd live with you forever in a furnished room if you asked me to. So you can take your dreams and your budgets and your kids and throw them in the East River.
Jane. Hey, Jane.
Huh?
I thought you were running away.
That's what I thought you thought. Oh, Eddie. I can't help it if I was born rich. Can't we just both forget it?
I don't know whether to kiss you or kill you.
Well, I wish you'd make up your mind to do one or the other.
Oh, Jane, Paula. I mean Pamela.
Will you just stop calling me names? Oh, Eddie. Darling.
Well, in just a moment, I'm going to bring Myrna Loy back for a brief curtain speech. Before I do, I'd like to tell you something that occurred to me while I was standing here in the wings watching their grand performance. I was thinking what a charming picture Miss Loy makes of that preposterous little hat perched on those red gold curls. And how ephemeral women's fashions are, designed to last only a season or two at most. Designing silverware is a more intricate problem. For really beautiful silverware is designed to last a lifetime. That's the kind of silver plate 1847 Rogers Brothers is. Created with patient skill and loving devotion to the highest ideals of beauty and quality. 1847 Rogers Brothers is silver plate to be cherished right through the years. But since words are really inadequate to describe it, why not do this? Accept the invitation of John Conte.
Ladies and gentlemen, why not visit your silverware dealer tomorrow and look at the Silver Theater set on display in the window? For this magnificent 62-piece service speaks eloquently for itself. A 62-piece service that can be yours for only $59.75. A saving of more than $14 over open stock price. You can get this stunning set in many different patterns, including the sensational and glamorous First Love. Let your silverware dealer show them to you. Let him tell you, too, how easily and conveniently you can become proud owner of America's finest silver plate. 1847 Rogers Brothers Silver Plate. And now back to Conrad Nagel, who is bringing Myrna Loy out in front of our silver curtain.
Thank you, John. First of all, Myrna, I want to thank you and Elliot Lewis and the rest of the cast for a fine performance. Then I'd like to have you meet our Silver Theater audience.
Thank you, Conrad. Thank you, everyone. You've all been grand, and it's been lots of fun.
All the hard work you put in, you call it fun?
Of course. I love radio work.
First Love?
That's a good point, Conrad. I do own First Love.
Lucky girl. And speaking of luck, I understand your new picture for Metro Goldwyn Mayer is called Lucky Night.
That's right.
And you're co-starring with Robert Taylor?
Mm-hmm.
Lucky Bob.
Lucky me.
Well, you're coming back to Silver Theater again, aren't you?
I certainly am.
Lucky us. Good night, my Myrna Loy.
Good night, everyone.
Next week and the following week, Silver Theater will star James Stewart and Jane Bryan in another original drama by Troop Boardman and Grover Jones. Conrad Nagel will direct, and of course there'll be more original music scored and conducted by Felix Mills. In the meantime,
If you want solid silver, you want International Sterling. If you want silver plate, you want 1847 Rogers Brothers, both proudly created by International Silver Company. All incidents and characters in today's drama were entirely fictitious. Silver Theater originates at Columbia Square in Hollywood. John Conte speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
International Silver Company presents Silver Theater. Starring Mary Astor in One Day After Another. Brought to you this week in behalf of International Sterling, creators of world-famous solid silver. And now, here is the director of Silver Theater, Conrad Nagel.
Thank you, Jack Bailey, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Silver Theater. This evening we present a very timely play of everyday American life called One Day After Another. It was written by George Wells from the Ladies' Home Journal story by Margaret Weymouth Jackson. The play is a series of chapters in the life of a typical American mother. To interpret this deeply moving and simple story, we're most fortunate in having as our guest the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer star, Mary Astor. And now the house lights dim and the silver curtain rises on Act One of One Day After Another, starring Mary Astor as Madge Sheldon. That's Madge Sheldon calling from the kitchen. In just a moment, her family will come trampling down the stairs in a noisy, hungry parade. Joe, her husband, and the 4 boys, ages 16 to 5. There's another boy, too, the youngest of the Sheldons, who sits enthroned in his high chair and watches this daily parade with wide-eyed wonderment. 7 healthy breakfasts will be served hot from the stove and consumed with healthy appetites. Then the parade will start again. Joe Sheldon off to his prescription counter at Sheldon's Pharmacy. The boys off to school.
Bye, darling.
Bye, Joe. Bill, you better hurry. It's 25 after 8.
I know. Hey, Mom, did you see my math book? I left it right on the table in the upstairs hall. I remember it distinctly.
Your math book, on the porch, Bill, under the pillow on the hammock.
Oh, thanks, Mom. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Bill. Don't slam the door.
Bill, hey, wait for me. Hey, Bill.
Rich, come here.
Yeah, Mom?
Rich, your father wants you to help him at the store this afternoon after school.
This afternoon? Gee, Mom, I've got basketball practice.
Oh.
Can I do it tomorrow, Mom, huh?
All right, dear. I'll call and tell him.
Thanks. So long, Mom.
Bye, Rich. Don't slam the door.
Oh. It was right in the living room. I left it there last night, and now it's gone. It's gone.
What's the matter, Al?
My trombone. I can't find my trombone. We're having band practice first thing this morning, and I can't find...
I put it back in the case. It's in the closet under the stairs.
Gosh, is that where it is?
Well, that's where it's supposed to be. Al, when are you going to learn to put things away?
I'm sorry, I forgot. So long, Mom.
Goodbye, dear. Don't slam the door. Al.
Mommy, can I go out and run, can I?
Come in here, Sid.
Can I, Mommy?
Yes, you may, darling. You stay right in front of the house, you hear?
Okay.
Let me button your coat. And don't play in the driveway.
Okay. Are you going to bring Fido out, too?
Fido's still eating his breakfast. As soon as he finishes and I get the beds made and the dishes done, I'll put him out in the playpen.
Okay.
And, Sid, the baby's name is not Fido. It's Clarence.
Daddy calls him Fido.
I know.
He says he looks like Fido.
Well, that's just Daddy's idea. We'll call him Clarence, shall we?
Okay.
Now, run along. Keep that coat buttoned up tight.
Okay.
Sid, don't slam that door.
Huh?
The door. Close it quietly, darling.
Okay.
Fido! What's the matter? Fido, don't move now, dear. That's the boy. Oh, Fido. How am I going to teach you not to climb on tables? Now, you just sit in this high chair and behave yourself. If you want to fall, you may not be old enough to walk yet, but there's not a thing wrong with your climbing, you little monkey. Now, what were you after this time?
Yeah.
Oh, sugar, of course. Shame on you. Sugar ration and you stuffing yourself with it. No, not down. You're going to sit right there while I wash the dishes and be a good boy. Come on, now, look up here while I wipe off your face. That's it. Hold still now. Hold still. Oh, Fido. Every day you look more and more like Winston Churchill. Sid, what is it?
Tommy bleeding my nose. Tommy hit me.
Again. All right, hold your head back. Don't let the blood get on your coat. Now stand over the sink. Come on. And it's no use crying. Crying won't stop it. Here, look up. Well, you got a good one this time, didn't you? Why'd you let him do it?
I didn't. He's 6. He's bigger.
Oh, he's bigger. Uh-huh. So every day you just walk out and let him punch you in the nose. Just because he's bigger. Hold that spoon over your lip.
I wanted to fight him, Mommy. But he hit me when I wasn't looking.
Oh, yeah? Well, why weren't you looking?
I don't know.
Well, you should have been. What would happen to the Marines if they weren't looking? And what if he is bigger than you are? That doesn't make any difference. Germany was bigger than England, too.
I bet you I will fight him. I bet you I'll knock him clear down on the sidewalk.
Mm-hmm. That's just talk. I've heard you say that before. All right, stop bleeding now. Now wipe off your face and go out and play. The next time Tommy goes to hit you, don't you dare step back from him, do you hear? You get in one of your own.
Okay. Hello. Hello, Tommy. I gave you a bloody nose. Well, my mommy fixed it. You want another bloody nose? Huh? No. Then you better go back in your house. Okay. Goodbye, Tommy.
Sid, remember what I told you. Go on. Go on, darling.
Okay. There. I did it, Mommy. I did it. I bleeded down his nose. I did it.
Oh, it was wonderful, Joe. I had to call you right away. I only wish you could have been here to see it.
Well, he'll have other fights, I imagine.
Oh, but darling, you don't understand. I've been trying for 6 months to get Sid to stand up to Tommy. He pitched right into him and knocked him down. And Tommy's almost 2 years older than Sid and a lot bigger, too.
All right, take it easy. You know, you're never satisfied, Madge. You think Al fights too much, and then you egg Sid on.
Yes, I guess I do. But there's a place just in between the two that'll satisfy me.
Oh, say, I'll be home to lunch.
You will? There's just soup.
Swell.
Oh, Joe, if you get the chance, try to remember those clothespins. It's a wonderful day for drying.
Sure. Say, listen.
Oh, Fido! Oh, Fido.
What's the matter?
I'll have to hang up, Joe. He's just knocked all the pots off the sink. Goodbye. Yoo-hoo, is that you, Al? Al? Al, is that you? Who are you? Al, what happened to you? All right, darling, you better tell me. What is it?
I got put out of the band.
Oh, no, Al. Why?
Well, Cooney's been trying to get my seat in the band. He's always teasing and pestering, and, well, he poked me and made me miss a note, and I hit him, Mother.
Oh, Al.
I couldn't help it. I did it so quick before I thought.
You didn't count. I've told you and told you. You must watch your temper, Al. You've got to learn that you can't fight your way through life. It'll spoil everything for you. You've got to understand that.
I've been doing better. You know I have, Mother. I've tried.
Yes, I know you've tried. And you have been doing better. Well, now, of course, you want to get back into the band. Did you speak to Mr. Morrow?
It's no use. He says he won't stand for fighting in the band. And I won't be in the concert Saturday afternoon, and we're going to play Trommerai, and it's so pretty, the trombone part. Oh, gee, Mother, I can't go back to school.
Nonsense. Of course you can. But you've got to take your punishment. You'll have to apologize to Mr. Morrow and explain.
But then I'd have to tell on Corny. I couldn't do that.
No, you couldn't. Well, just tell him you lost your temper and you'll try harder next time. If you're sincere, he'll listen to you.
Well, all right.
That's it. Now wash your face and come into lunch. The boys will be along any minute, and your father's coming home. You don't want them to know you were fighting.
No.
And Al, listen. There are times, like in band practice, when you just have to take things and consider the leader and the other people before your own pride. Any ninny can get into a fight, but sometimes it takes a real man to keep quiet. Things always come out right if we're just patient enough. Remember that.
I'll try to, Mother. Hello?
There's Bill. Yoo-hoo! Your lunch is on the table, Bill. Go in and sit right down.
Okay. Hey, there, Plaza boy, come here.
Hey, Bill, I bleeded Tommy's nose.
No kidding.
I bleeded him. He went home crying.
Ha ha, boy.
Hello, lunch ready? Yoo-hoo, in the kitchen, Rich.
Boy, I'm a star.
It's all ready. Sit down. Al!
Coming. Rich, I bleeded Tommy's nose. I bleeded him good.
Bleeded him, huh? I'll take it. Hello?
Oh, hello, Madge. This is Alice.
Oh, hello, Alice. Boy, he's quiet.
Madge, Adeline has a sore throat, and she won't be able to sing this afternoon.
Oh, what a shame.
Madge, can you sing for us, please?
Oh, but this afternoon?
Oh, yes, the Reverend Thomas has the ladies from the Christian church coming, and we just have to have a solo. We really do, Madge.
Well, Alice, just a minute.
Milkman!
Milkman, wait, I've got some money for you.
Yes, ma'am, I'll wait. Yoo-hoo!
Hello. Madge, are you there?
In here, Joe.
I'm in a hurry, darling.
Hello, Madge.
Just a minute, Alice. It's all ready. Come right in the kitchen, Joe. Al, hurry.
Hello. Hello?
Hello, Alice. I'd love to sing, but I don't know if I can get anyone to stay with the kids.
Oh, bring them with you.
Yes, but... All right, but what will I sing?
Well, anything, dear. The one you did last year was lovely. What was it? Lord, give me strength.
It's called Just for Today. I'll be there at 2:30. Will that be all right?
Oh, that'll be just fine, Madge. I knew we could count on you.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Madge, the milkman.
Yes, I know. Lord, give me strength. Just for today.
Friends, this is Conrad Nagel, ushering in our usual intermission between the acts. We've been looking in on the Sheldons, a typical American family. I've been watching from the wings. And I've been thinking, does a family like the Sheldons own sterling silver? Do they own international sterling silver? What do you think about it, Jay?
My guess would be yes, Conrad. A family with such a feeling for home would either own international sterling now or be planning to own it.
Still, it's an average family, average income. Some people might think quality sterling, like international sterling, was a little beyond their means.
Oh, that's a wrong impression for anybody to get, Conrad. The money you pay for a thing is important. No one denies that. But there is something more than money involved in the desire for international sterling silver. It has a lot more to do with the basic human desire for beauty, with the need that people have to be surrounded by things of genuine worth. International sterling fills that need. It is solid silver through and through. It is beauty that you respond to immediately, rich and warm with luster, exquisite and charming in craftsmanship.
And there's a simple way to buy international sterling, a way that goes easy on the family budget.
Yes, there is. You can buy international sterling place setting by place setting, gradually adding more as they become available. And, Conrad, that's not just a wise, economical way of buying international sterling. It's a patriotic way, too.
Thank you, Jack. Your words ought to convince anybody that the average family can own a fine, solid silver like international sterling silver. And now the house lights dim and the silver curtain rises on Act 2 of One Day After Another, starring Mary Astor. Mid-afternoon peace has settled over the Sheldon household. The boys are still at school and Sid is in the backyard playing quietly. Madge has just returned from entertaining the ladies of the Christian church. And now she stands talking on the kitchen phone with Pido under one arm, balanced against her hip.
Oh, your song was just wonderful.
I'm so glad you liked it, Alice.
Oh, it was lovely, Madge, really lovely. Right after the meeting, I told Geraldine I've just got to call Madge and thank her for that lovely song.
Well, that's fine, Alice. Thank you. Pido, you sit over there in that chair. Excuse me, Alice.
Well, that's all, dear. I just called to say thank you.
Oh, Alice, there's the front door. I'll have to say goodbye.
All right, dear. Bye.
I'll call you tonight. Just a minute. You stay right there in the kitchen, Pido. Do you hear?
Good afternoon, Mrs. Sheldon.
Why, Mrs. John. Come in, Mrs. John.
I'm not too early, am I?
Oh, no, it's all right. I was just getting at my washing. But I hope you'll excuse the way I look in the house. I haven't had time
Of course, but you did say Thursday, didn't you? To discuss the plans for the Ladies' Club Bond Rally.
Thursday? Yes. Mrs. Johns, isn't this Wednesday? Oh, dear. The days are so much alike, it's hard to keep track.
Perhaps you'd rather I came some other day.
Oh, no, please. Excuse me. Pido? He's awfully quiet. It usually means he's up to something. Do you mind if I go and see him?
No, not at all.
Pido, where are you? How did you get in the dining room? Oh, Pido! Oh, just look what you've done, oh, darling. Now Mother's got to clean it all up.
Is there anything wrong, Mrs. Sheldon?
He got at the scouring powder. Look at that. Sprinkled the whole can over the rug. And I just got finished with the vacuum. He's going right in his playpen this minute. And don't you dare climb out of it. Don't you dare.
Don't you think I'd better come back tomorrow?
Oh, no, please, I'll only be a minute. You can't leave him alone for 1 second, can you?
When my youngest was his age,
Sid? Excuse me.
Certainly.
Sid, why aren't you out in front?
I'm sick.
What?
I'm sick.
Where are you going? Come here, dear.
I'm going upstairs and go to bed. I'm sick.
Sick? He wasn't sick 10 minutes ago. Mrs. Johns, I wonder if you'd mind.
I wouldn't mind at all. You just go ahead. I'll come back tomorrow.
Oh, thank you. I'm so sorry, Mrs. Johns.
Now, don't you worry about it. I know how it is. After all, I should. I brought up 3 of my own, all boys.
Really? I've got 5, all boys.
Oh, dear.
Sid, what are you doing?
Getting undressed.
But what for? Let me look at you.
I'm sick.
You can't be sick. You don't look sick.
Good night, Mommy.
Let me feel your head. You haven't any temperature. Why, Sid, you're not sick at all.
Yes, I am. I'm awfully sick.
Have you been up to something? Is that what's the matter with you?
Look out the window, Mommy.
The window? What in the world? Sid! You played with matches. You set all the old leaves on fire. Oh, Sid!
I'm sick!
You should be sick. Now you get back in that bed and don't you stir out of it. I'll speak to you later. Oh, the idea. After I've told him and told him. Hello. Get me the fire department.
It's okay, Mrs. Sheldon. It's all out.
Oh, thank you. I'm just calling my husband.
What was the matter? Wouldn't Joe burn the leaves for you?
I suppose that was it. Oh, I hope he hasn't heard about the fire yet. He might be worried.
Well, tell him it's all over.
Oh, thank you very much.
Sheldon's drugstore.
Joe, this is Madge.
Oh, hello.
Joe, I don't want you to worry, but we just had a fire in the back.
Huh?
A fire. The fire engines were here.
Oh. Say, where's Rich? Isn't he coming down to the store?
Joe, didn't you hear me? We had a fire. A fire.
Well, it's out, isn't it?
Of course it's out, darling. Would I be calling you if it wasn't out?
Well, what could I do from way down here?
Well, you certainly seem very calm about it.
Well, I'm sorry, dear. But with you there, what's there to worry about?
All right. Goodbye, Joe.
Bye, darling.
Mommy!
You get back in that bed.
Okay.
Yeah, probably it's a horse. I saw her.
Sit right down, children. Eat that soup while it's hot.
What's for dinner, Mom?
Just stew.
Beef stew?
Lamb, and let's not have any complaints, please.
Oh, I like lamb stew.
So do I. Me too. I like lamb stew, Mommy.
You just be quiet, young man. You're only down here on your good behavior.
Okay.
Where's Rich?
He went out to see where the backyard was burned.
Rich, dinner.
Coming.
Rich, please don't slam the...
What'd you say, Mom?
Nothing, dear. Sit down.
Boy, that backyard is certainly a wreck. What's the idea, Sid? You're trying to burn down the house?
Never mind. We're not speaking about it anymore.
Hey, look, cornbread. Oh, boy.
Some cornbread, Joe?
This yours? When'd you make it?
Just before you got home. Rich, pass it along, will you?
Sure.
Oh, Mom, are you coming to the concert Saturday afternoon?
The concert, Al? Will you be in the concert?
Uh-huh. I spoke to Mr. Morrow this afternoon.
Oh, that's wonderful. Al, I'm so glad.
Oh, what's wonderful about it? Al's been in all the concerts, hasn't he?
Oh, yes, but this one is a very special concert. They're going to play Traumerei, and the trombone part is just beautiful. Isn't it, Al?
Yeah, swell.
How's about taking in a movie tonight, Madge? Bill's going to stay home.
Sure, go ahead.
Tonight, Joe? Well, I've still got my ironing to do. Can't we make it tomorrow night?
Sure. Just thought you might like a little change.
That church meeting this afternoon put me way behind schedule again.
What did you sing, Mom?
Well, Mrs. Judge wanted me to sing just for today, but I switched at the last minute to the minstrel boy. I thought it was more appropriate these days.
Yeah.
Will you sing it for us after dinner, Mom?
If you want.
Say, Mom, do you remember Fred Stark?
I think so. Didn't you have him here for dinner once, Bill?
Yeah. Well, he's in the Navy. He joined up today.
He did. Isn't he too young, Bill?
No. He had his folks sign a paper. That's all you need.
Oh.
I was thinking, Mom. He's only a little older than I am. If he can do it, I was going to ask you and Dad if you'd mind if...
Bill.
Yes, Mom?
We'll talk about it after dinner, shall we?
All right, Mom. Sure.
Bedtime.
Okay. Good night, Dad. Good night, Mom.
Good night, dear. Remember where the trombone goes. Under the stairs, Al.
I know. Good night.
Well, guess I'll go, too. The coach says you got to keep in trim for basketball. Good night, Mom. Night, Dad.
Good night, Rich. Take a look in the children's room, will you? See if they're all right.
Sure.
See you in the morning, son. What time you got, Bill?
9:45, Dad.
Well, we'll get the 10 o'clock news soon. You going to study your math tonight?
No, I don't have to tonight. Dad, Mom, about that paper I was talking about.
Oh, yes, Bill.
Mom said we could talk about it after dinner.
Yes. Well, it's a big step, son, but I imagine you know what you're doing.
Yes, sir.
Know how you feel about it. It's the same way I feel.
Yes, sir.
But I know how your mother feels about it, too.
Oh. Well, Mother?
This isn't new to us, Bill. Your father and I have talked it over for months. We knew the time wasn't far off when you'd want to go, and we want you to.
Well, gee, Mom, if you just sign that paper, I can get one tomorrow. I can call Fred Stark tonight.
When you graduate from high school, Bill, you'll be 2 months short of 18. If they still need you, we won't stand in your way, and I think they'll still need you.
But what about now?
I think you'll be of more use to them later, Bill, when you've finished your schooling. Oh, they can use all kinds of boys, I know. But a boy with an education, that's really important. Especially in the Navy, Bill.
But, Mom, you don't understand.
Plotting courses and shooting the guns, I looked it up. You've got to know something to do things like that. Especially you've got to know mathematics. Trigonometry, that's right, isn't it? I looked it up, Bill.
Yes, that's right, Mom.
And that's what you're studying right now. Trigonometry.
But that's for officers, Mom.
Well, they may take you and put you in a school somewhere themselves. They do things like that. Come to them with knowledge. They can use it.
That means years, maybe, before I'd go.
Perhaps not, perhaps only months. But it would still be fighting one way or the other. Whether they send you out on a boat right away or later when you'd be ready to do things, and much more important things, Bill. Fighting with your brain as well as your body. Do you see, Bill?
Oh, gee, I didn't think about it like that.
Sounds like good sense to me, son.
Yeah, I guess it is. Well, good night, Mom.
Good night, Bill.
Bed so early, son?
No, I thought I might go up and study a little. Got some trigonometry I could get out of the way.
Fine.
Good night.
Good night, dear.
See you in the morning, son. Well, I think he understands, Madge.
Yes. He's a fine boy.
Yeah? Oh, I think I'm too tired for the news tonight.
I better go look at Sid and Pido. Coming, dear?
Yeah, let's rest our bones.
Look at him, Joe. Pido is certainly the name for that face. And how is my little Prime Minister tonight? And how did things go in Parliament today? Listen, Joe. Must be a lot of them.
What?
Planes, hear 'em?
Yeah. Sound like bombers.
Look, Joe. Come here at the window. Must be a dozen of them, wouldn't you say?
Easily.
I wonder where they're going. Wonder who's in them, Joe.
What do you mean?
Boys. Boys from homes like ours, I suppose. Young and strong and healthy. American boys. From little houses like ours all over America. Oh, Joe, it makes me feel so proud. Not of us as people, of us as Americans. I only wish that...
What, dear?
Oh, I don't know, but... Oh, Joe, if I could only do something for my country.
Friends, Mary Astor will be back for a curtain call in just a moment. But before that, here's Jack Bailey to tell you exactly why the sterling you choose for your home should be international sterling.
In choosing international sterling, friends, you can always be certain of choosing an exceptionally fine sterling. Its very name, international, is an indelible guarantee. It is the name of the world's foremost silver house, a name long devoted to the creation of superior sterling. You can be sure that your pattern was created by master craftsmen, by craftsmen whose predecessors were creating spoons of coin silver over 100 years ago. Moreover, you'll be proud in the knowledge that pieces of international sterling, pieces very like the ones you choose, perhaps, have been on exhibit in leading art museums. The Spring Glory pattern is a typical example of international sterling's fine craftsmanship. Graceful as a flower in design, perfectly balanced with a rich, warm luster. See it at your silverware dealers. Plan to own it. The pattern Spring Glory, created by International Sterling Silver. Here again is Conrad Nagel.
And now here is our star, Mary Astor. Well, Mary, may I call you Mother? You gave a fine, realistic performance, Mary, but then you play any and every part perfectly.
Well, thank you, Conrad. It's all in a day's work, just one day after another.
Let's see, you've been in Blonde Fever, Meet Me in St. Louis, As Thousands Cheer, Young Ideas, and The Maltese Falcon. Well, you've really acted in your time, Mary.
I hope that doesn't imply I'm over 29. Seriously, Conrad, I've been hearing a lot of nice things about International Silver Company. Aren't they slated for another E award soon?
Yes, Mary, that's right. Tomorrow at the Armory in Wallingford, Connecticut, Colonel Lowell A. Elliott, Deputy Chief of the Chemical Warfare Service, will present the workers of Factory P with the Army-Navy E Award.
I bet International Silver Company has won more E's than I've played shows.
Well, not quite that many, Mary, but this is their 6th E Award. In notifying International Silver Company of the award, Major General Porter, Chief of the Chemical Warfare Service, said, "Now that aerial bombing has taken an added significance in the Pacific, the production of Factory P increases in importance. And it goes without saying, every employee of International Sterling is mighty proud."
I imagine Uncle Sam is proud, too. It's the kind of support he needs to lick the Japs. And if I know International Sterling, they'll continue to give all they've got.
It'll be all in a day's work, just one day after another. Thanks again for your splendid performance, Mary. I hope you'll be back with us again soon.
Just you asked me, Conrad. Good night.
Good night, Mary. It was nice having you with us. Mary Astor appeared, ladies and gentlemen, through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor musical, Anchors Away. And Next week, Silver Theater will present a delightful story written by True Boardman called A Study in Triangles, in which I will have the pleasure of stepping from my role of director to actor as one of the angles. Until next week, then, may I leave you with this reminder.
International is the name of the world's foremost silver house, International Sterling Silver. The music on this program was composed and conducted by Felix Mills. This is Jack Bailey speaking for the International Silver Company. All names and designations of persons and organizations used in the dramatic portions of this broadcast are fictional. Silver Theater originates at Columbia Square in Hollywood. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
International Silver Company presents The Silver Theater, starring Rosalind Russell in For Us the Living, directed by Conrad Nagel. Brought to you on behalf of two of the greatest names in silverware, International Sterling, world-famous solid silver, and 1847 Rogers Brothers, America's finest silver plate.
This is Conrad Nagel, ladies and gentlemen, bidding you welcome to the 26th in the new series of Silver Theater productions. Today we present the first episode of a two-part drama which celebrates the return to the Silver Theater of the talented Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer star, Miss Rosalind Russell. And now just a word before the curtain rises. For Us the Living is a story of the America of tomorrow. Its characters are no real people. They're fiction. And no reference to any actual figures in the political world of today is intended or implied. Here, rather, we present the story of an idea and an ideal, the dramatic chronicle, if you will, of a woman and a man who put the nation that they love before all else, and certainly before themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, For Us the Living by True Boardman, starring Rosalind Russell as Anne Marshall with Lindsay McCary as John Norman. The house lights dim, the silver curtain rises. The time, a night in August, an August of the future. The scene, the American Embassy in Brussels. An official ambassador's reception is in progress, and the main salon is thronged with a colorful assemblage. Here are nobility, diplomacy, and politics, each and all represented in their most formal and distinguished guise. Center of interest and of attention is an exquisitely gowned, gray-eyed woman who moves with dignity and assurance among her guests. This is Anne Marshall, American Ambassador to Belgium.
Et je me trouve enchanté de vous voir, Votre Excellence.
Le plaisir est à moi, Votre Grâce. Et Madame la Duchesse?
Elle est disposée, mais pas sérieuse.
Ah, bien. Oh, pardonnez-moi.
Certainement, Votre Excellence.
Lady Conway, I'm so glad to see you.
Oh, thank you, my dear. And may I present
Baron... but I know Baron Holzman. We met in Vienna.
Oh, I'm honored to recall it, Your Excellency. Believe me.
Oh, don't believe him. He's been telling me for the last hour that you're a dangerous woman.
Dangerous?
Oh, your last book, Ambassador Marshall, Tomorrow's Boundaries, is it called? I have just finished it. And no woman has a right to know us in Europe better than we know ourselves. Therefore, you are dangerous, no?
Your Excellency, pardon me.
Yes, Thomas?
The message you were expecting, it has arrived.
Oh, will you forgive me, please?
Oh, but of course.
Well, it's news of the convention?
Yes, the candidate for president was chosen on the 27th ballot.
Who?
Governor Norman. Oh, Miss Marshall, is something wrong?
Wrong? John Norman, candidate for president, wrong? Oh, Thomas, I must go back in there, but I want you to send a cable for me.
Of course.
Send this message. Secretary of State, Washington. Earnestly request permission return immediately. Washington, pending resignation. Urgent personal reasons. Respectfully, Marshall.
Ambassador Anne Marshall, Brussels, Belgium. Request granted. Return immediately. First and assume duties pro tem Brussels legation. Shields, Assistant Secretary of State.
Ambassador Marshall, how about a statement announcement for
You
the
think
press.
there's danger of
What do you
war?
think?
Presidential campaign.
Will there be trouble in Schleswig-Holstein?
Are there any troops in the room that you're presenting?
Just a minute. You want a statement?
Yes, Ambassador. What do you think about the
I
presidential
haven't
campaign?
one for you yet. But if you'd all care to be at my home tomorrow at 3 o'clock, I shall have one. And now, if you'll excuse me, my father's waiting for me.
I won't pretend I'm not surprised, Anne girl. And, of course, I'm happy to have you home. But are you sure what you're doing is wise?
Dad, this country needs John Norman as its president. Compared to that, whether or not Anne Marshall goes on being an ambassador to Belgium is pretty unimportant.
Is it? I wonder. You know, Anne, right now, between your writing and your diplomatic work, you're probably as influential as any woman in the country. And when it comes to risking all of that, well, what I'm trying to say is this, Anne girl. Are you sure you know why you're doing this?
Why?
I haven't forgotten Prague, Anne. How long was it?
12 years.
John Norman as American minister, and Anne Marshall as secretary. Your first diplomatic appointment of any importance. Yet within 6 months you asked to be transferred.
That's true.
Well?
What you're trying to say is, was I in love with John Norman, and he with me? Isn't that it? Dad, I'm not sure that I know the answer to that question. Those 6 months in Prague, working with John, were the happiest I've ever known. That I am sure of.
Well, then why
Then why did I ask to be transferred? I was afraid.
Afraid?
Of myself, of what began to look inevitable. I think John was in love with me, or would have been. And I only know that at the time marriage, even marriage to John Norman, was less important than the ideal you gave me as early as I could understand. The ideal of service, Dad. A marshal's kind of service.
And?
John has been my might have been. I think we all need a might have been somewhere.
And now you want to make yours president?
Because of that? Now, you know that's not the reason.
Yes, I think I do.
He's the one man, Dad. Don't you think I've followed every move of his career? Look at his record in the diplomatic service, in Congress, as a governor. Look how he cleaned up corruption in his own state. Why, John has accomplished reforms that any politician in the country would have said were impossible. You see, he's got courage, Dad. Courage is what we need. I tell you, there is no choice. John Norman must be elected.
Go right in, Ambassador Marshall. The governor will see you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. President-to-be.
Anne. Oh, Anne, it's wonderful to see you.
Congratulations, John. Well, you weren't in here alone an hour after your nomination.
Afraid I was. Just trying to make myself realize it. Oh, but you, Anne. Oh, you look wonderful. How long has it been since I've seen you?
4 years. The president's dinner in Paris. You remember just...
Oh, that. You call that a meeting across 40 banquet tables? I mean to talk to you. Prague. That's the last time Prague, 11 years ago.
It's 12.
Remember that year? I do.
Yes, John. I think I do remember.
You were very young, very beautiful. And very determined to revolutionize the diplomatic service. Prague was your first post, wasn't it?
Yes, John. My first post.
Oh, what's the matter with me? Won't you sit down?
Oh, thank you.
Smoke?
No, thanks.
Well, you've done fine work, you know that, don't you?
Oh, I don't know about
I've
that.
kept track of you. Let's see, from Prague to Lima as vice consul, Lima to Java as consul, Java to Lisbon as minister to Portugal, and for the last 3 years, ambassador to Belgium, right?
You sound like an excerpt from Who's Who. As a matter of fact, what about you now? Do you know that you added years to my life by going out of diplomacy into politics?
Hmm?
When you ran for Congress, I was in Java. It cost me 44 guilders worth of cables to make sure you'd won.
Oh, you almost wasted your money. What was my majority that time?
All of 250 votes. And then each time you ran for governor, I'd find myself wishing I were here that I could help. But apparently you didn't need help. Not then.
Not then. Say, you must have been reading the opposition press. Yeah, but you're right. It is going to be a battle. A tough one.
That's why I'm here, John. And I'm going to help if you'll just let me.
Well, but Anne, you...
An ambassador could hardly have a place in your campaign, I know. But you see, I won't be an ambassador, John. I'm going to resign.
Oh, but that's impossible. You can't do that.
Oh, but it's very simple. I'm supposed to be an important woman. A woman other people in this country will listen to, particularly other women. Well, now I have something to say to them. Elect John Norman.
Anne, this means more to me than you can ever know, but I won't let you do it. Don't you suppose I know what your diplomatic job means to you? Well, you worked years for that ambassadorship.
I've made up my mind, John. This is a bigger thing than you or me. This is part of the scheme of things. I'm sure of that.
Are you, Anne?
Yes, John. The nation needs you as president, and I want to do everything in my power to see that you are. Please let me help.
Very well, then, and I can only pray that you're right, for both our sakes.
And with both national conventions ended, the presidential campaign is officially underway, with Governor John Norman and Edmund Hubbard of California opposing Elliott Kendall and Carol Ames for the two highest elective offices in the land. An interesting sidelight on the campaign is the unexpected resignation of Anne Marshall, for the past 3 years American ambassador to Belgium. Widely heralded for her skillful handling of the mid-European boundary dispute last October, Miss Marshall declared in a press interview today that she will campaign actively for the Norman Hubbard forces. And judging by the reports from Wall Street, candidate Norman can well use any and all support he can find, setting a precedent.
Now, Anne, we're not going to argue about it. You've been doing the work of 6 people ever since the campaign started. If you keep going on like this, you'll crack up. You've got to let down.
That's all very interesting. Why don't we talk about it sometime? John, that challenge Kendall made in his speech yesterday on the farm question, have you thought of your answer?
Anne, no.
Because I think I have. I couldn't sleep last night till it came to me. Look, John, when Kendall was running for senator 3 years ago...
Anne, listen to me. Will you stop trying to carry this whole campaign on those shoulders of yours?
And 20 cities in as many days. Receptions, banquets, rallies. It's too much. I know how much this means to you.
In 3 weeks, the campaign is over, Dad. And then I'll rest for 20 years if you want me to. But this speaking tour is going to decide the election. And it is as a woman that I speak to you as women. The opposition has claimed that John Norman is no friend to Labor. But where in his record as governor is there evidence for such a claim? If there is any man who has striven to heal whatever wounds may exist between labor and industry, it is John Norman.
And you here in the far west have certain problems of your own. I'm aware of those problems, and if elected, it would be the aim of my administration to solve...
John Norman knows the international situation from actual experience in the diplomatic corps. He speaks and acts from knowledge, not from theory. You must realize that a vote for Norman is... My privilege on this final broadcast of the campaign to introduce Governor Norman to you. Believe me, ladies and gentlemen, this is not a campaign speech. The time for that is over. What I have to say now, I say simply as an American speaking to Americans. Vote tomorrow for our candidates or against them as your judgment decides. But as you are citizens of a nation where the right to choose your own leader still is and shall remain your sacred privilege, go to the polls and vote. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Governor Norman.
I shall be brief. The issues of this campaign are clear. Senator Kendall has given you his platform. I've given you mine. It only remains for you to decide. The presidential oath of office is usually only given at time of inauguration. May I say at this moment that whether whether I am elected tomorrow or not, I do solemnly swear that in whatever capacity it is my privilege to serve, I shall preserve, protect, and defend this nation and its Constitution.
Kentucky, 400 precincts reporting. Kendall and Ames, 4,332. Norman and Hubbard, 7,812.
Another state governor. That's practically all the electoral votes you need.
Now, we'll wait a while yet, Tom. You ever hear of the Hughes-Wilson campaign?
Oh, that won't happen this time. No matter how
Now, a
California...
tabulation of the total vote thus far received from throughout the nation. Kendall and Ames, 1,970,000. Norman and Hubbard, 2,640,000. So it would appear at this hour that the election of John Norman is virtually a certainty.
That's it. You've done it, Company.
I hope you're right. But still, we'll wait till they concede before we start cheering. And where's Miss Marshall?
Oh, she went home, Governor, just after the Pennsylvania and New York returns came in.
She went...
Oh, Governor, you can't leave now, sir. You're supposed to broadcast.
Going away?
Yes, John. I left early, as soon as I was sure you'd won. My boat sailed at 11 in the morning, and I had packing to do.
And where are you supposed to be going?
I'm not quite sure, John. Paris first, and then...
You're leaving in rather a hurry, aren't you, Anne?
Acting on impulse is an old martial custom. Oh, forgive me. I haven't congratulated you. In the excitement, You know how glad I am for you.
Yes, I believe I do. You're not going back to Europe, Anne.
But I am, John. I must.
You can't. You see, I need you.
You need me?
Did you really think I'd let you go like this?
John.
I haven't mentioned this before, Anne, because if the election had gone against me, it would have sounded hollow. But for 3 months now, I've been planning in my own mind the cabinet I'd select if I won.
The cabinet?
On some of the appointments, I'm still in doubt. There's one I'm sure of, the most important one. Anne, I'm going to appoint you Secretary of State.
Before we bring you Act Two of For Us the Living, here's a man who'd like to make a bow in the direction of the lovely star of tonight's performance, Rosalind Russell. All right, John Conte?
You know, ladies and gentlemen, we feel here that Rosalind Russell and the Silver Theater are old friends. For it was she who started us off so successfully 2 years ago. And I remember that Miss Russell told us then that 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate had been in her family for generations. And I think that you'll find that in the case in many homes throughout the country. For ever since that day, 92 years ago, when the house of 1847 Rogers Brothers first came into existence, the silver plate bearing that proud year mark has represented the highest ideals of beauty in design and craftsmanship. Among 1847 Rogers Brothers' loveliest creations is the pierced pattern Lovelace, gracefully proportioned with sterling-like detail and wreathed orange blossom motif. Lovelace is a pattern of exquisite charm, a design to be cherished a lifetime. And surprisingly enough, you can now get 62 pieces of 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate in the Lovelace pattern at a saving of more than $14 over open stock price. But let your silverware dealer show you sets of Lovelace tomorrow, Monday, and tell you about the easy, convenient payment terms. For there is no longer need to deny yourself the finest silver plate this country has ever seen. Silver plate by 1847 Rogers Brothers.
The house lights dim, the silver curtain rises on Act Two of Part One of For Us the Living, starring Rosalind Russell as Anne Marshall, with Lindsay McCary as John Norman. It's the third day of the following January. John Norman, inaugurated as president, has promptly made public his selection of cabinet officers, with Anne Marshall as Secretary of State heading the list. And that news is a spark that fires the entire nation to a white heat of discussion. Impassioned, unbending are the conflicting opinions that find expression in every walk of life.
A woman for Secretary of State. Well, I won't stand for it. I voted for John Norman, but I didn't know he intended to wreck the country.
I don't know. Why not? Give a woman a chance, I say. Some of the guys they've had in there haven't done such a hot job.
Well, I don't care how many books she's written. I'm a woman myself, but when it comes to naming a woman to the most important post in the cabinet, well...
I met Miss Marshall when she was vice consul to Peru. And I assure you that a keener analyst of international affairs I've never known.
And I have the organization go on record as opposing the appointment of Anne Marshall.
And it's not just Washington or Baltimore or Philadelphia, John. The whole country is aroused. You can't send that recommendation to the Senate tomorrow.
And why can't I?
Because I won't let you. You must not risk your whole administration at the start because of me.
Because of you. And 2 months ago, the people of this country voted me into office with one of the largest majorities a candidate ever had. That vote means that the people who elected me have confidence in my judgment. And it is my judgment that you should be head of the Department of State.
What is it, John?
Would I appoint you if it were not?
They'll say I should be older. They're already saying it.
What has age to do with it? Henry Clay was senator at 29. Hamilton was a cabinet officer at 32.
But they were men, John. Why fool ourselves? I'm a woman.
Was Elizabeth a man? Was Victoria?
No, but
Oh, there's a difference, you'll say, but there's not. Not as regards one thing, that indefinable something called leadership. Leadership is where you find it, and ultimately it has nothing to do with sex.
But if that's true, can we make the people believe it?
The people? Listen to me, Anne. For the last 2 days, the people of this country have shown more interest in their government than at any time in 20 years. Washington, this government was in people's minds and people's hearts, and that's what I want. There's a word called patriotism, Anne. But it's all too seldom heard except in time of war. Well, I want a new patriotism, do you understand? A patriotism of peace. A patriotism that grows of the people's knowledge and understanding and interest in the government that is their own. And you, as Secretary of State, will achieve that. Friends and enemies alike will be alert to watch your every move. People will know we have a foreign policy who never heard of it before. And that's what I want, Anne. A nation of active, thinking people aware of their own government.
Patriotism of peace. It's a big idea, John Norman.
You'll accept them?
You know, John, we've never put this into words. Either of us. But I think we've understood. We own a dream, you and I. A dream that's more important to you than any woman. And more important to me than any man. It was because I realized you shared that dream that I left Prague 12 years ago. And now, if you'll swear to me, John, that you honestly believe that by accepting this appointment, I'll be helping to fulfill that dream, I'll do it.
It will, Anne. I swear to you it will.
All right. If the Senate will back you up, I'll accept, John. And I'll try to do you proud.
Anne!
You shouldn't have waited up.
Oh, but I've been waiting to hear the... Anne, girl, you didn't lose.
No, Dad. I won. John did what no other president has ever done. He appeared before the Senate himself and asked that they confirm my appointment. And they did confirm it by a single vote. Vice President Hubbard himself had to vote to break the tie.
But you expected a battle, my dear.
Oh, Dad. Without John's speech, I'd have never had a chance. Will I be able to prove he was right? Will I be able to prove he was right?
And with the new administration well into its 4th month, impartial observers, both in this country and abroad, have commented on the efficiency of the State Department under the regime of Anne Marshall. Today, as a matter of fact, focus of national attention shifted from Washington to Wilmington, Delaware, where both President Norman and Vice President Hubbard were to address a banquet given by the Pan American League. Following the banquet, both the chief executive and the vice president were scheduled to return by automobile to the national capital. And now for the weather report. Continued storms along the eastern coast.
Have you forgotten there's such a thing as sleep, Anne Marshall?
Dad. Just about. This is the note that has to go off by cable in the morning. Couldn't sleep till it's finished. But, darling, you mustn't let my crazy hours disturb you.
No, nothing of the kind. The middle of the night's my only chance to see you.
Dear Dad.
So how's it going, huh?
All right. Oh, a few mistakes, maybe, but I haven't started any wars yet.
What does John say?
Nothing much. I hardly ever see him except in cabinet meetings. But I think he's... Oh, I'll get it, Dad. Hello? Yes? Yes, this is Secretary Marshall speaking. What is it, please? Oh, my God. Will you repeat that, please?
And what is it?
John. A motor accident on the road near Baltimore. Vice President Hubbard was killed instantly. John is in a hospital and not expected to live.